It has been 30 years since the monsters emerged. But thanks to those who gained supernatural powers, they no longer pose a threat to humanity, paving the way for the rise of a new international sport, the Hunters League. And among its players, Chang Hyun is a legendary figure. However, after his underwhelming performance during the summer season and his failure to advance to the playoffs, all his accomplishments and years of hard work seem to vanish in an instant, all because of just 2 poor seasons. His manager tells him that this might be his last season. Chang Hyun flinches at the words. The manager continues, saying the president wants him to step down and focus on the marketing and business side of things instead. There's also the matter of his mandatory military service, and he reminds Chang Hyun that he always knew he couldn't do this forever. Chang Hyun wonders and wishes they had just told him to leave the team instead. Admittedly, claiming he has never thought about retirement would be a lie. It's inevitable that he will grow old and his skills will fade. But he still can't believe his manager is asking him to become the team's figurehead, especially when he has been single-handedly leading them to victory. Chang Hyun grits his teeth, tosses the table away, and leaves the room, saying he doesn't think he needs to hear more from the manager. The manager asks where he is going and calls him ungrateful, telling him to show some respect and listen when an adult is speaking. He says this is exactly why Chang Hyun's public image is so poor and why everyone is calling for his retirement. He adds that he never should have bothered raising a worthless ingrate like him. Chang Hyun freezes for a moment, then turns back and stomps toward the manager, who becomes uneasy as he approaches. Chang Hyun grabs him by the collar and asks if he has gotten so comfortable that he forgot who actually brought him here. He says things would have been different if the manager hadn't tempted him to activate his full bloom back in high school. The manager responds that he only did what he thought was best for himself. Chang Hyun tosses the manager away, who trembles with fear. He turns to leave, thinking that it is all because of the manager, but nothing will change. Even after resorting to violence, he still feels worthless. He thinks about how he has held so many trophies in his hand, but this is how it ends. All his skills and perks are high-ranking and useful, yet there is no room for improvement anymore. What remains in his aging body are skills that hit a premature roadblock, and his full bloom prevents him from going any further. As he walks along the roadside, he wonders what the point of it all is and questions whether there is any reason to continue living. He tells himself that if there is a reason, he doesn't see it anymore. Suddenly, a truck hits him. A fire erupts. He collapses, burning in the flames, thinking that it's not true. He did want to keep trying, just a little more. He wanted to hear the crowd chant his name again. He wanted to give an incredible performance on that heart-pounding stage and come out on top with his team, honorably. That is the last thing he can remember from his past life. He sits on his bed, wondering if this is his room, though something feels off. He notices his appearance in the mirror and realizes that this is exactly how he looked in middle school. Then, his mother cracks the door open and asks if he's already up. He notices that she looks younger, too, and wonders about it. She asks if everything is okay and if something happened. Chang Hyun says it's nothing. Then, he realizes he is back to that time, where he can prove himself once more. This time, he believes, things will be different. The potential to become a hunter is determined by the Awaken test, which uses state-of-the-art technology to analyze one's physical capability potential. However, there is one thing the test cannot determine, and that is skills. Chang Hyun thinks that normally, Awakeners can only speculate what their skills are or how to use them. But that is not the case for him because he has the all-seeing eye. While lying in his room, checking his stats, he notes that his full bloom has returned to rank E, as expected. He believes that skills can be leveled up and perks can always be earned again. What matters most to him right now is adjusting to his current body and skills. He then hears his parents talking about him. His father says that they should watch him for a year, that it is his life, and he should be allowed to do whatever he wants with it. His mother responds that he is only in middle school, and they cannot allow him free rein because that would be irresponsible. His father argues that this is why he suggests giving him just 1 year. If it doesn't work out, he can move on. She emphasizes the importance of even 1 year at his age and wonders what they would do if Chang Hyun spends his time chasing a fruitless dream, while his classmates focus on their studies and achieve good grades. Hearing this, Chang Hyun acknowledges that his mother is completely against him becoming a hunter, but he thinks he cannot afford to waste time arguing with her. She adds that many things can change in just a year. Chang Hyun admits that she is right. Players can compete in dozens of matches in a year, gaining experience and improving their skills through each one. He believes that in his previous life, his full bloom would have been at least rank B if he had started just 1 year earlier, which alone would have made a big difference in how things turned out. He then comes out of his room and tells his mother that he does not need a year. He asks for just 6 months and says he will prove himself within that time, seriously promising to show her. At the training facility club, Chang Hyun wonders why he can't go in. The girl at the counter informs him that minors require guardian approval to enter. He asks if that means he needs a signature from a guardian. He realizes that he totally forgot about this because he was an adult in his previous life, and thinks that he won't be able to get any practice done if he goes home now. He wonders if there is any other way. Then a blonde guy approaches him and asks what brings him there. Chang Hyun internally recognizes him as Dajun Kim and recalls that in his past life, he was a close-range fighter who consistently placed rank 2 or 3 in the first division. Although he never secured the top spot, he was often compared to the top-ranked player as long as he performed decently. He thinks that, frankly speaking, Dajun had it easy. Dajun then asks him who he is, and Chang Hyun wonders if in this life, he is not supposed to know who Dajun is. Dajun introduces himself, saying that he is in the class next to his and is quite well known in school for being an awakener. Chang Hyun turns and casually says it's the first time he has heard of him. Dajun looks frustrated for a moment, then responds normally, saying that it can happen. He then asks what Chang Hyun is doing there and whether he is auditioning for Seoul Hunter Academy's youth club. Chang Hyun replies that he is not, and that he just wanted to use the training facility, but they told him he needs his parents' permission. Dajun offers to help, explaining that he is a member of the Academy's youth club and has free access, but in return, he wants to watch Chang Hyun practice. Chang Hyun agrees and thinks that nothing is ever free. It is a little annoying, but he doesn't have anything to lose. The girl at the counter tells him that she has made a reservation for him with Seoul Hunter Academy's Mr. Dajun as his guardian and asks him to head to room 3. Inside the training room, Dajun tells Chang Hyun, who is preparing for training, that he didn't think there would be anyone in their school who wants to become a hunter. He says that, as he mentioned earlier, he is in an academy club, but because most of the members are older than him, and he doesn't know anyone, it has been hard to fit in. He then asks Chang Hyun why he came there, pointing out that he said he is not taking the test, and mentions that, despite the name, no one seems to use the place for training. Chang Hyun replies that it is probably because everyone is preparing for the Hunters League, and that it is just a general-purpose facility. He then asks Dajun if he is sure he wants to stay, explaining that he is just going to test out his skills and get some exercise done, so it won't be particularly exciting. Dajun says he could lend a hand if needed, since they go to the same school and all. Chang Hyun thinks that he is still an attention seeker, even in this life. Considering his past life, he is decades older than Dajun, so he obviously has no intention of asking him for help. Chang Hyun summons the tanker clone to fight and wonders if, when compared to video games, it would be similar to a training dummy. The only difference is that it is so sturdy that it's almost impossible to even leave a scratch. Dajun sees this and asks Chang Hyun if he pressed the wrong button, suggesting that he should summon a regular clone if he's looking to practice, since even in mid-practice mode, it will be difficult to make any dent at his current level. Chang Hyun equips the spear weapon and says that punching bags are supposed to be tough. He questions the idea of it being difficult to make a dent and thinks that the easiest way to overcome something tough and robust is by striking it with something even harder and stronger. Though he isn't currently able to do that, he believes that doesn't mean he has no other options. He decides he needs to target its joints. As he does so, he realizes that he has good control over his body. He then uses his all-seeing eye to detect the joints and begins to charge at the clone, eventually defeating it. Dajun, surprised, thinks he didn't expect it to go that well and regrets not recording it. He then suggests that Chang Hyun must have set the clone's defense stats to the lowest, saying that a unique weapon would have been required to deal any damage otherwise. Chang Hyun wonders if Dajun is twisting what he saw because he couldn't make sense of it. Dajun admits that the moves were impressive and guesses Chang Hyun would pass the audition. He then asks if Chang Hyun has trained in sword fighting and says he also wants to give it a go before their team training session later. Chang Hyun tells him to go ahead and thinks that he doesn't need to explain anything. Dajun will see for himself when he tries it out. Later, Dajun, huffing as he fights the tanker clone, wonders if Changhyun did it just like that. He checks the system and sees that he has set its defense to the lowest as well, but still questions why the clone isn't taking any damage. He thinks he must have configured something wrong. His senior Jisoo comes over and asks if Dajun isn't going to greet his senior. Dajun turns back and bows in front of him, saying it's good to see him. Jisoo asks why he is hitting the tanker clone. Dajun scratches his head and says he is just warming up and getting some practice done. Jisoo laughs and mocks him, asking who the hell practices on a tanker clone to warm up, and says he won't be able to make a dent even at the lowest defense setting, telling him not to be silly. Meanwhile, while sitting on the train, Changhyun thinks that he is too weak. After Dajun leaves, he gets the chance to try out the monsters encountered in the Hunter's League or the AI Hunter hologram feature, which acts as a sparring partner, and comes to the conclusion that he is far too weak. His all-seeing eye is only at rank B, so he can't even deliver a powerful strike. His physical stats are only slightly higher than those of an average civilian who is in good shape. He thinks he needs to work on his physique if he wants more power. At least his full bloom is boosting his recovery speed. He believes that he can only overcome this by training, but he doesn't have enough time since the Hunter Center is only available to club members in the evening. And it's not like he can get permission from his parents every time he wants to train. He then starts looking at his phone and thinking that maybe he needs to find somewhere else that he can train alone. Then suddenly, Dajun calls him. He picks up the call, and Dajun asks if he is coming to train, and says he will buy him dinner if he wants to come. At the restaurant, Dajun is waiting for him. Changhyun comes there and says that he must have a lot of money. Dajun says that becoming a hunter is not feasible if one's family is not well off, as he is aware. Changhyun agrees and thinks that Awakener tests and the price of weapons are extremely costly. He wonders if Dajun is exactly the same as he was in his past life, as he always did whatever he could to get in the spotlight. He then asks why he would ask him to come and says he is sure he is not treating him to dinner because he thought he could not afford it himself. Dajun says he is right and that the dinner is just an excuse, and he wants to ask him a question. Changhyun calls the waiter for an order and asks Dajun if it is about the tanker clone. Dajun says he tried to do it exactly the same way he did, but it did not work, so he is wondering if he considered something different. Then Dajun's eyes widen seeing Jisoo with his friends. As Changhyun turns back, he notices those guys wearing the same uniform as Dajun and wonders if they are his teammates. Jisoo is discussing that, as he is saying, the absolute baboon was hitting a tanker clone with a mithril sword. His friend asks if he was testing out the sturdiness of his sword. Jisoo says he was genuinely trying to break the tanker clone with it. He is at a loss for words, so he asks him why he is doing that, and apparently, he saw his friend do it. He says maybe he should have asked him if his friend shoots laser beams out of his forehead. Hearing their conversation, Changhyun concludes that basically he was being a nuisance while Dajun was working hard, and he thinks he can't let that pass. He then loudly says to Dajun that the configuration for the tanker clone doesn't need to change, and that it is easy as long as one knows the tricks to it, and says it is still good for him for trying to figure it out. He says there are some guys out there who claim it is impossible just because they are incapable of doing it, and asks if no one in his academy knows how to do it, and if his friend over there paid his way in. Dajun, scared, tells Changhyun not to say that as he notices Jisoo coming toward them. Jisoo comes there, puts his feet on their table, and asks Changhyun who he thinks he is disrespecting, an academy student. He says if an awakener like him were to hit him, there would not be much of him left, and he will give him just 3 seconds, and says he had better make things right. Changhyun wonders why he is talking like that. He thinks it sounds just straight out of a cliché movie, and he is looking forward to the free dinner. But then, Changhyun punches him, and he falls to the floor. Changhyun thinks that if someone gives him 3 seconds, that is what he is going to do, and that he never turns down an opportunity to strike first. He then tells Jisoo that while he might be a senior to Dajun, to him, he is just a stranger, so he should not mess with him. Jisoo tries to punch him and asks what that was. Changhyun dodges and says that Jisoo had earlier claimed there wouldn't be much of him left if he got hit, but that is a big if. Jisoo, frustrated, begins to punch him again, but Changhyun dodges and punches him in the face. Jisoo staggers and says that Changhyun has really done it now, and starts awakening his aura. Changhyun wonders if Jisoo is really going to attack him, as his all-seeing eye is giving him a warning. He then leaps up as Jisu's attack approaches, causing destruction on the floor with a gravity attack. Chang Hyun wonders if Jisoo is actually going to use a skill when there are civilians around. Jisoo gathers mana again and throws a strike at him, but Chang Hyun manages to dodge it and wonders why he was not going to go too hard on him. He then calls Jisoo's name and Jisoo mocks him, saying he is dead now, before throwing another attack. Chang Hyun jumps up and dodges it, and wonders that while he can dodge Jisoo's skill thanks to his all-seeing eye, he cannot close the distance. He then notices a plate close to him and throws it at Jisoo's face. Jisoo stops the plate with his skill, and it shatters into pieces mid-air. He mocks, asking whether Chang Hyun really thinks that would work against him, but then another plate hits him in the face. Chang Hyun continuously tosses plates at him, saying he should have dodged. He thinks that when someone uses a skill, they must wait before using it again. This is known as the skill going on cooldown. He notes that if a skill is used without considering the cooldown, the user will be left completely open to enemy attacks. Jisoo tries to block and realizes he can't use his skill. He shouts for Chang Hyun to stop with the tricks, but then suddenly wonders where he has gone. Chang Hyun appears and feints a hit to the head, but instead punches him in the stomach. Jisoo worries where the next blow will land, thinking it might be the stomach again, but then gets punched in the face. Chang Hyun then starts landing continuous blows to his face while sitting on top of him. As Chang Hyun looks around, he wonders what to do now. He isn't the one who wrecked the place, but he did hit first, and now Jisoo is the one on the ground while he remains unscathed. He mutters that Dojun and Jisoo's friends are gone too and wonders what he should do. Then he notices the police arriving and feels he has no other choice. He lifts Jisoo and lies on the floor instead. Jisoo ends up sitting atop him and begins to punch, but then notices that the police are approaching. He realizes that now he looks like the culprit. Meanwhile, Chang Hyun starts pretending to be the victim, pleading with him and saying not to be hurt anymore. The police instruct Jisoo to put his hands in the air and not resist. Chang Hyun thinks that it seems he has successfully deceived the police with his performance, as he is spared from any legal repercussions. He assumes Jisoo probably doesn't tell the truth either, since he wouldn't want to admit being defeated by a rookie. But even if he had, it would be obvious that he used gravity skills, which would have made him more liable either way. Later, Dojun says he gets an earful from the other team members, and there are rumors he might get kicked out. Chang Hyun nods and thinks that justice seems to have prevailed. As Chang Hyun begins practicing on the tanker clone again, Dojun asks if he is not going to take a break. Chang Hyun replies that he does not have time for breaks, then acquires his weapon and squeezes it, wondering how his full bloom grants him an awakened talent when he accomplishes a notable feat. In other words, he gains a new skill. He lands a hit on the tanker clone, and the system notifies him that when he announces the name of his skill or declares where he will strike before attacking, his power increases, and his words do not need to correspond with his actions. Chang Hyun wonders about this, thinking he does not expect what he did to Jisoo to be considered a feat, and that he has never seen this skill in his past life. He begins to leave, muttering that it is a perfect skill to make people think he is weird. At dinner, Chang Hyun's parents say he is going to try out for a hunter audition survival show. He replies that he will prove himself to both of them. He thinks that Hunters of the Next Generation, a television show dedicated to discovering and monitoring up-and-coming hunters, is finally open for registration. His mother asks if it will not be super competitive since it is a TV show. His father says to leave him be and adds that one cannot succeed without taking chances. Chang Hyun says that if he wins the competition, he will earn a spot in the academy or even get to choose a Division 3 team to join. He adds that the cash prize is significant, and they will even craft a custom weapon for him, and he is going to do his best. His mother says not to come crying to her if he fails. Chang Hyun thinks the show is definitely very competitive, since it selects the most promising candidates for the Hunters League from across the nation. But because of that, there are significant incentives for the top performers, even if they do not come first. He thinks that, whatever the case, they are only picking the best out of a group of amateurs. He internally says not to worry, that he has held countless trophies in his hands, and he will not lose to amateurs. The next generation judge, Ara Jo, tells Minseok that the application should be coming in soon and reminds him that he once said he had no intention of becoming a judge. So if there is a special reason for changing his mind. The Hunter Generation judge, Min-seok Lee, replies that a lot has happened. Despite his success on the international scene, he feels he has not given enough to his own nation. He adds that there might be a hidden gem among the contestants. Another judge, Seo-hyuk Min, remarks that if someone like that existed, they would already be competing in the pro leagues, since the academy always makes sure to flatter fresh talents. Min-seok responds that this is exactly the issue. It is the eccentric ones, those who can truly excel with the right guidance, who harbor true potential. Ara, with a skeptical tone, repeats his words about the eccentric ones and says that what those kids need is someone to take care of them, not the league. Min-seok tells her that she is only saying that because she has never met Ethan, whom he calls true talent. Finally, Min-seok says she can do whatever she wants, since everyone's vote counts the same anyway. Chang-hyun reads the rules while filling out the registration form, wondering if seeking the next star to forge the future of the Hunters League is supposed to sound impressive. He thinks it sounds fine, but questions why the first round is a written test. He notes that it asks for age, height, stats, and even affiliation, and assumes that academy students must enjoy this part. When it asks for his previous occupation, he thinks he hasn't really faced many challenges in this life yet. He reads the next question again, which asks him to describe the difficulties he faced in a group setting, and how he resolved them. He pauses and thinks that, in his past life, he made his teammates obey him no matter what. He mutters that this could be bad, thinking he expected it to be a breeze once he got in, but he didn't anticipate this kind of hurdle. He believes that if there's a practical test, he can make up for it through that. Chang-hyun then notices a third option and wonders what it is. When he clicks to open it, he gets teleported to a different, empty space, thinking that an awakener's skill is usually shaped by their experiences or unique traits, and questions how someone could get a skill like this. He wonders if it is a teleportation skill or an illusion. An announcement informs him that this part of the test involves a practical aspect. He is told he will engage in a 3-minute clone challenge where he must demonstrate his skill by defeating waves of clones. His weapon will take shape based on his imagination. He starts thinking about the weapon and equips 2 pistols, and stomps toward the clone, thinking that a practical test is exactly what he needs. Seeing the guns in his hands, he thinks that dual pistols were his go-to choice with his arcane weapon transmutation, though he assumes they probably don't work with skills. The announcement says the test will now commence if he is ready, and the countdown begins. He notices the clone and thinks it doesn't seem to have high defense stats like tanker clones, and starts shooting them, saying he will go as fast as he can. Meanwhile, Ara-jo slams her hand on the table after seeing Chang-hyun in action and asks if they are kidding. She turns to Seo-hyuk and asks if he also thinks this is a mistake. Seo-hyuk replies that it could be seen as a little problematic, as this isn't what they had in mind when they designed the test. Ara says anyone could defeat those clones if they are given a gun, and calls it cheating. She shows them Chang-hyun's registration form and says it's unacceptable, and tosses the device on the table, saying he is not taking this seriously at all, asking if they don't see a problem with his answers. Min-seok says Ara has a point. He explains that guns are not exactly viable weapons for hunters. He says they are practically unfeasible in the league and difficult to use against monsters. He points out that once a weapon separates from an awakener's body, the mana it holds begins to dissipate, meaning every bullet must be channeled with mana, an incredibly difficult task. He adds that storing a large amount of mana in them is also difficult. He says this is why most people use swords or polearms. Sometimes, ranged weapons like bows or crossbows are used because they have a slow firing rate. He then points at Chang-hyun and says he has to admit, the guy piques his interest. Seo-hyuk says he feels the same way and adds that one could argue the applicant demonstrates keen insight by identifying a loophole in the rules. Intentional or not, he says the end result is what truly matters. Min-seok agrees with Seo-hyuk, pointing out that it's not the final selection round, and they can always disqualify the applicant later if he does not meet their standards. However, he also thinks the applicant might have a different perspective on guns compared to them. When Ara asks how exactly, Min-seok shrugs and says he doesn't know. He thinks that perhaps the applicant sees guns as viable weapons in the Hunter League, though he considers that impossible. Still, he hopes the applicant proves him wrong. Meanwhile, Dajin tells his coach about the whole situation. The coach responds by saying so that is what happens to Jisoo. Dajin says that luckily, his friend is not hurt that badly. The coach finds it strange, considering Jisoo's hand-to-hand combat might not be that great. But his skill is still incredibly powerful, and yet the kid is not hurt that badly while Jisoo is beaten to a pulp. The coach then says that what is done and shifts the conversation to Dajun, asking if he has applied for the Hunter League's rookie show. Dajun confirms and says he just wants to let him know because he will probably be tied up with the show's filming for a while. The coach then asks if the boy who got into a fight with Jisoo also applies. Dajun replies that he doesn't know, but will ask the next time he sees him. The coach acknowledges that Dajun must be busy preparing for the show and tells him to get going. After Dajun leaves, the coach reflects that things are getting interesting since Jisoo is also going to be in the show and says he is looking forward to it. On the day of the competition, Chang-hyun steps toward the arena, thinking it has been a while since he has been there, and that this is where he made his debut. The Hunters League, he recalls, is split into 3 divisions. Division 1 takes place within a tower, while Divisions 2 and 3 occur in a virtual reality stadium. As he walks inside and sees the huge audience, he thinks he used to wonder why these stadiums were so big when hardly anyone used them. But now he supposes they are for occasions like this. He then notices the Hunters, the next generation qualifiers, Hyeol Yun, the girl Haiju Yu, and Min Seong Jang. He wonders how this show, which took place well before his debut, has so many familiar faces. He had not expected that, but there are actually quite a few, some promising people, too. He wonders who won last time, but tells himself it will be him this time. Dajun waves at him, and Chang-hyun sits beside him, asking how he has been. Dajun replies that he is fine and asks Chang-hyun the same, adding that he thought he would be in the hospital for quite some time. Chang-hyun thinks it probably looked like he got hurt quite badly, too. Dajun then whispers that Jisoo has been placed under probation and was given a 3-week prognosis for complete recovery. Chang-hyun glances back at Jisoo and asks Dajun how come he is here. Dajun says Jisoo has no choice. Apparently, pro teams have been on the lookout for talent among academy students, so Jisoo is going to make an impression on them. The announcer then appears and says there is always a need for new players, new faces, who will forge the future of the Hunters League. He welcomes everyone to Hunters, announcing that the making of a legend is starting now. He calls it the most spectacular show on Earth, where they shall discover the greatest wonder of the next generation. He adds that each participant present has outshone the countless awakeners across the nation, overcoming a mere 2% acceptance rate to represent the new era of Korea's Hunters, and asks the audience to join him in a round of applause. He then introduces the 3 judges, Ara Jo, a powerhouse in Korea's Hunter League with 3 national leagues to her name, Min Seok Lee, Korea's finest on the global stage and runner-up of the World Series Hunters League, and Soo-hyuk Min, a distinguished figure among Korea's national players. The audience wonders if that is really Min Seok Lee, thinking they believed he was busy competing in an overseas league. Chang-hyun also wonders about the judges, thinking that those are some big names. They are on par with who he used to be, although he does not think he would have lost to either of them. The announcer concludes by saying the contestants will undertake the challenges laid out by the judges, and the individual who secures the top spot will receive 500 million won and a custom-made weapon from the Mora's workshop. Chang-hyun hears about Mora's workshop and wonders about it. He knows that even their standard items are worth hundreds of millions of won, with custom-made weapons reserved only for those deemed worthy. He can't believe they are offering such a prize and thinks he might regain the strength of his past life sooner than expected. Judge Ara Jo begins explaining the first mission. She says that the 100 hunters present have outshone 350 other applicants to earn their places. However, she states that there are still far too many of them. She adds that they want a real hunter, so the first mission will be a survival game, taking place in a dungeon where real hunters once fought. She instructs that they must survive until only 20 contestants remain in the land of the lost souls. She also mentions that the top 5 contestants with the most eliminations will receive an advantage in the next stage. She then announces the beginning of the mission. Chang-hyun, excited, says that it is finally starting. Then, the players are teleported to the land of the lost souls. As he observes his surroundings, Chang-hyun wonders about the place, recognizing it as the one once used for the finals in his past life. He knows the area thoroughly, the dungeon's mechanics, ecology, and even the secret dungeon. He smirks and mutters to himself, wondering how he should proceed. Meanwhile, Ara thinks that Chang-hyun won't be able to loophole his way through this. She recalls how he passed the qualifiers without demonstrating proper skill. While some might say it's a testament to his intellect, she doesn't believe it. She reflects that in survival games, essential skills such as combat prowess, adaptability, reconnaissance, and survival ability become evident, and a phony won't stand a chance. She reminds herself not to underestimate the Hunters League. Sehyuk turns to Minseok and comments that the overall skill level of this batch is quite impressive. Minseok agrees and says it looks like Aura prepared something interesting, and it's a great way to eliminate hunters who lack experience or essential skills. Suddenly, the system starts beeping. Sehyuk says there might be a problem and notes that one of the contestants is leaving the stage area. He then instructs them to show what is going on there. Changhyun stands outside a gate. Aura wonders how he knows about that place. That is where the artifact of the Land of the Lost Souls is hidden. Artifacts, treasures hidden in dungeons, come in various shapes and forms. At times, simply obtaining the artifact can guarantee victory. She grits her teeth, thinking that this dungeon has not been used as a stage yet, so it should be unknown even to Division 1 players, let alone ordinary people. He should not have any way of knowing about this place. Minseok quietly asks Aura if she knows what is going on. He says that if this is a mistake, they need to get it sorted, so she needs to tell them now. She replies that it is not a mistake. The virtual reality is modeled after a real dungeon, and Changhyun is accessing a hidden area. It is unknown to everyone, even players of the Hunters League, which is why it is not showing on the map. Minseok says that she is telling him the virtual reality reproduces an existing dungeon, including its hidden area, which a contestant is now entering. He asks what is inside the secret dungeon. She answers that it is the Ether, an artifact so powerful that it is prohibited within the Hunters League. Minseok asks if they can remove the artifact. She says, not without stopping the match. Since it is virtual reality, they will not be able to bring it outside with him, but he will be able to use it in this match. Minseok says that for such a powerful artifact, there must be a keeper. Keepers are monsters that protect artifacts. The more powerful the artifact, the stronger the keeper. She nods and says he is right, and she will check. She then checks inside the dungeon and sees a huge cube, the keeper of Ether. Changhyun opens the door, thinking his memory was a bit foggy because it has been a while, but he has found the right place. He believes that if he defeats the keeper and obtains the Ether, this round will be a piece of cake. He goes inside and finds the huge cube. A laser blast force from the cube emerges and hits toward him, but he manages to retreat, thinking he might have been eliminated if he hadn't faced it before. He identifies the cube as an advanced technological relic discovered in the ruins of a tower. He recalls that he once defeated it in the finals of a league to obtain the Ether and clinch the victory. Because he discovered it mid-match, he was able to use it even though it is otherwise banned. He equips his arcane weapon, transmutation, and smirks, guessing the same rule applies this time, too. He moves toward the cube and begins to strike it, managing to take out a piece. Suddenly, he loses his balance but manages to hold on and hit the ground. He thinks he got one. A monster-type keeper would be difficult to defeat with his current stats, but since the cube is a machine engineered to guard ancient relics, he believes it can be dealt with as long as the attack pattern is known. Then the cube boxes transform into two hands and begin to crash together. He retreats, thinking it was pretty close even though he knew it was coming. He smirks and says he didn't miss his chance. As the cubes start cracking and crumbling into pieces, he thinks that just before dodging the attack, he had thrown the broken fragment into its hands. No matter how sturdy the cube is, since it was a piece of its own body that is just as strong, it was only natural that it would break. He holds a piece, thinking again that it was only natural for it to break. He then moves forward, saying it is time to get the Ether. He finds the treasure there, which glimmers with shine. He opens it and says it has been a while since he last saw the Ether, even if it is not the real deal. All is going according to plan. He then begins to equip it on his weapon. The system informs him that he may use his mana to conjure a replica of the Ether. He wonders if it is what he thinks it is. It is considered defeating the Keeper of the Feet, granting him another skill. He then grabs the arcane weapon, the transmutation gun, and says it's time to try this out. After using it, he happily thinks that he might be able to use his gun earlier than expected with this. The reason he could use guns in his past life was because of his extremely vast mana reserve, which allowed him to spray bullets made of mana. He has not activated his full bloom yet, so he doesn't have as much mana as he used to. However, he thinks he might just be able to pull it off with the Ether. Seeing the bullet marks on the wall, he notes that it's good enough for suppressive fire, though it will be tough to land his shots with this, but he can work with that. The judges observe him. Ara remarks that he's using guns again. Minseok asks if that's how he's planning to use the ether. But then he pauses, questioning how Changhyun managed to dodge the laser blast. Suhyok adds that he wants to know that too, noting that the cube isn't a living entity, so it likely moves in a pattern, but wonders what the chances are that Changhyun knows it. Ara says it's not possible even for pro hunters like them, so there's no way a contestant would know it. She speculates that it's more likely he has a skill, like clairvoyance, that can predict an opponent's moves. Then she wonders, setting that aside, how he even thought to defeat the cube using the broken piece. Minseok responds that therein lies the issue. It's the eccentric ones, those who can truly excel with the right guidance, who harbor true potential. Meanwhile, player Hang Yul-yun defeats another player and eliminates them. He checks the rankings and sees that he is on top with the highest kill rate, thinking things are looking good. Everything is unfolding just as predicted by the Team 1 members of Seoul Private Academy. With 60 eliminations, he assumes the round should be ending soon. As he moves forward, he thinks there doesn't seem to be anyone who could best him in a one-on-one fight. Then, he hears gunfire. Changhyun returns to the Land of Souls and wonders if he took too long. He notices that 60 players have already been eliminated. He checks the rankings and thinks he might barely secure first place if he eliminates the remaining contestants. But he knows there is no way to find all of them. He thinks he would be happy even placing 5th and decides to go for as many eliminations as possible. Then he notices a player hiding in the bushes and wonders if it's Jisoo. Meanwhile, Jisoo is secretly targeting a passing player. He ambushes the player with a monogravity attack and eliminates him. Changhyun approaches and taps him on the shoulder, asking how he has been. Jisoo looks scared upon seeing him and falls to the ground. Changhyun says he has a little problem and was hoping Jisoo could help. Jisoo springs and asks if he's kidding. Changhyun slides closer and says he came to ask for help, and asks if Jisoo isn't being a little rude. Jisoo gathers mana and throws Changhyun away. Changhyun stands and thinks that if he can make Jisoo use that skill over a wide area, but with reduced power, he could swoop in and take all the kills. He notes that Jisoo doesn't seem willing to help. He then leaps toward him, thinking he can change his mind, and starts punching him. After taking many blows, Jisoo stops him and asks what he wants. Changhyun says they should work together. Jisoo glares at him and says he is not going to do anything with him. Changhyun equips his pistol and shoots at Jisoo's leg, but Jisoo dodges by moving his leg aside. Changhyun puts the gun to Jisoo's head and says he will have to eliminate him unless he helps and stays alive. Jisoo, scared, asks what he wants him to do. Meanwhile, 2 players are fighting nearby, but a sudden monogravity attack hits them, and both are eliminated. Changhyun fires his gun into the air, cheering over the double kill. As they are eliminating players, someone spies on them and throws a sword from behind. But they suddenly notice it, and Jisoo uses his gravity to stop the sword midair. Changhyun says it seems like the gun was a bit too loud, and they've attracted a lot of guests. Then, Hang Yul comes out with 3 other players. Meanwhile, since the Hunters League is a team sport, not every player is naturally built for offense. Despite Jisoo ranking 3rd with 8 eliminations, gravity is most effective as a support skill on the battlefield. Suhyok says Jisoo was doing quite well until Changhyun put an end to his streak. Ara says she doesn't think so. He would have taken the shot already if he wanted to eliminate him. It looks like they're talking about something. She wonders if he's thinking of using Jisoo as a supporter. Minseok says perhaps, but questions how Changhyun found the right person for the task, since it doesn't look like they've met before. He wonders if Changhyun has a skill that can determine others' abilities, then tells himself he might be overthinking it. Suhyok says he thinks they would make a great duo. Jisoo could pin enemies with gravity while Changhyun finishes them off with his ether gun. It sounds great on paper. Minseok smiles and says he wouldn't be so sure about that. Their opponent doesn't look like someone who will be defeated so easily. Changhyun thinks about what the simplest method to gain the upper hand in combat is to outnumber the opponent. He has Jisoo on his side, who can use gravity skills, but since Jisoo is only a support, no matter how hard they try, they continuously fail to win against them. He smiles, thinking that this is probably what they are assuming. Hang Yul throws a sword at him again. He leaps up into the air and dodges it. saying he hasn't felt like this in a long time, and that it must be the first time for Hangyul. Hangyul equips his sword and says he doesn't know what Changhyun has done, but he has gotten his hands on quite an unusual weapon, which is why he plans to take him down. He throws the sword again, saying no hard feelings. Changhyun shoots at the sword, thinking it is good. In his previous life, Hangyul was able to control multiple swords with sword telekinesis, but right now he cannot. As he keeps shooting at him, he thinks it will be tough for Hangyul to defend himself from a volley of bullets. Hangyul immediately takes cover behind a tree. Changhyun says he can't say he has seen him use such a strategy before. Then a player begins to attack him with a sword, which he barely dodges, and he is about to shoot him, saying that the opponent, on the other hand, has a lot to learn. If someone comes that close to an opponent with a gun, there is no way the shot will miss. Then, Hangyul's sword comes at him again. He's running, using his all-seeing eye, and detects the hiding player, thinking he'll take out the rest while Hangyul is on the defensive. He leaps up, starts shooting at the hiding player, and eliminates them. Now it's 7 kills, and the only one left is Hangyul. Hangyul then appears and equips his sword. Changhyun starts firing his guns, and Hangyul dodges each shot with his blade. Changhyun wonders at his ability to deflect every shot. It's remarkable, even considering that his bullets are slow due to his low mana reserve, but he believes he's still better. Meanwhile, Hangyul continues blocking each shot precisely. Then, a bullet deflects off Hangyul's sword and comes at him from the side. Changhyun sees it through his all-seeing eye and says he has got him. Later, the announcement presents the last 20 survivors. With that, the survival game comes to a close. Changhyun stands in the arena, thinking it's just his luck that he has him there. Ara then congratulates everyone, saying each of them has earned the right to reward themselves as real hunters. Considering that hunters represent only a tiny fraction of awakeners, that is truly remarkable. Minseok speaks next, asking what the fundamental purpose of a hunter is. Some might say it's to win matches. However, the organization desires individuals akin to the first generation of hunters, those who protected mankind and always braved the front lines, venturing into dungeons. He believes the survival game has shown them a glimpse of what it truly means to be a hunter. He adds that the details of their next mission will be revealed in the same spot next week. He's sure they have recognized their shortcomings from today's survival game, so they are advised to use the coming week to polish themselves. They are free to use the training facility in the residence as much as they like, and he strongly recommends visiting it at least once, and wishes all of them the best of luck. Seeing the ranking list, Changhyun wonders if he really only came in 5th. Dojun then grabs him and says he heard Changhyun came in 5th. Changhyun asks if Dojun made it too. Dojun replies that he did, and asks if Changhyun really used a gun, saying that everyone is talking about him and wondering how he even managed to get his hands on one, and how he got them to shoot. Then, someone calls Changhyun and tells him to get ready for his interview. Later in the interview, the host asks Changhyun why he decided to join Hunters of the Next Generation. Changhyun replies that he thought there was no better candidate than himself. The host says he almost forgot to congratulate him first and congratulates him on his qualification, then asks him to share his thoughts on the first stage. Changhyun says it could have gone better, but he passed, as he should. The host says he must have faced many other contestants in the match and asks if anyone stood out to him as a worthy adversary. Changhyun says no one stood out. He worries a little about Hangyul, but says he wouldn't go as far as to declare him his rival. The host asks how it is that he only came in 5th place then. Changhyun says it's not fun if he dominates the show from the start. The recorder and host wonder what kind of kid he is. Later, while eating, Dojun seems exhausted, and Changhyun asks what's wrong. Dojun says the interview was a pain and that answering their questions was exhausting. Changhyun asks what they asked him. Dojun says they kept trying to compare him with Jisoo, and that it made him feel uncomfortable. Changhyun thinks it's probably because Jisoo always harasses him, and Dojun cannot speak ill of his senior either, though Changhyun knows he can't say the same about his own past. Dojun says he told them that his rival is not Jisoo but Changhyun. Changhyun thinks that's even worse, and that Dojun should have just said it was Jisoo. Dojun then asks what they asked Changhyun. Changhyun says they asked the usual questions, like who he thought was going to win. Dojun asks what he answered. Changhyun says, of course, himself. Dojun says he thinks he mentioned either Hangyul or Hyaju, and that while Changhyun is good, those two are on another level. even among the members of the Academy's Team 1. He asks if Changhyun has seen them, saying they're like the aces of the team and could probably play in the professional leagues. He says Changhyun would think the same if he had seen them in action at the Academy. Changhyun seems disappointed and asks if that's how Dajun has been thinking all this time, if he thinks they are on a different level than him. He then grabs his plate and says that if Dajun holds on to that kind of mindset, he will never accomplish anything, so he had better snap out of it. He tells him he is going to go practice first and to take his time. While leaving, he thinks that maybe he was too harsh on the kid, but it needed to be said. He believes talent is more or less the same across the board, except for a very select few. He thinks those who excel above all others are the ones who have their eyes fixed firmly on the summit, and that it's unhelpful to believe one is less capable than others, especially at Dajun's age. Then a player calls him and says his name is Han Jin. He says he heard he fought Hangyul in the first round and asks how it was, whether he found him tough, and adds that he used to spar with Hangyul all the time at the academy but never managed to beat him even once, then asks for his name. Changhyun hesitantly introduces himself and asks what he wants. Han Jin says Hangyul was seething after the survival game ended. Hangyul tells Han not to say anything unnecessary, grabs him by the shirt, drags him away, and apologizes to Changhyun on his behalf. Changhyun seems confused, rubs his head, and thinks he has no idea what just happened. He hears that both of them are from the academy and that they look like they get along well. He then checks their stats through his all-seeing eyes and thinks that because his full bloom is not activated, some of their stats surpass his by 50%, and even double in some cases. He thinks he managed to gain the upper hand in the survival game thanks to the Etha, but the next round might not be so easy. Meanwhile, the competition begins airing on television. The announcer says Hunters of the Next Generation, the dream stage for aspiring professional hunters, begins now. At the application screening, Judge Suhyuk says this is the boy from Seoul Private Academy. Ara says he's the cream of the crop in this batch. In his interview, Hangyul says that becoming a hunter has always been his dream since childhood. However, it has not been easy for him. He failed the entrance exam to Seoul Private Academy twice. Nonetheless, he did not give up and turned his failures into learning opportunities. He says he realized that hard work always pays off and that he also learned how to assess and improve himself. That is why he firmly believes that resistance and an unshakable resolve are the keys to overcoming these challenges. Changhyun approaches Dajun, who is watching Hangyul's interview, and asks if it has already begun. Dajun says yes and adds that he didn't think the show would start airing so soon. But technology has really advanced these days. It hasn't even been that long since the survival game ended. Changhyun asks how the reviews are. Dajun says they seem pretty good. A lot of people are saying Hangyul's responses are too stiff and boring, but they appreciate his modesty. Then the host says that, on the other hand, another contestant opted for less traditional responses. Changhyun says it's him. Changhyun switches off the interview and says that it is enough, and they should get back to practice. Dajun replies that they haven't even gotten to the survival game part yet. Changhyun tells him to watch the rerun later. Dajun then asks why he is only training his legs. Changhyun asks what he thinks his role is, and Dajun guesses that he is a ranged fighter. Changhyun then asks what he thinks is the most important trait for a ranged fighter. Dajun answers high damage output, and Changhyun adds mobility. He explains that from the survival game, it can be seen that Hangyul and the other elite melee fighters possess either exceptional mobility or a ranged attack option, which poses a threat to ranged fighters. That, he says, is why his mobility needs to be similar to, if not better than, a melee fighter. Dajun says that it is a fascinating take. Then an old man, Juntaek Lee, interrupts and says that contrary to Changhyun's statement, there are no real strategies that focus on taking down the enemy's ranged fighter in the Korean Hunters League, and asks for his thoughts on that. Changhyun wonders who he is, thinking he must not be an ordinary geezer since he has access to this facility. Changhyun says that while that has been true so far, if one looks at how teams play against Britain's Ek or France's Ald, it becomes clear that they always prioritize their ranged fighters first. In other words, he says, it depends entirely on the ranged fighter one is up against, and that is more than enough reason for him to work on his legs. The old man then says that Changhyun is claiming his skill as a ranged fighter will make him a priority target for enemy melee fighters. He laughs and says that it is bold and very interesting. but also notes that overconfidence is among the primary reasons for failure. He turns back and says to take it as a system based on his years of experience, and that he will keep an eye on him. Dojin asks what that was about and who he was. Chang Hyun says that he doesn't know, but the man said he would keep an eye on him, so he guesses he will just prove himself to him. In the office of the chairman of the Hunter Association, Juntaek Lee, his manager asks if something is troubling him. Juntaek responds by asking what he thinks is the most important trait for a ranged fighter. The manager says it might be whether they have a support skill as well as fighting power. Juntaek says that is wrong. The manager suggests maybe accuracy. Juntaek says that while there are many important factors for a ranged fighter, even the strongest firepower is useless with poor accuracy. Then he stops him and tells him to forget it. He recalls a past conversation with his friend, in which he asks why he always sees him training his legs and whether he is not going to work on his mana. His friend replies that the most important trait for a ranged fighter is the legs. He explains that monsters always go for the ranged fighters first because they know they are weak in close combat, and they always have to be on the move after firing their shots. Juntaek angrily says that it is. His friend asks what he means by that, and adds that when a ranged fighter's position is exposed, it is certain death for them, and that Juntaek does not get it because he is a melee fighter. Juntaek thinks about Chang Hyun, acknowledging that he is right, ranged fighters do need mobility. He believes this applies to the Hunters League as well. Of course, it does not reflect the current state of Korea's Hunters League, since most of their best hunters have died. But in high-level leagues, especially the World Leagues, the principle holds true. Chang Hyun has not even joined the Hunters League yet, but he is already thinking about the international stage. Juntaek wonders whether this is conceit or confidence. Meanwhile, while checking his stats, Chang Hyun wonders why his growth rate is so much faster than in his past life. He assumes it is his full-bloom skill at work. The skill, he notes, seems to have two primary features. It grants him talent, entirely new skills upon accomplishing a feat, and it significantly enhances the growth rate of his attributes. Considering that it also massively improves his attributes once activated, he believes it is truly an incredible skill. Dojin then asks him what he plans to do after the workout and whether he has anything he can recommend. Chang Hyun thinks that Dojin's physique is already well developed from his academy training, so he does not really need to train the same way. He responds that he does not know him well enough to suggest something. Dojin then proposes a spar. They both stand in the stadium, facing each other with swords in hand. Dojin asks if Chang Hyun knows how to use a sword, too. Chang Hyun replies somewhat. Dojin thinks that he would not have a chance if Chang Hyun used a gun, but in a sword fight, he won't lose. Then they both rush toward each other, clashing their swords. Dojin blocks each of Chang Hyun's attacks with his sword, but he slips back from the force and wonders what is going on. It's just an ordinary sword, so if there is any reason for him struggling this much. As Chang Hyun uses his arcane weapon, transmutation, he wonders if this is the difference in their level of talent. Chang Hyun was ready to attack Dojin with his arcane weapon, whereas Dojin blocked it. It surprised him that Chang Hyun could reach out to him, while he couldn't do the same in return. Suddenly, Chang Hyun raised a big glowing sword above his head, ready to attack. Dojin wondered how he was supposed to beat that. The story continues with Dojin, on his hands and knees, head bowed before Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun asked him about his supposed rival. Now, Dojin got it because he was just better than him. Chang Hyun assured Dojin that he had not been using his full strength. Dojin sensed that Chang Hyun was being completely serious. He wondered why he was weaker than Chang Hyun and if he just didn't have enough talent. Immediately, blue rays flickered on Chang Hyun's hand. Chang Hyun pointed his sword at Dojin and told him he had picked the wrong person to mess with. He said to Dojin that it was the sword he used, and Dojin told him to look at his strengths. He stated that he had taken advantage of the element of surprise due to his speed burst skill, and his split-second decision-making was effective. Dojin asked Chang Hyun how he could use those skills with a longsword. Chang Hyun asked Dojin what would happen if he used a sword made for quick, light stabs instead of a rapier. But he didn't even know what a rapier was. Chang Hyun raised his sword and began explaining what a rapier was. He pointed his sword forward and told him to use it in conjunction with his speed burst to stab enemies quickly and defeat them. Dojin motivated himself to see if he could do it. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun and Dojin emerging from the room. Chang Hyun asked about his mindset, and Dojin said he might have an idea. Suddenly, a voice echoed in their ears, mocking Dojin by saying he thought too highly of himself after sparring with someone at the bottom of the academy ranks. It was revealed that he was Jin-Seung Kim, who was a participant in the survival game. Chang Hyun wondered if he was watching the whole time. Jin-Seung must not like Chang Hyun to provoke him out of nowhere like that. Chang Hyun was not the type of person to ignore such things, and he asked Jin-Seung if he could even beat a bottom dweller. Jin-Seung got angry and asked what he said, and Chang Hyun told him he had heard it clearly and asked what was wrong. Chang Hyun asked if they could fight and teased him for being scared. Afterward, Jin-Seung agreed to the fight. At the same time, Chang Hyun thought that Jin-Seung was the guy who came fifth with him in the survival game. His skill and stats were pretty good. Chang Hyun compared himself to Jin-Seung, thinking his stats were almost nothing in comparison because he knew he would definitely lose if it came down to pure strength alone. He claimed that he didn't even need his guns to beat someone like Jin-Seung. After that, both of them stood face to face. Jin-Seung was one of the stronger rookies and muttered to himself that his tricks were useless since he already knew about them. Jin-Seung asked if he should start the first attack. Chang Hyun smiled and agreed, but he knew he could lose. But Chang Hyun didn't mean he gave up and swung his sword at him. Unfortunately, Jin-Seung easily dodged the attack and jumped back to defend himself. Rapidly, he threw his knives at him. However, Chang Hyun blocked it by using his sword for protection. He believed Jin-Seung was a mid-range fighter and planned to apply continuous pressure so Jin-Seung could not fight back. Jin-Seung smirked at his self-defense action. Subsequently, he attacked him from behind by throwing his knives. Chang Hyun would not be able to dodge it in time. He successfully dodged it smartly, and the knives passed out beside him. He felt lucky to get the ether at full power, otherwise, he would have lost. Jin-Seung looked like he would keep throwing knives from a distance, so he thought about taking him out. On the other side, Jin-Seung used his telekinesis technique to throw the knives. He asked how Chang Hyun blocked it, and it looked like Chang Hyun had gotten an ace up his sleeve. The knife clone appeared in Chang Hyun's hand. He threw it confidently at him, and the other smirked, thinking it was nothing to worry about, just a single knife from Chang Hyun. He felt that he could easily stop with telekinesis. As the knife came near to him, he extended his fist to it. On the other hand, Chang Hyun was analyzing with all-seeing eyes, and was also aware of Jin-Seung's actions. Suddenly, he prepared his 3 knives for his strikes. He threw it toward him, thinking that the first knife was only a setup for the real attack with the rest of the knives. Jin-Seung was shocked by his attack, but he stopped 4 knives with telekinesis. However, he should not be able to use that skill on multiple targets at once in such a short time frame. It meant that the final knife was one that he could not completely stop. It was bound to stab him while he was focused on the rest. Jin-Seung closed his eyes because the sharp blade was pointed near his forehead. The sharp blade hit him, and the judge declared that Chang Hyun Lee won that fight. On the other hand, Min-seok Lee looked at him on the LCD screen. Someone's voice echoed in his ear, who wondered if that was his predicted winner for that batch. It was revealed that Baem-seok stood before Min-seok Lee, and the judge asked about his opinion. However, Baem-seok was busy analyzing with his eyes. He analyzed that Chang Hyun's strategic awareness was good, and it was brilliant of him to hide the 3 knives. His statistics were not that high, but Min-seok Lee already knew about him. Baem-seok asked him about Chang Hyun and inquired about his skills. Baem-seok added that there was no way Chang Hyun could have pulled off that strategy if he did not already know of his opponent's telekinesis. He guessed Chang Hyun had something like the Eye of Analysis as compared to the first-generation hunter, Seung Uk Kim. The Eye of Analysis was a beneficial and rare skill known to have been possessed by only 2 individuals. Baem-seok asked the judge if Chang Hyun was getting too much credit just for guessing his opponent's move, but the judge said people might be underestimating him. He revealed that Chang Hyun was aware of the location of the hidden dungeon during the survival game. Chang Hyun had only targeted the clone's integrated circuits on the preliminary ground. Min-seok Lee believed that if Chang Hyun debuted in the Division 1 League, people would say he was the reincarnation of the legend himself, Seung Uk Kim. He asked Baem-seok if he didn't want him, and Baem-seok said he did. Baem-seok's eye for analysis could see people's stats, but not their skills. But now, Chang Hyun was aware of his opponent's telekinesis and devised a strategy to counter it and win the fight. Afterward, he asked the judge if his team was already decided, but the judge smirked and said that teams sponsored by the show get first pick, so it was a shame he liked Chang Hyun. But Baeum Seok gritted his teeth fiercely because he needed to find a way to recruit Chang Hyun. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun, who thought that he had not gotten it. He had no idea what full bloom was recognized as a feat, but he was not in a rush to figure it out. On the other hand, Dajun practiced with his sword and felt excited, saying that he might now be able to beat Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun told him not to be silly, and he said he had improved a lot. Dajun was happy, saying that his swordplay had never been sharper. Dajun had gotten much stronger after following his advice, but he still didn't stand a chance against him. Consequently, both of them were walking. The scene shifted to the classroom, where all the contestants were seated in their chairs. Someone entered the classroom. Chang Hyun wondered why the staff had been called here. He was curious to see if they would be taught something. The three judges entered the classroom. Ara Cho's voice rang out, calling all the contestants to attention. She asked them about how their week-long break had been. Dajun nodded, agreeing with Ara Cho that the break had been helpful for some of them. For others, however, it might not be so simple. She figured all the contestants still had a lot more to learn in that case. She told them they all had talent and potential, but they still had a long way to go before reaching pro hunter level. That was why the judge assembled a team of mentors for all the contestants. Someone stepped on the stage. Min Seok Lee stated that the three individuals had competed in Division 1 and would now serve as teachers and evaluators for all the contestants. The mentors would train them for specific roles and judge their performance in a 3 versus 3 Min Hunters League format. On the other hand, Chang Hyun stayed tuned. He wondered about mana manipulation, thinking that it was enough to pressure all 20 of them here. At that moment, the mentor, Seongjin Lee, said he would train melee fighters and warned he had no patience for those who showed no resilience or were willfully ignorant. He had no patience for arrogant punks. He said to everyone to stay humble and take their lessons seriously. However, Ara Cho declared that after evaluating their performances during the preliminary round, the survival game, and the intervening week, she informed everyone that they had determined the roles for all contestants and ordered them to proceed to their assigned roles once called out. She called Chang Hyun, and he stood up and said yes. She assigned him to melee. Chang Hyun's eyes remained wide. He was amazed to hear her. The scene transitioned to the 4-dimensional arena where all the contestants were roaming. Chang Hyun, who was also presenting here, wondered if he had been assigned to melee. He thought that Hang Yul-yun, Haiju Yu, and Dajun were among the most promising people in that group. After that, Seongjin Lee firmly told the melee fighters to forget everything they had learned. He said he didn't care which academy they came from because all of them were weaker than Division 3 hunters. He told them to observe in a Hunters League match and explained that all hunters use skills or gear to move around, such as mana-powered tools like the air anchor and air bit. While all the hunters were tussling with each other on the ground, even Division 3 players were adept at aerial combat. Chang Hyun thought that those mana-activated gadgets allowed hunters to engage in more dynamic and flashy battles. Seongjin Lee promised to teach them to use the air anchor and the air bit, further saying that he had no use for any melee hunters that could not use them. He announced that it was time to begin. Chang Hyun thought that they were definitely quite tricky to use the first time. He used to be able to use them as if they were an extension of his body. He wanted to see if he had muscle memory. Chang Hyun rolled his eyes to the left side. He noticed Seongjin Lee harshly shouting at the other participants who lay on the ground, telling them they were supposed to be the rising stars of Korea's Hunters League. Seongjin Lee pointed at the other fighter, saying that Division 3 was called the burial ground for rookies for a reason. It was the perfect trap for clueless fools like him. Chang Hyun turned his face back and watched Seongjin Lee, thinking he was so loud it was hard to concentrate. He saw Dajun, who walked in the air, trying to keep his balance, and it seemed like Dajun was having a hard time as well. Chang Hyun thought it made sense since all of the contestants, including him, had not been given any instructions. He called out, surprisingly, to Dajun and asked him how he could do it. Dajun glanced at him, looking confused. He jumped leisurely onto the ground. He asked Chang Hyun if he would practice, but Chang Hyun told him to focus on himself and asked if he could improve like that. Dajun asked him what he wanted him to do. Afterward, Chang Hyun told him to adjust the rope's length and keep his mana steady, otherwise the constant shifting was messing up his balance. Dajun acknowledged the instruction and advised concentrating on the center of mass as well. Chang Hyun told him to use his core as his balance point while in the air. He shot out the mana hook on the wall and gripped it. Suddenly, he spun through the air, pulled by the mana rope, while Dojin watched from below. He jumped down leisurely. Therefore, he explained to Dojin that it's easier to move or break a fall that way and to keep his mana flow constant first. Dojin told him to should use his core as his center of mass and maintain a constant mana flow. Subsequently, he shot out the mana hook and hung it on the wall. He spun through the air, pulled by the mana rope. Right after, he jumped onto the ground. Right after that, he looked at Changhyun and smiled, asking if he had seen that. There was a look of joy on Dojin's face because it was the first time he had done that stunt. At the same time, Seongjin Lee shouted, asking if they had come here to chat and have fun. He asked Changhyun about his name. Changhyun revealed his identity and wondered if Seongjin Lee was trying to discipline them. Seongjin Lee guessed that Changhyun was just standing around doing nothing because he was confident in his ability. Changhyun thought that he could back off here. He was curious about how they would test them with the air anchor and air bit. If his past life counted, he was Seongjin Lee's senior as well, and it was a senior's duty to school his juniors. After that, Seongjin Lee informed them that he had given them enough time and then instructed them to prepare for the tests. The scene moved to Min-seok Lee inspecting the player names, who glanced at Changhyun's name on the list. Aracho asked for the others' opinions about Changhyun Lee. Min-seok Lee assumed Changhyun had been assigned to the ranged group and asked her if she had made a mistake. Aracho was fine with it because Changhyun could use melee weapons, but his big ego made her put him in Seongjin's melee group. Min-seok Lee happily asked if she was trying to scare a rookie by making him face a Division 1 hunter. Besides, since education was one of the key goals of that program, he believed it was fine. It was absolutely necessary to give a reality check to overconfident rookies. The scene transitioned to the air anchor, where Seongjin announced to all participants that their task was to retrieve it from above. He told all of them to complete the test. He hoped that Changhyun, who felt confident enough to laze about, would prove himself. Because if not, he did not deserve to become a hunter. On the other hand, Changhyun wondered if they would try to eliminate him on that test. Afterward, he asked Seongjin Lee what he would do if he were to succeed. Seongjin Lee revealed that he would give him absolute freedom to do as he pleased in his lessons. He thought that Changhyun did not complete the test, which was impossible. Subsequently, the air anchor sat 100 meters above ground. An impossible height for someone using the air anchor for the first time. Even intermediate users could not reach that high. At the same time, two contestants were hanging from glowing ropes and struggling upward on the air anchor, while Seongjin watched from below. But Seongjin Lee felt something had happened. He saw Hangyul, who confidently jumped onto the wall using his telekinesis skill. Seongjin Lee thought about Hangyul. It was a shame that he wasn't using the air anchor, but he might still climb 100 meters. Afterward, he rolled his eyes on the left side and was surprised. He saw Changhyun spinning through the air and stepping into the air. Changhyun jumped to the other wall with confidence, without any fear. The mentor was stunned because he was not afraid of falling. Changhyun walked in the air confidently, trying to keep his balance. Seongjin Lee was amazed because Changhyun used his air bit. Soon after, he spun through the air. Seongjin Lee commented that Changhyun was about to fall. The story continues from the mana hook, where Changhyun hangs it from the wall. He gripped the glowing rope. Afterward, he pulled it down with force and began to run. He stepped firmly onto the wall. Changhyun kept rushing along it. He was about to grab the air anchor. A moment later, he secured it. Seongjin Lee was surprised to see his victory. He could not believe how Changhyun had succeeded because it was his first time using those gadgets, which was impossible. The scene moved to Seongjin Lee, who stood before all the contestants in the classroom. Seongjin Lee explained that there were two primary positions in Melee's roles. The first was initiators, whose role was to kick off the battle and clinch opponents. On the other hand, Changhyun yawned, looking bored, while Seongjin Lee explained that they had special skills to support allies in close combat or immobilize enemies. The other position was melee fighters, which he was sure they were all familiar with. Seongjin Lee said that it was the melee fighter's job to enter the battle once the initiator had kicked off the fight, focusing on key commanders. There were many more positions if they had gone into the specifics, but that was what they needed to know for now. Changhyun thought that he had been in that game for years, which was a walk in the park for him. He noticed the letter that had gotten into his pocket. As Changhyun opened the letter, He read an invitation someone wished to meet him after class, during break, at 7, behind the training center in the quiet backyard, promising to show him something interesting. Chang Hyun wondered who had sent the letter and what they wanted from him, so he decided to go and find out. The scene shifted to the forest. Chang Hyun thought that there was nothing here. Chang Hyun wondered if it was just someone's prank. He felt something looked off here. Chang Hyun looked at a square shape drawn on the ground. While looking, the square shape opened, and the stairs appeared. Chang Hyun was descending the stairs and wondered if it was a secret area. His eyes stayed wide as he stared at the shadowy figure. It was revealed that the shadowy figure was none other than Juntaek Lee, the chairman of the Hunter Association. Juntaek Lee felt happy because Chang Hyun was present there. Juntaek Lee praised him for finding that way, but Chang Hyun said the letter was useless and asked how anyone could see the place with just 7 o'clock at the training center. Chang Hyun wished the chairman to told even a single reason for calling him. Juntaek Lee said he'd watched every scene of him in the show. Well, he said that, though only one episode had aired so far. Juntaek Lee muttered that it was not all that he saw of Chang Hyun. He saw Chang Hyun in training, where he demonstrated incredible mobility and observational skills, as Chang Hyun had captured his interest. Juntaek Lee said he had tried to guess who would win the show. Chang Hyun asked him if he thought that would be him. Juntaek Lee said yes because he believed Chang Hyun would climb to the Division 1 league and perhaps even higher. Chang Hyun asked what Juntaek Lee wanted to show him, saying he had mentioned something interesting. Juntaek Lee nodded, agreeing that he had said that. He raised his hand and analyzed something. The door opened with his hand. As the door opened, there were collections of tier weapons and specialized mana equipment. Chang Hyun asked him why he was showing these to him. Juntaek Lee asked him if he wanted these collections. At the same time, Chang Hyun thought that he wanted these weapons obviously because he had used them in his past life. Caliburn was an incredible sword that Chang Hyun got to use in an exhibition match as a prize. It felt terrific to wield. It was pretty extraordinary when it turned into a gun as well. Juntaek Lee asked for permission to borrow one of these weapons if he liked. Chang Hyun realized that if he knew the price of these weapons, they'd be worth much more than the one he'd get from the famous Mora's workshop. Chang Hyun smiled, saying that they had just weapons at the end of the day. He told Juntaek Lee to stop beating around the bush now and asked him what he wanted from him. Juntaek Lee nodded lightly. He thought people tended to butter him up once they learned he was a first-generation hunter and the chairman of the Hunter Association. But Chang Hyun was trying to get ahead of Juntaek Lee. Now, that was something he didn't see every day. He told Chang Hyun to join the Hunter Association not as staff, but as a hunter, adding that if Chang Hyun did, he would let him borrow any of the weapons here. Chang Hyun asked what he'd gain from it, and Juntaek Lee asked if he didn't know what it meant to join the Hunter Association. Chang Hyun said he knew what it meant to join the Hunter Association, but didn't see how it was worth it for him. If that were all they had to offer, he'd take his leave, adding that the following program was starting soon. As Chang Hyun was leaving, Juntaek Lee told him he might be overestimating himself and asked if he knew how many young talents had shone in Division 2 and 3 but never made it past that. But Chang Hyun refused, saying he wasn't interested in learning. He said the only thing that mattered to him was whether he could do it or not. He appreciated Juntaek Lee for showing him those things. After saying that, he left and climbed the stairs to get away from the place. Juntaek Lee was surprised. The scene moved to Dojun, who stood in front of Chang Hyun and asked where he'd been, saying he was worried he wouldn't make it back in time. Chang Hyun assured him he wasn't irresponsible, but Dojun said he always made him nervous, especially with incidents like the one involving mentor Seongjin. Chang Hyun told him that they would not disqualify them for being late, and the show must go on, after all. Dojun asked him about where he had gone, and Chang Hyun told him that he had gone to an older man who wanted to see him. Chang Hyun decided to take Juntaek Lee's offer, but Chang Hyun would manage just fine without those weapons, given his extensive experience from his past life. He would receive a custom-made weapon from the Mora's workshop when he won the show anyway. He was going to wait until he was worth more before he played his hand. And if things did not work out, Chang Hyun could make his team. The story continues with Ara Cho announcing that it was time for the contestants to apply what they had learned in 3 versus 3 battles set in the aerial urban combat zone. Winning teams would move on, while losing teams would be disqualified. She added that the winners would get a special reward, a mana flow stone, to raise the stakes. Chang Hyun felt excited when he heard about the mana flow stone. It boosted both the amount and strength of mana, exactly what he needed to use Etha and new skills. Chang Hyun had to win that round. Min Seok Lee said this round marked the start of the real qualifiers, which would be broadcast live, and they were already on air. Ara Cho said their class results would decide the team draft order. The top scorer would pick their team first. Min Seok Lee said they'd meet again once the 3 versus 3 battles began and told them to head to the waiting room to choose their teams. Subsequently, a bright light flashed across the screen. 3 judges sat behind a desk as cameras rolled while others walked away. Ara Cho was thinking with a serious look. She thought Chang Hyun did well in the survival game, but was too cocky. He was skilled but showed no empathy for others. That could be a problem for Chang Hyun in a team setting. At that moment, Min Seok Lee asked her if she'd been thinking about Chang Hyun. Ara Cho asked him to talk about the team round in the aerial urban combat zone, even though 20 participants were still left. She asked him to share his preference, saying to him that his usual style focused on individual skill, and they weren't ready for team battles yet. She firmly demanded that Chang Hyun be eliminated in that contest. She thought that no matter how skilled Min Seok Lee was with the air anchor or air bit, being alone made him an easy target. The vast arena also demands that contestants traverse long distances quickly, putting Chang Hyun at a disadvantage because of his low stats. Min Seok Lee nodded, saying it had been a while since she focused on a contestant. Ara Cho said she believed Chang Hyun had great talent, but what he needed now wasn't a win. At the same time, Judge Soo-hyuk Min agreed, saying overconfidence in new hunters was dangerous. Even Division 1 players could lose with a single careless moment in the leagues. Min Seok Lee believed that in the Hunters League, confidence that brought victory and arrogance that caused failure were 2 sides of the same coin. He laughed and told them to watch how Chang Hyun handled the stage they had both designed. The scene transitioned to a large room with white sofas. A few people were sitting and murmuring. Subsequently, Chang Hyun screamed, asking if he was the number 1. The guy in front of him nodded and said that since he had the highest overall scores, he would pick his 2 teammates first. Chang Hyun understood it and smirked. The scene shifted to Jin Seung and Jisoo standing together. Afterward, Chang Hyun felt excited and told them both to try their best. But Jin Seung shouted, asking why Chang Hyun chose him and if he was messing with him. Chang Hyun thought that Jin Seung looked like the prideful type. He guessed that he had not come to terms with the fact. He lost to Chang Hyun. Jisoo would behave since he had already established his dominance over him. He thought Jisoo was just a kid, and he knew how to handle him, and he told them he planned to take the top spot in that round. He pointed at them, saying he believed in their ability. Both of them looked confused to see them. Chang Hyun thought about how far he was willing to go to win. Jin Seung asked about the plan, and Chang Hyun said he wouldn't have chosen them if he didn't have one. But Jin Seung had to follow his lead. They were standing closely together in a huddle-like position. They were having a serious or private conversation. Consequently, Jin Seung screamed, saying to Chang Hyun that he was kidding him. Chang Hyun thought that he couldn't explain to Jin Seung that he came from the future. After that, he grabbed his shoulder and told him to follow his lead and not mess up. He told him to screw up, adding that they would only end up helping their opponents. Soon after, Jin Seung agreed to his plan. Chang Hyun commanded them to kick off the 3 versus 3 Mini Hunters League match. The arena was an aerial urban combat zone. Touching the ground or getting incapacitated meant instant elimination. Contestants who failed the mission would be eliminated from the show. Chang Hyun was summoned to a futuristic city, surrounded by beams of light. He teleported onto a rooftop of the building. He smirked and decided to get started. He was on the skyscraper at roughly 7 o'clock from the center. It did not appear that anyone else was in the building with Chang Hyun. He contacted the other teammates, asking where they were. They told him that they were in the southeast part of the arena 3 o'clock from the center, between the edge and middle, and Chang Hyun said they'd follow the plan he explained earlier. He told them to head to the center and regroup later, but not to get spotted. If they ran into anyone, they should retreat immediately. Gun in hand, he stepped onto the wooden floor. Thinking the arena was too big to run into enemies by chance, he'd have to draw them in himself. Suddenly, someone fired an arrow at Chang Hyun. He dodged it and ran for cover. The teammates contacted him, asking if he was under attack, and Chang Hyun consoled them, saying that he was fine. He thought that whoever fired that arrow could not have grouped up with their teammates yet, so he could ignore it. He decided to head to the middle high-rise. The story continues on the roof of a tall building. where Chang Hyun approaches and speaks with his teammates. He asked if they had a clear view outside and whether they had seen him. The teammate assured him that while Chang Hyun couldn't see him, he could see Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun smirked and felt excited to start. He lifted his gun upward. He fired into the sky. He thought that it was time to wait. Someone walked through the air towards him and called out to Chang Hyun. He was Han, a participant in the survival game, and he asked if he was doing well. Chang Hyun looked at him, confused. Han asked if he was alone, saying he was lucky because he'd been waiting for this. He called Chang Hyun, his first opponent, and told him he'd informed Hangul. He smiled innocently and told him to save his breath, saying he'd heard everything through Chang Hyun's active earpiece, and added that he could play for time or try to take him out if he thought he could. He told him that he was heading his way and warned him not to rush. Chang Hyun thought that if he wasted too much time here, he would have to face 2 opponents by himself or potentially even more. Afterward, Han asked why he came alone without his teammates, saying he knew Chang Hyun ranked first in the melee mobility test and was assuring him that he was confident in one-on-one combat and had studied how to counter mana guns. Chang Hyun thought that he was too talkative because he had already wasted his time. He asked Han why he assumed he was alone, and Han replied that if he weren't, it would be just like last time when Chang Hyun and his teammates had already attacked him. So, Han rushed toward him confidently, waving his sword, and apologized, saying he was just scared and needed to ask about his fight with Hangul. He attacked Chang Hyun, but he blocked it by extending his gun, thinking that Han was so much stronger than he was. He pushed backward forcefully and decided to keep his distance. The mana rope appeared on his hand. By using it, Chang Hyun was able to hang and escape upward. Han ran towards him in the air and asked him where he was going. Chang Hyun thought that Han was doing a good job at keeping up. On the other side, Han ran towards him, barking continuously. Chang Hyun thought that Han was not stopping yapping, even while they were in the air. He spun through the air, pulled by the mana rope. Han was greatly shocked to see his stunt. Chang Hyun stood in the air at once. He triggered his gun confidently, but Han blocked it by using his sword as a protective shield. Chang Hyun ran again and thought that his attack had not worked. He knew that Han was one of the promising fighters, and he would not be able to deter him with his gun. Chang Hyun's etho was not as powerful as the real deal that he had in the survival game. His gun did not pack enough power to take Han out because of his low mana capacity. As Chang Hyun ran, someone was monitoring him from the top floor of the building. It was revealed that someone was Hangul Yun, who ordered Han to go down. On the other side, Chang Hyun contacted Jisoo from his earpiece. Jisoo stayed alert and told him something. Jinseung stood inside the building. He asked his teammates to get ready. Hangul jumped from the building and rushed towards Chang Hyun. He turned his face toward him and called out to Jisoo to take cover. At the same time, Han and Hangul froze, staying tuned. Hangul felt it was just a bluff. He threw his knives towards him. But Chang Hyun successfully dodged it, thinking that Guy used his sword telekinesis. He smirked and called out to Jisoo again. Hangul stood frozen, threatening him that he would not fool him again. He felt something at once. He immediately sensed it was a gravity attack. At the same moment, Chang Hyun spun through the air. At last, he smirked, certain that his plan had succeeded. Hangul understood and alerted all his teammates that Chang Hyun was trying to take them down with him. Consequently, all of them fell to the ground. Afterward, Jinseung raised his hand towards Chang Hyun, and a green aura was released from his hand because it was time to save him. Chang Hyun had fallen into a glowing green energy net, likely as a form of capture or protection. At the same time, Han and Hangul were falling on the ground. Consequently, the system declared that Han and Hangul hit the ground, which meant that both of them were disqualified. On the other hand, Chang Hyun shot out the mana hook and soared away, feeling slightly compressed from both sides, uncomfortable but manageable. Jinseung admitted he hadn't expected his telekinesis to work that way, but said the strategy was solid. Chang Hyun told him that there was no way they would have defeated them as easily in a direct confrontation. He planned to draw the other players in, and once they were all airborne, Jisoo would unleash his gravity attack. Jinseung would catch him with his telekinesis, but the other would fall to the ground. At the same time, Chang Hyun reminded him that the match wasn't over yet, so he needed to stay focused. The other players might have caught wind of their plan, so there was a good chance it would not go as smoothly next time. The story continues as the system reports that Hyeju Yu bled to death, and Heal Lee, Jiju Kim, and Ilti Chan died in battle from Team B, and Chang Hyun thought it was impressive that Ara Cho had taken on all of Team B alone. The system announced the survivors of Team C, calling one by one, which included Jinseung Kim, Jisoo Han, and Chang Hyun Lee. The scene moved to Hangyul and Han, who sat on the sofa and bowed their heads slightly as Haiju asked if they had fallen to their deaths while chasing Chang Hyun. She could not believe that they had never competed with him. Han said he no longer thought it was luck when Chang Hyun found the hidden artifact or beat Hangyul, as his clever strategy caught them off guard, and even if Haiju had taken Hangyul's place, the outcome wouldn't have changed, and Chang Hyun was tougher than Haiju thought. Hangyul apologized to her because he was aware of their abilities, so he should have been more cautious. He thought that if a plan failed or Chang Hyun lost a match, he would get gloomy and blame himself when really, he just needed a bit more self-confidence. As Chang Hyun stayed tuned, Jinseung called out to him. He apologized to him for being out of line. Chang Hyun remained shocked. While he left, he assured him to forget about it. Chang Hyun couldn't believe that Jinseung had actually apologized to him, and he praised him. After all, the scene transitioned to Ara Cho, who could not believe that Chang Hyun and his teammates won so easily. The two judges spoke, as Min Seok Lee admitted that Chang Hyun's team had been thoroughly outplayed and the outcome was unexpected, while Seo-hyuk Min praised Chang Hyun's talent. That test was not even designed to assess the contestants' strategic abilities. Ara Cho didn't expect that result and thought that even if Chang Hyun knew Jisoo and Jinseung's powers, it wouldn't have been easy to make a plan on the spot, especially since they weren't getting along. But she had doubts about Chang Hyun's strength. The scene shifted to the stage, where the man announced that the first round of the main qualifiers was over. Team C had taken first place, earning 3 points for survival and 2 for eliminations. He then called them to the stage to receive their prize. He added that they would be awarded a Manhwa stone. A woman took the green mini box to Chang Hyun. As Chang Hyun looked at the Manhwa stone, he thought it might help him raise the skill rank of full bloom. The man said that the Manhwa stones would boost their mana capacity, helping them grow stronger, advance into Korea's Hunters League and Division 1 League, and eventually reach the global stage. Not everyone had what it took to become a hunter. Teams that lost in the 3 versus 3 Mini Hunters League had to play in the knockout round, and those the judges found lacking would be cut from the show. That was a competition to show, so there was going to be a knockout round, and the participants were the 13 contestants who were eliminated in the first round. Chang Hyun thought about Dojun. The man gave a brief explanation of the knockout round, saying that all contestants would pair up and work together in a secure game mode for that match. He added that teams had to move together and hold the designated zone for 1 minute to secure it. Though capturing the zone wasn't the only way to win. They could also win by earning kill points from defeating other hunters, and the teams with the most points would avoid elimination. The man said that because the number of players was odd, they could pick a partner from the winners of the first round, and these partners wouldn't be eliminated, regardless. The match will commence tomorrow. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun, who stood in the supermarket. He thought it looked like those two had teamed up and figured he'd do the same if he were in their place, as teaming up with a strong partner was the easiest way to win. It seemed like Dojun had not found a partner, and he wondered if that was as far as he would get. He had a lot of potential, but he was unlikely to survive that round at his current skill level. Suddenly, Dojun felt excited and ran towards Chang Hyun. He demanded help from him, reminding him that they were from the same school because he knew he could rely on him. Chang Hyun was greatly shocked and declined. Dojun insisted, saying he had already taught him how to use the sword, so they were basically in a student-teacher relationship, and asked what kind of teacher abandons his student in a time of need. Chang Hyun turned to look at him, and Dojun gazed back with emotion, clearly needing his help. Consequently, he agreed to help him, thinking he didn't have anything better to do anyway. He wanted to see how the Manhwa stone would change his skills anyway. Chang Hyun told Dojun that he had to follow everything he said and made it clear that he wouldn't help him again after this. Afterward, Dojun felt happy, assured that he knew he could rely on him. The scene transitioned to a modern building with a striped window pattern, shown in warm light. Chang Hyun lifted the Manhwa stone from the box and decided to let it go. The system stated that while holding the Manhwa stone, Chang Hyun would slowly absorb it to boost his mana capacity, and swallowing it would upgrade his skill ranks. Chang Hyun thought that it was exactly the same as the one he had seen in his past life. He ate the Manhwa stone and swallowed it. After that, his all-seeing eye, arcane weapon transmutation, and full bloom skills were upgraded. The system narrated that his perks would be enhanced as a result of full bloom's increased rank. It said that with full bloom awakened, Chang Hyun gets stronger when he calls out his skill or says where he'll strike, even if he doesn't mean it, and he can use mana to summon a relic of the ether. His core skills ranked up, and his mana attribute increased by 1 as well. All the perks he obtained from full bloom had been upgraded. That could make his ether as potent as the original that he found in the survival game. Afterward, he lay on his bed and thought that he had a long day ahead of him tomorrow, so he should get some rest. It was definitely going to be a busy day. He saw his past in his dream when he joined post-awakening, but it did not take long for him to distinguish himself. Coach Ui Young Kim invited him to join his team and promised to make him a star. He wanted Chang Hyun to activate his full bloom, but Chang Hyun would not survive in the leagues at his current level. Coach Ui Young Kim didn't know about it and thought it might not be helpful at the moment, so he wanted to wait a bit longer. While sitting on the bench, he thought they accepted him, but never let him play because he wasn't at his best, yet it was the coach's way of pushing him. Coach Ui Young Kim's words echoed in his mind. He said players were just backups and warned him not to get cocky from doing well in practice. And in the end, Chang Hyun gave in to the pressure. The coach laughed in joy. After activating full bloom, Chang Hyun dominated every game, and with all the trophies he won, he became a legend. However, like a flower plucked too soon, he withered quickly. Suddenly, Chang Hyun opened his eyes. He immediately sat up awkwardly. He should not want to remember that. Now, he had not activated his full bloom, and he had made all the preparations to kickstart a path to success. There was a lot of room for improvement, given that he was only narrowly defeating the top rookies of his generation. Chang Hyun decided to let his full bloom grow fully before activating it. And so, he soared to greater heights than ever before. He didn't care about the past anymore. The scene transitioned to Dojin, who sat on the sofa. Chang Hyun asked him if he was prepared. Dojin said yes and told him that he was all warmed up and his game plan was locked in. Chang Hyun wondered if he had thought of something. Dojin said he would follow his orders to the letter. Chang Hyun did not know what he expected, and he thought Dojin did not think much of it. The scene moved to a person who thanked the audience for waiting and welcomed them to the knockout round. Suddenly, Chang Hyun appeared at the door. He opened his eyes and felt something. He teleported beside the capture zone. He thought that it seemed like an ordinary urban map. Dojin asked Chang Hyun what their strategy was. Chang Hyun pointed and told him they were going straight to the center to secure the capture zone first, not focus on kill points, so they would make a beeline for it and secure it as quickly as possible. Dojin was shocked, asking if Chang Hyun was serious about that. Chang Hyun said they were up against Hangyul and Haiju, who had teamed up, and there was no way to secure the zone with them, and everyone else coming after them. While they were walking, Chang Hyun told him he could quit if he didn't think he could do it, and Dojin said maybe they should rethink their strategy. Chang Hyun told him to forget about it, as the countdown was nearly finished, and he decided to go as soon as the game kicked off. Afterward, Dojin assured him to get ready because they had 10 seconds left. At the same time, Chang Hyun shot out his mana hook. He was able to hang and fly upward. Dojin screamed, telling him to wait. Chang Hyun rapidly ran through the air, thinking that no one could use the air bit and anchor better than him. He thought that he would take a position near the capture zone first and keep the other contestants at bay. On the other hand, Haiju and Hangyul were walking on the road. She thought about Chang Hyun Lee constantly. She thought that if it was not for Chang Hyun, she would not have been forced into a 1 versus 3 battle, and he would not even be here now, competing in the knockout round. Subsequently, Hangyul asked her what she was thinking about, and she told him to get thrashed by Chang Hyun like a loser. Hangyul felt disappointed at once. Haiju told him strictly not to get all mushy on her, to make sure he didn't mess up like last time. Hangyul said he wouldn't lose but told her not to underestimate Chang Hyun because he was stronger than she thought. And Haiju told him not to lecture her and said she had a plan, too. Hyuju thought that if she had not tried to conceal her true power in the Min Hunters League, she could have defeated those 3 without any trouble. So, she decided to use every trick she had and wouldn't let herself get eliminated by holding back. Haiju said it looked like Chang Hyun was a mid-range fighter and added that their strategy should be to fight him up close. Hangyul stayed tuned, froze. He sighed deeply and nodded. Both of them were going to find Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun twirled his gun and stood ready, waiting for the opponents to come. Dojin told him that he was too fast. Chang Hyun said he had found a good spot and would hold off the other contestants until Dojin arrived so they could enter the capture zone together. He assured him that all the other teams would target them, and Dojin told him that he had a plan. Chang Hyun smirked, glad the opponents were coming on foot. It was too late anyway, and better than Dojin getting seen while flying. Suddenly, he saw the opponent and triggered his gun. The bullet came out of his gun, and blue rays were released from it. The contestant walked casually on the ground. The bullet hit him, and blood poured out. Consequently, the system announced that Hyunjin Lee from Team F was disqualified after being killed in combat. Chang Hyun thought that it might have been a headshot, but that still packs nearly as much punch as the real Ethan he found in the survival game. He smirked and thought that it looked like Ethan, and that it was better than his past self, which surpassed Ethan. And the dead body was lying on the road. After that, he killed another contestant who had been running beside the dead body. Consequently, the system narrated that Soo-hyun B from Team F was disqualified because he was killed in combat. His teammate said he heard a noise and asked if he had heard it too, thinking someone might be fighting, and asked if he was sure, told him to head that way, and Chang Hyun assured his teammate that the noise was from him. Chang Hyun told him to take a left when he reached Block 3, and he would be on the second floor of the blue building in that area. He motivated himself to farm some kill points. Ara Cho put both his fists on the table. She couldn't believe how easily Chang Hyun defeated the other contestants. Min Seok Lee asked if he did not say Chang Hyun might have an ability tied to a gun. Ara Cho assumed that Chang Hyun had acquired that ability recently. Min Seok Lee stated that Chang Hyun performed proficiently with firearms in the first audition. But Ara Cho said that otherwise, he would not have had to search for the hidden artifact during the survival game. Even during sparring, he used the gun to disrupt his opponent, but it was not as potent as it was now. That likely means Chang Hyun acquired it after meeting a certain condition, and Chairman Jun-taek Lee stood behind them. As Ara Cho saw him, she asked what he had brought here. Jun-taek Lee appealed to both of them not to stand up and assured them that he was only an older man. He stated to both of them that he thought he had come to watch because he had noticed an interesting fellow. Min Seok Lee asked him if he was also interested in taking Chang Hyun. Jun-taek Lee bowed slightly, saying that Chang Hyun had already turned him down because he was quite bold. He wished that he had offered Chang Hyun something better. He assured them that he didn't dwell on the past and only focused on how to do things better in the future. Jun-taek Lee would like to participate in that show if that's okay. All the judges remained shocked to hear his statement. Jun-taek Lee asked if it seemed sudden, but made it clear he was completely serious. Min Seok Lee nodded, saying to him that they would see if they could make it happen. Suddenly, he noticed what Jun-taek Lee was up to. The scene transitioned to Dojin, who was screaming, saying that he was here, and asked where he was. Chang Hyun gave him a hint to come up to the second floor and told him he was in room 1701. On the other hand, Chang Hyun, who had secretly looked outside from the window. Subsequently, Dojin entered the room and saw him. As he thought, no one was there. He thought that there were probably a lot of people gathered here, just waiting, since it was too dangerous to go in. He asked Chang Hyun about his plan and whether he was going to share it. But Chang Hyun told him they only needed to worry about 2 people, the other didn't matter. Chang Hyun asked Dojin which one was easier for him to handle, Hangyul or Haeju. After his question, Dojin remained standing. He asked him if he wanted him to deal with them. Afterward, Chang Hyun told him to wait for a moment, and Dojin asked him what he was going to do during that time. Chang Hyun told him that he would capture the zone. Dojin looked confused and asked with a fake smile if that was his plan. He held both his hands on his forehead. Chang Hyun ordered him to go with him. Dojin stopped him, asking if he was serious. Chang Hyun smirked. While both of them were walking, Dojin gave up because he could not believe he was doing that. They were entered into the house clone. Chang Hyun opened the door. Both of them saw a glowing hologram that appeared above a desk in an empty room. They run towards the hologram. Consequently, the system narrated that Chang Hyun and Dojin had occupied the capture zone. Suppose another player entered the capture zone, or if one of them leaves, the timer will be reset. 1 minute until capture. Chang Hyun decided that it was time to play. The system once again announced that Chang Hyun and Dojin Kim had secured the capture zone. Haeju felt nervous and wondered what Chang Hyun was thinking and why he occupied the capture zone, and thought that Chang Hyun had been sniping people from cover. Hangul asked her if Chang Hyun could have found a hidden treasure, and Haiju assured him that it was impossible. She told him that this map wasn't a replica of the tower dungeon, it was just a normal urban area, so there couldn't be any hidden treasure. She asked him what he was thinking because Chang Hyun was practically begging everyone to attack him by entering the capture zone. Hangul said that if Chang Hyun hadn't found the artifact, he would have easily beaten him in the survival game, but admitted his quick thinking and movement were impressive. Chang Hyun's mobility was the reason they couldn't catch him during the Mini Hunters League. Without it, they wouldn't have fallen for his trap. Otherwise, if Chang Hyun entered the capture zone, he would not be able to make use of his mobility. Haiju wondered if capturing the zone was not actually his goal, and Chang Hyun might have done it to draw their attention and leave midway. Suddenly, her eyes remained wide. She told Hangul to listen closely and assured him that she had figured out his plan. She claimed that Chang Hyun's combat power wasn't very strong, and he couldn't fully use his mobility in the indoor capture zone. When the other contestants converge to stop him, they will end up fighting each other. At the same time, Chang Hyun hid in the shadows. Hangul asked her what they were going to do. While both of them were running, Haiju told him that Chang Hyun wasn't really after the capture zone anyway, they just needed to create enough chaos to flush him out. Victory would be theirs to take. As they were running, the system reported that Yongjun Kim from Team A, Hyun-Tae Lee, and Hansu B from Team C were disqualified because they had been killed in combat. But Haiju could not believe that they had been eliminated already. If Chang Hyun's goal was to make the other contestants fight, he should have already escaped, and the capture should have stopped. It should be total chaos in there by now. At the same time, Hangul pointed her to look at it. The system narrated that the time remaining was 20 seconds. Afterward, Haiju wondered what Chang Hyun was doing. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun, who smirked while he was hiding and waiting for his opponents. He wanted to take everyone on. He would take out anyone who came into the room if he could not. That was when someone stepped in. Dajin wondered if that would work. Suddenly, a contestant kicked the door open, and as it swung wide, Chang Hyun told him to fight fair and square. He fired his gun, and the bullet struck the contestant in the neck. The system announced that Yongjun Kim from Team A had been eliminated. Soon after, the red glowing lines suddenly appear on the wall, and both of them react with surprise. As the door broke, someone was ready to attack both of them with a spear. Before he attacked them, Chang Hyun rapidly fired his guns at the opponent. The enemy immediately hid behind the wall, dodging the bullet. Chang Hyun thought that it was not powerful enough to penetrate walls. He smiled, believing he could do it. On the other side, Dajun attacked the opponent, but he blocked it. While another contestant was running towards Chang Hyun from behind, he realized there were two people in the room. He rolled his eyes back and used his all-seeing eyes technique to analyze the situation. By using it, he saw from the roof, monitoring his two targets. In a rapid motion, he gripped both guns in opposite directions and was shooting constantly without any pause. Consequently, the system narrated that Hyun-Tae Lee and Hansi B from Team C were disqualified. However, Chang Hyun wondered how much time was left. The system informed him that the time remaining was about 32 seconds. At that rate, he believed that they were on track to win the round. But that was not Chang Hyun's goal because he wanted total annihilation. At that exact moment, Haiju and Hangul approached. Haiju was shocked to see that distraction. She also saw the two shadows, who confidently stood together. They stayed alert to Chang Hyun's attack and looked afraid. Before they could do anything, Chang Hyun targeted his gun towards them and triggered it. The red rays occur from the gun, but they dodged them easily. However, the fight did not end there. Chang Hyun shot again from it. They jumped on him by waving their swords. But suddenly, an explosion erupted against the wall, cracking it along its circular edge. Dajin's eyes remained wide, and he did not understand what was happening here. On the other hand, Chang Hyun smirked confidently. The building started to collapse, cracking apart into two pieces. Haiju tried to see Chang Hyun and wondered if the capture zone was falling apart, and asked what had happened now. The system reminded that the time remaining was around 17 seconds. Afterward, Haiju said the clock was still ticking, reminded them they didn't have time, and ordered Hangul to come with her. Chang Hyun kept firing, and bullets flew through the air. Moments later, the system announced that Nara Lee, Hyunju Lee from Team B, and Jinjung Kim from Team D had been eliminated. Dust filled everywhere, and Haiju wondered how she could fight against the gun and where Chang Hyun was shooting from. Chang Hyun fired again. The system declared that Hanul Lee from Team D had been eliminated. Haiju wondered how she was supposed to find Chang Hyun in all that dust. Chang Hyun thought that he was capable of fighting these numbers in a direct confrontation. He used the all-seeing eyes technique. He fired his guns at the opponents while lying on the ground. He felt that he brought back memories. It was when his team was in a lot of trouble. They needed someone, anyone, to carry their weight so that they could avoid 9th place. RIX had outplayed LTD. 4 players were down, the rest were scattered, and only Chang Hyun Lee was left as the others were eliminated. Chang Hyun motivated himself to win because he did not want to come in 9th. So, he made the building collapse back as well. He stayed tuned, and someone felt that it seemed Chang Hyun had given up. But Chang Hyun promised himself that he had not given up. He shot at the opponent constantly. He got a kill, hold that thought, a triple. Only one player remained on each team, and if Chang Hyun achieved a heptakill, it would be the first in Hunters League history. He triggered his gun. He felt that he was out of mana. Unfortunately, what could have been a historic record slipped away as Chang Hyun Lee fell to Gilhen Lee's blade, concluding the set 2-0, with LTD dropping to 9th place and RIX securing 1st. Chang Hyun was reminded of his past as he sat on the bench, believing he was just one step away. He thought that single step had led to his current circumstances. Chang Hyun aimed his gun from behind, and Haiju felt scared. As she turned her face back, he shot at her constantly. He thought he wouldn't run out of mana, and the system declared that Hangyul and Haiju from Team E had been eliminated. The judge's mouth hung open, and their eyes stayed wide as they looked at Chang Hyun. Ara Cho could not believe how Chang Hyun eliminated everyone. She thought that while the match was designed to encourage battles at the capture point, she could not believe Chang Hyun managed to secure it and eliminate everyone. She sighed deeply and thought that she had to hand it to Chang Hyun because his skills were at least on par with a pro player already. But Min-seok Lee's expression was one of happiness. He told her that Chang Hyun knew how to use a gun and had shown potential from the start. So-hyuk Min was curious about how Chang Hyun landed all those shots even in that smoke. Min-seok Lee asked him what ability he thought would have driven him to use a gun from an early age. Min-seok Lee said that precision was just as important as mana capacity, and Chang Hyun likely had an ability that enhanced his aim. He added that Chang Hyun was confident that he could make his shots, regardless of the conditions. The scene moved to the seats where the remaining players sat, especially Chang Hyun. He looked at his mobile phone and thought that it seemed people were going wild on the internet. If he were a spectator, he would have enjoyed watching it too, because it was an utter massacre. Though it seemed one-sided to the spectators, the reality was far more complex beneath the surface. His familiarity with that strategy was a big help, and if Chang Hyun had fought them head-on, he could not have taken out even half of them. After defeating all enemies and capturing the point, Chang Hyun's system said he had made an outstanding achievement. Full Bloom ranked up, boosting his stats and giving him better long-range accuracy and guided shots. Dajin smiled and asked if Chang Hyun had been holding back his skills all this time, saying he was amazing with the gun and wondering if he had ever tried using it before. He added that Chang Hyun should have let him know if he had enough mana to wipe out everyone, and asked how he landed all his shots in that smoke. Chang Hyun said it was instinct. Dajin reminded him of his best friend, assuring him that he did not think he was like that. Chang Hyun wondered about Dajin. He thought that he had not really made any acquaintances with anyone besides him in that life. He did not know it was that bad. Subsequently, the 3 judges stood on the stage. Judge Araju declared that not everyone had what it takes to become a hunter. It all came down to talent, even if some might dismiss it as worthless. In the next generation of hunters, the judges sought those who would one day reach the pinnacle of the leagues. That was why their standards were even higher. She praised them, saying that each and every one of them still had a chance left. She asked if that meant they should celebrate because the contestant had reached the starting line. Min-seok Lee welcomed them to the Hunter League again, saying the new generation was about speed and simplicity, and they had already spotted contestants with the potential to be the best. Chang Hyun smirked, and Dajin felt excited. The judge announced that the next round would be the finals, marking the last match of the competition. The format would be a standard 7 vs 7 Hunters League match. Teams would be randomly chosen today. The match would be held in a week, and the MVP of the winning team would be the winner, with the next best player getting second place. Additionally, he said a very special guest would join them for the finals, so they should look forward to it. Chang Hyun wondered who the very special guest was. The scene transitioned to Chang Hyun, who walked beside Dajin. Suddenly, recruiters from Team LHR and PER approached Hangul Lee from LHR asked to speak with Chang Hyun, while Jongju Lee from PER said he'd been waiting longer. Chang Hyun wondered about recruiters, thinking that he wanted to find a team that was willing to meet his conditions. After thinking it over, he decided to have the conversation inside. The scene shifted to the sofa, where Chang Hyun was about to sit down. The recruiters waited for Chang Hyun's declaration. Chang Hyun knew that many people were there to hear what he had to say. He asked them why they had not laid out Chang Hyun and his team's conditions up front. One of them, Yuicheol Shin, a coach at Seoul SMA Private Academy, introduced himself and said he had been watching Chang Hyun's matches with great interest. He assured him that he had already heard of their academy and they could help Chang Hyun debut in Division 2 and 1, and perhaps even the international stage through their exchange programs. He added that if he joined their academy, they could arrange an international exchange program for Chang Hyun and assign him a teacher who would personally coach him in overseas leagues. However, Chang Hyun refused their offers and explained that they had a lot of people to get through. He then asked Yuicheol Shin if he could summarize what made his offer unique. Yuicheol Shin told him they were offering a signing bonus of 100 million won and an annual salary of 200 million won. One of them offered him a 301 signing bonus in a single lump sum, adding that while they couldn't reveal the exact salary yet, it would definitely not be disappointing. Chang Hyun thought that it was a question about a 300 million won signing bonus. It was definitely a good offer. He needed to be able to choose his own teammates. He thought it was better not to join a team at all. While the other recruiter offered him a 300 million won signing bonus and told him that they could negotiate the salary, and assured him that they were also happy to accommodate any additional terms he was looking for. However, Chang Hyun wanted to assemble a team of his choosing and asked if it could be arranged. Both recruiters stayed tuned. Jong Jae from PER gave Chang Hyun his business card and appealed to him to feel free to contact them if he had a change of heart. He added that he would consult with their director and get back to him if they could improve their offer. Chang Hyun thought that those offers were very impressive. He asked the recruiter from PER if there was something else he wished to discuss. Jong Jae reintroduced himself to Chang Hyun and told him that they might be able to accommodate the condition he had mentioned. Chang Hyun put his business card in his hand and looked at it carefully. He thought that if they ever competed in Division 1 or even Division 2, he would have at least heard of them. But since he had not, they must be a Division 3 team and a mediocre one at that. Jongju Lee from PER told him that, while they didn't have a high budget and couldn't offer a large signing bonus like the other teams, they were willing to build the entire team around him. Chang Hyun asked him about the existing players, and Jongju Lee explained that most of their contracts would expire next season, and it was uncertain whether they would even renew. Therefore, Jong Jae Lee and his teams were prepared to factor in his input when they recruit new players. Chang Hyun thought that they did not have a high budget, but they were willing to give him some level of control. He asked if his input mattered, saying it sounded vague, and wondered if he'd only get to pick rookies, meaning the team would consist entirely of rookies. The recruiter from PER asked if Chang Hyun had spoken directly with their president, saying he seemed very interested in him and had insisted on recruiting him regardless. Chang Hyun nodded. Jongju Lee stood from the sofa and said they'd be grateful if Chang Hyun could consider their offer and at least meet with their director to take time to think it over properly. Subsequently, all the recruiters left, and Chang Hyun sat on the sofa alone. He considered choosing between top Division 3 teams with big bonuses and teammate options, or PER, a low-tier Division 3 team that would allow him to assemble a team out of rookie players. Ultimately, it all hinges on how well he does. He stood from the sofa, walked to the door, and wondered what he thought of it. As he opened the door, Daejun appeared in front of him and asked him if he had gotten anything out of it. Chang Hyun asked in surprise if he'd been waiting for him, and Daejun nodded, explaining that since he was staying at Seoul Private Academy, he'd been waiting outside. Daejun asked him excitedly if he had chosen his team and what the offers were like. Chang Hyun told him that they were offering him the 300 million won signing bonus in addition to the salary, which was about the average figure. Daejun was greatly shocked. It should be considerably higher than Daejun's earnings at the academy, but the academy serves as a nurturing ground, while the offers he received were for competing in the Division 3 league. Daejun asked him if he had chosen which team to join, and Chang Hyun replied that he was not sure yet. Daejun thought that the offers sounded amazing. Chang Hyun told him that he had told the recruiters he wanted to choose his own team members. Dojun asked if Chang Hyun was serious, saying he might have stood out but was still just a rookie, and Chang Hyun replied yes, admitting it was a tough demand. Chang Hyun thought that maybe he was, considering his current situation. He wondered what if he proved himself even further, the teams would have to accept his terms. Chang Hyun assured him that he was right, and Dojun asked him if he had given up on that. But Chang Hyun told him that he had never given up. Chang Hyun said that, if that was asking for too much at his current standing, he just needed to elevate his worth. The scene transitioned to Hangul, who opened the door. He sighed deeply. As he opened the door, a man appeared, asked what he thought, said no other team could match the offer, and told Hangul they'd even cover his academy contract fee on top of the bonus, asking him to give them a chance. He told him that they would not listen to him. Suddenly, a message was received from Hyeju, who said he should not have even given them a chance to talk to him. Hangul felt happy and thought she had said it at the perfect time. He wondered where Chang Hyun was going. He believed that Chang Hyun was practically the first sniper in Korea's Hunters League. He could not believe that Chang Hyun nailed all those shots in such a high-pressure situation. After Chang Hyun completed his audition, they reunited on stage in Division 3, or perhaps even beyond. It should be a ton of fun, and Hangul was looking forward to it. The scene transitioned to the building. Dojun asked Chang Hyun why he was going to the maintenance shop and asked if he had something to fix. Chang Hyun turned his face to him and said yes. Chang Hyun said they were competing in a Hunters League match and needed more mana gadgets, and Dojun asked if the air anchor and air bit weren't enough. Chang Hyun asked him if he had never paid attention when watching a pro match. The mana-activated gadgets come in various shapes and sizes, and choosing the right gadget for his opponents and the situation was also a key skill. Suddenly, a girl appeared and welcomed them, asking if it was their first time there. She asked if she could help them today with gadget maintenance or repair their weapons. She pointed to the weapons door and told them that, since it was their first visit, she asked if they were interested in buying some new gadgets. As the weapons door opened, a futuristic shop display with swords hanging on the wall and jewelry on shelves. Dojun was shocked to see it, wondering how she stored the swords. Dojun was amazed to see a blue, ornate shield with curved tips and decorative patterns inside the mirror. The girl asked Chang Hyun if he wanted her to help him choose a mana gadget, and he said he'd appreciate it. She pointed her hand at Chang Hyun and said that since they had someone here who knew nothing about them. She told him that, besides the air anchor and air bit, there were many other gadgets he might not be aware of yet. She explained that mana-activated gadgets could be largely classified into 4 types: offensive gadgets, defensive gadgets, and mobility gadgets such as the air anchor. Dojun objected, saying that it only made 3 gadgets. The girl explained that the last mana gadget was a special type, each one was unique, often custom-made, and too diverse to be described with a single trait, which made them difficult to explain. Dojun asked if Chang Hyun was there for specialized gadgets, and Chang Hyun reminded him that the girl had said they were custom-made, hard to create, and not versatile, so they needed to buy widely used gadgets instead. Specialized gadgets were used primarily for specific strategies or to counter certain players, while standard ones, such as the air anchor, worked well for anyone. Afterward, the girl held out her hand and showed them a mana shield, explaining that when activated, it surrounded the user with a protective barrier. Dojun interrupted her and said that if it made them immune to attacks, he would have seen it used more often in matches. She said that was because they needed time to regenerate after breaking, so they were usually only used in emergencies. Dojun turned to Chang Hyun, who told him he was clueless because he'd never had a chance to use them. Chang Hyun said the gadget was mainly for ranged fighters, since melee fighters could defend themselves, and it was perfect for protecting Dojun in a tough spot and launching a counterattack. He said Dojun needed to understand which gadgets suited each fighter type, their abilities, and how to utilize them effectively in conjunction with their kit. The story continued with a bomber that flew away. It released a blue radiation that spread all around it. Chang Hyun revealed the fact that Mana Bomber was an explosive gadget and asked him who he thought would be suitable for it. Dojun said he felt like they were meant to be attached to something. Maybe a ranged fighter could fix one to their projectile and detonate it from a distance, like firing a missile. Chang Hyun declined and said it seemed he couldn't fire it with his gun, asking if it wouldn't attach to a bullet. Suddenly, he realized it was impossible to attach a bullet, but he shot using the ether, which could change shape. At the same time, Dajun showed him the air dash he was holding, and asked about it, sharing his thoughts that ranged fighters could use it to distance themselves from their enemies. As he looked at it, he felt a strange sensation. Suddenly, Chang Hyun aimed his gun behind his head and said that was certainly one way to use it. He said that was much more effective, adding that Dojun could take out his enemy at point-blank range before they had a chance to activate their mana shield. Dojun said they had a gadget for everything and asked why not take them all, but Chang Hyun, spinning his gun, said their mana wasn't unlimited and there was a limit. Most people only bring 1 or 2 extra gadgets to a match. Dojun asked what he thought, and Chang Hyun said the air dash was enough for him and asked if Dojun shouldn't be thinking about what he should take instead. Dojun, satisfied with him, said he had thought about it but was still unsure, explaining that he wasn't a ranged fighter, so he didn't know he needed the mana shield or mana bomber, but he didn't need the air dash either. Chang Hyun remained quiet at once after hearing his statement. He was about to tell him something. Suddenly, he pointed to the gadget and asked about it. At the same time, Dojun's eyes remained wide for his question. The scene moved to the stage, where all the contestants, especially Chang Hyun and Dojun, stood before the judges. Ara Cho thanked all the contestants for waiting and announced that the grand finale would be held in 6 days. Now, it was time to announce the teams and the arena for the final match. The final game would take place in the battleground of the gods, a rugged mountainous terrain with forests adorned with statues of deities. Chang Hyun wondered if the arena would be based on a tower dungeon. It seemed like a fun concept. He had competed there a few times before, so he was familiar with the place. Soo-hyuk Min announced the first blue team. The blue team consisted of contestants, including Haiju Yu, Han Jin, Jisoo Han, and others. Afterward, Min Seok Lee announced the red team. The red team consisted of contestants, including Chang Hyun Lee, Hang Yeol Yun, Dajun Kim, and Jin Seung Kim. Ara Cho said that the teams had been revealed, and they look forward to seeing their teamwork in the final match. She claimed that they had a surprise announcement to make, and Chang Hyun wondered if they were honestly thinking they could build teamwork in just a week. Soo-hyuk Min announced that the match would have a special game rule and revealed that Juntaek Lee, the first-generation hunter and chairman of the Hunter Association, would appear as a neutral enemy. Chang Hyun and Dajun were shocked to hear that. Chang Hyun looked confused, wondering how it could do that. Unexpectedly, Juntaek Lee appeared on the stage. He said he had high hopes for the next generation of hunters and called it a small gift to give them valuable experience, telling the contestants not to stress and to enjoy the final. He added that they would see all the contestants next week. They hoped that all the contestants would get the opportunity, and told to come with, truly shine on the stage. Suddenly, someone called out to Juntaek Lee. Juntaek Lee turned his face to the back. He looked at Chang Hyun and asked if there was something he needed. But Chang Hyun looked at him fiercely. Juntaek Lee extended his business card and told him that he wanted to return it to him, and Chang Hyun asked him what he meant. Chang Hyun told Jongju about the president, who had asked him to meet with the president and inquired about who he would be. PER was a team that always placed last. Even in Division 3 usually, Chang Hyun wouldn't even remember such a weak team. At some point, it was revealed that Juntaek Lee was the president of the PER, which caused a lot of buzz. Now, Juntaek Lee had something on his mind. He stared at Chang Hyun fiercely. Suddenly, Chang Hyun was greatly shocked. He inquired of him about how he knew that Yoongjun Lee was the president on paper, and Chang Hyun assured him that he could see it all. Chang Hyun thought that those words carried significant implications. Juntaek Lee might have thought Chang Hyun could see through him, even his personal details, and Chang Hyun wondered what Juntaek Lee was planning to do. Juntaek Lee laughed loudly. He said that he did not think there was a skill that allowed Chang Hyun to see that. Juntaek Lee requested permission to formally introduce himself. He revealed his identity, saying that he was the real president of PER and the chairman of the Hunter Association, and that Chang Hyun had turned down his offer as well as Lee's and asked if he had changed his mind. Chang Hyun smirked, knowing exactly what to do in that situation. He told him that he was willing to join, but in return, he wanted the PER. The story continues at the table, and someone tapped his finger constantly. Jongju Lee stood before Juntaek Lee, who was seated, and handed him his business card. Jongju Lee asked Juntaek Lee if Chang Hyun's condition wasn't a bit unreasonable, and said he wasn't convinced Chang Hyun's value was that high. Juntae Lee thought that Chang Hyun had asked for ownership over the team's management and business operations, even if he was the first sniper in Korea that was asking for too much. Chang Hyun might have performed well in the show, but they were still amateur games at the end of the day. Juntae Lee was satisfied with Jongju Lee and informed him that Chang Hyun had come up with a new proposal. Juntae Lee said that Chang Hyun placed a wager on the final match because Chang Hyun claimed that he would not only win, but also defeat him. Suddenly, Jongju raised his voice in protest, stating that it was utterly unreasonable. Juntae Lee said that he would not be using his full power, but if Chang Hyun pulled it off, recruiting someone like Chang Hyun for that price might be a bargain. Jongju agreed, saying it was a big if. Juntae Lee asked him if he knew what the best part was. Right after agreeing to his terms, Chang Hyun had said it. He reminded Jongju of the past, when Chang Hyun had appealed to him, saying that if he pulled it off, it would mean he had chosen Juntae Lee, not the other way around. Jongju was shocked and asked Juntae Lee if Chang Hyun really said that sentence, and Juntae Lee told him that Chang Hyun was an interesting fellow. He said that if things really turned out that way, Chang Hyun would be right, and asked if Chang Hyun could actually pull it off. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun's teammates, who sat in front of him, and Chang Hyun said he assumed there were no objections to him being the team captain. He thought that Hangul just stared at him with glimmering eyes, which gave him the creeps. Chang Hyun ignored it and decided to discuss their strategy. He drew two figures on the board and explained to his teammates that everyone agreed Hangul and Chang Hyun were the team's strongest players. After that, he drew the blue, red, and central zones on the board and said their strategy would revolve around the two of them. Chang Hyun said that their opponents were probably thinking the same, but in the battleground of the gods, it was best to build up their powers before fighting, so that would be their game plan. He added that with Juntae Lee acting as a wild card in the match, some teammates including Chang Hyun would follow a different strategy. He wanted everyone to strengthen themselves by gathering items or hunting monsters as the match begins. Chang Hyun, Hangul, and Dajun would head straight for the neutral monster, planning to scout out Chairman Lee together first. Jinseung and Hangul were shocked to hear that. However, Chang Hyun planned to take down Juntae Lee. At the same time, Jinseung objected, asking if he was serious and what the three of them could possibly do against Juntae Lee, pointing out that even with Juntae Lee's powers limited, it still seemed impossible. He had gotten that Chang Hyun did really well in the elimination round and the survival game match. He added that it did not mean Chang Hyun was a top player in the entire Korean hunter scene. Jinseung told Chang Hyun not to get ahead of himself. Chang Hyun looked like he had gotten under his skin since the elimination match, but he didn't have time for that now, so he would move on. Hangul said everyone knew about Chairman Lee's strength, and he was sure Chang Hyun was no exception. He had carried his team in every match, including the elimination round, so he knew what he was doing. Chang Hyun couldn't believe the guy he'd been competing against all this time was now on his side. He said that he was not saying they were going to fight him in a confrontation. He slammed his fist on the board and told them to listen. He would explain everything once they did. The scene transitioned to Ara Cho, who introduced herself to the gadget and asked for permission to briefly explain the upcoming match. The Hunters League typically features a 7 vs 7 format, and while the specifics could vary by arena, the core strategy remained the same. The matches generally begin with the farming stage, where players defeat monsters to level up and gather items, followed by the mission stage, where teams seize the neutral monster or zone. And finally comes the teamfight stage, where the two teams face off in a decisive battle. The mission stage varies based on the map, making each match unique. Min-seok Lee said that Chairman Lee would be joining that match as a wild card. So-hyuk Min understood what the contestants would do now and inquired about Chairman Lee's role. Interestingly, Juntae Lee had decided to take on the role of a neutral monster so that he would be playing as a monster of sorts. However, Chairman Lee was a first-generation hunter, considered one of the greatest, and asked if their contestants could stand their ground against Juntae Lee. That's why Chairman Lee would have a power limit in that match, with his stat points reduced by 2. So-hyuk Min said that in pro games, even a tiny stat difference could matter a lot, so his stats would be higher than those of their contestants, so that it wouldn't give a significant advantage. Ara Cho said that, not to mention, while Chairman Lee would be fighting alone, there were 14 contestants. She guessed that things would get interesting. Min-seok Lee said people were excited for the finale and told everyone to watch the big fight between the rising stars and the top veteran hunter. The female judge agreed and appreciated everyone. She asked Min-seok Lee how he thought the match would go, saying he'd supported Chang Hyun from the start, so she assumed he expected him to win again, and she couldn't really argue with that anymore. He told her that he did not think he would win that time. Ara Cho asked why he thought Chairman Lee decided to be a neutral monster. She inquired of him whether to face each contestant and determine who deserves to be the winner. Min-seok Lee said that, but if that were the case, Chang Hyun would not have had the opportunity to shine. Chang Hyun's strengths were his mobility and long-range sniping, but neither of those things would help against Jun-taek Lee. Chairman Lee was known for his close combat skills and ability to chase down enemies, so a ranged fighter had no chance against him, unless they could somehow take Chang Hyun out in one shot. Ara Cho assured the other that they had the power limit on Chairman Lee because the difference in stats should not be too big, and she shared her thoughts that it might be doable. Min-seok Lee agreed that there would be a power limit on Chairman Lee, but that also means Chairman Lee would not be holding himself back. Although nothing was ever guaranteed in a Hunters League match, so who knew? Se-hyuk Min agreed with Min-seok for the most part, but he still thought that Chang Hyun had a shot. After all, the finale would take place in the battleground of the gods. The scene moved to the time that only 9 seconds remained before the show started. As the time was over, the show had begun. The logo of the Hunters, the next generation, was shown on the big screen. The audience commented on social media, excited to see Chairman Lee joining as a contestant in the match. Afterward, blue lights surrounded the hall, filling the entire space. The judges sat in their seats in line. Chang Hyun was relieved that the arena was just as he remembered, which meant they could stick to the plan he had made. On the other hand, Min-seok Lee walked onto the stage. Afterward, he announced to all the contestants that it was time for the final match. The arena was the battlefield of the gods. The rules followed a standard 7 vs 7 Hunters League match, and the game would continue until one team was annihilated. He screamed excitedly to all the contestants to start. In the past, dungeons, known as towers, appeared across the world, leading to conflicts between hunters from different nations that formed the foundation of today's Hunters League. The towers held artifacts of immense power, ensuring inevitable disputes. The hunters had to battle each other to seize treasures on battlefields overrun by monsters, which was the origin of the Hunters League. That was why most arenas in the league were exact replicas of existing towers. Naturally, that also meant that first-generation hunters would be far more familiar with the arenas than newer hunters. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun, who stayed alert on the battlefield. He approached the trees. Hangul asked him if they were going ahead with the plan. Chang Hyun commanded Hangul and Dojin to go. He thought that there was no turning back now. The system was reported to check in on the players. Team B was clearing out monsters with Haiju Yu leading the way, seemingly planning to power up by hunting before facing Chang Hyun Lee. Even with a 2-point stat reduction, Chairman Lee still had a clear advantage, while Team A followed a different strategy, with only 4 members hunting monsters. There were 3 other players. Chang Hyun, Hangul, and Dojin had completely deviated from the standard path. Min-seok Lee thought that they were heading in the direction of Jun-taek Lee. He said it seemed they were aiming for Chairman Lee, and Ara Cho remarked that, given their current stats and only 3 members, asked if it was nearly impossible for them to defeat him. Min-seok Lee agreed and told her to see what they were planning. The scene transitioned to the neutral monster zone. Jun-taek Lee looked confident and ready to fight, holding a large axe and a round shield, dressed in casual clothes and wearing sturdy boots. He wondered if someone was already coming his way. He wondered what they were plotting, and if they thought he wouldn't notice them. He thought they concealed themselves. Suddenly, someone targeted him with guns, but Jun-taek Lee dodged the attack by using his round shield. He asked Chang Hyun if that was all he had gotten. Chang Hyun again shot him, but he extended his shield for self-defense. Jun-taek Lee ran away, and Dojin was ready for his action. He jumped at him by waving his sword, but unfortunately, he froze at once. Jun-taek Lee spoke to Chang Hyun, saying he had high hopes for him, but if that was all he had, it was disappointing. He had expected something more interesting, not wild haymakers. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared before Jun-taek Lee. A giant stone warrior with glowing eyes stood towering before Chairman Lee, who looked up at it. They were the battleground of the gods. A civilization of giants once fought in that tower, but for some unknown reason, they turned to stone, still alive, even in their petrified state. Since it was common for the Hunters League finale to be held in a real tower, Chang Hyun was familiar with that arena. Chang Hyun knew how to awaken the giants. While they were running for their life, Dajin asked him if he was going to awaken the statues. Hangyul asked Chang Hyun if he had noticed something, and said it felt like Chang Hyun was in a survival game. Chang Hyun assured him that he could feel it. He said that if they precisely broke the fractures on the statues, the giants inside would awaken like hatching from a shell, but Dojun objected, asking if he wasn't just guessing. Hangyul said that it was probably one of his skills and asked him if that was right, and Chang Hyun agreed with him. Hangyul asked if the giants underneath those statues would help them. Chang Hyun told him that those giants had been petrified for so long that they had likely lost their sanity, and they would probably attack anything on sight. Dajin told Chang Hyun he didn't sound very confident and asked if Chairman Lee wasn't supposed to be a neutral monster, saying he got what Chang Hyun meant, but asked what if the giants didn't go after Chairman Lee when they woke up. Chang Hyun told him that if he were right, it wouldn't be the case, and Dajin told him to say he was right, asking if that meant they wouldn't be in danger. Chang Hyun said that was why the gadgets were for. Dajin agreed with him and said that this might be a viable option. On the other side, the giant warrior, wearing a golden helmet with glowing eyes, stared forward with a serious expression. After that, Juntaek Lee thought that Chang Hyun was not after him at first. That was just a diversion. Chang Hyun's real goal was the fractures in the statues, but he did not know that these statues could awaken until after entering the arena. He wondered how Chang Hyun had come here and awakened them as if it had been planned beforehand. The giant warrior's eyes were glowing with light, screaming in rage. He attacked Juntaek Lee. But Juntaek Lee blocked his attack. He remembered his past when Dojin jumped at him in an attempt to attack, and he thought he could deal with the giant. But the problem was that 3 of them vanished without a trace, and he wondered where they had gone. He wondered whether they were using the invisible clock because the invisible cloak allowed them to conceal themselves temporarily. But due to their limited versatility and the fact that Chang Hyun would be discovered with enough time, they were not widely used. The ability to block the giant's attack was weak. On the other hand, Chang Hyun was holding a gun and peeking out from behind cover. He fired the gun at Juntaek Lee. The bullet was flying toward Juntaek Lee, and he thought it seemed they weren't planning to give him any time. Juntaek Lee screamed. He utilized his close combat skills, and the red rays emanated from his body. The dust enveloped him everywhere. The bullet flew towards him. But Juntaek Lee raised his large axe and screamed, Chang Hyun, saying that he had managed to back him into a corner. He said to him that no one had done that to him in a long time. He targeted the axe at the giant warrior and appreciated Chang Hyun. He said that Chang Hyun had not beaten him yet. Juntaek Lee said they were on even ground now and told Chang Hyun to show him what Chang Hyun had. The scene transitioned to the screen where Chairman Lee appeared. Min-seok Lee was shocked to see that situation. Ara Cho thought Chang Hyun was shooting randomly, but he was actually awakening the statues. The bullets Chairman Lee dodged hit them instead, making things worse for Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun targeted the fractures in the statues while pretending to shoot at Chairman Lee, and activated the invisible cloak to shift the statue's aggression to him. Chang Hyun had really done it now. Min-seok Lee looked carefully at Chang Hyun on the screen. He thought that Chang Hyun was not a first-gen hunter for nothing. He would have to step up his game to beat him. Juntaek Lee jumped onto the giant and attacked it. Chang Hyun attacked the giant by firing the guns. The bullets flew at the giant. Before the bullets hit the giant, Juntaek Lee stepped in with his shield, and the bullet struck it. While jumping onto the giant, he told Chang Hyun he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, and asked if that was the best he had. Chang Hyun understood and thought he saw what was going on. He used the all-seeing eye technique. He analyzed while Juntaek Lee ran at the giant. He was holding a gun and peeking out from behind cover again, and he fired the gun at Juntaek Lee. However, unexpectedly, Juntaek Lee again blocked it by using the shield for self-defense and assured him that it would not be effective. The bullet collided with the shield and flew away. Chang Hyun fired his gun at his bullet, and the 2 bullets collided. As they collided, a small blast appeared in the air, sending the bullet flying toward the giant. Juntaek Lee was shocked and wondered whether it was a ricochet shot. Suddenly, the 2 giant warriors appeared, ready for attack. Chairman Lee said things had just become more complicated and thought that 2 giants would be tough even for a first-gen hunter, but it seemed like Chang Hyun was going for it. On the other side, Chang Hyun contacted his teammates and asked if they were listening. Chang Hyun informed them that Jin Seung and the others would be here soon and asked if they knew what they had to do. Hangyul assured him that they knew what they had to do. The scene transitioned to several wolves lying on the grass, seemingly defeated, while Jinseung and the others approached from the background. Jinseung thought that he did not know exactly what Changhyun wanted from them. He recalled the past when Changhyun told him he was the only one he could trust out of the four. Changhyun gave them 3 instructions. First, defeat monsters and gather items without any casualties. Second, avoid the blue team. And third, if they encountered them, retreat immediately. He even made a getaway plan for Jinseung and the others. Meanwhile, Haiju Yu and the others from the blue team set out to find the red team, and Haiju ordered her teammates to search for them. Now, Jinseung understood that Changhyun's predictions turned out to be spot on, whereas Haiju assured herself that she would lose that time. Jinseung got an idea and told his teammates to escape together. Consequently, Jinseung and his teammates ran together to dodge all the opponents. Haiju screamed furiously that they were going and commanded her teammates to go after them. If the blue team found them, they should run, but make sure to keep them on their tail. While running, Jinseung wondered about Changhyun and wondered if they were sure about that. He commanded his teammates to head straight for the location. Afterward, Haiju and her teammates stopped at once. They saw the giants who stood in front of them. Now, Huiju understood that they were trapped in the neutral monster zone. Rapidly, the giants threw the rocks at them. Haiju suddenly jumped to save her life. Jinseung thought that Changhyun told them he would fight Chairman Lee first. He wondered what had happened here. Changhyun instructed him to keep the brawl going. Jinseung told him to give him 3 minutes, that was all he needed. He asked him what he was doing, and Changhyun consoled him to see. Changhyun commanded Dojun and Hangyul to act while they were still hidden. He told them that they would take out Haiju and her team on his signal. He counted down in reverse to launch the attack. As the countdown finished, Dojun and Hangyul rushed together. Haiju was shocked to see them, and someone attacked the teammate behind her. She turned her face to see her teammate. She told her teammates to avoid the giants and boulders, said it would be a brawl, and ordered them to focus on the red team. She placed her hand on the ground and activated the sanctuary technique, creating a healing field around her. On the other side, Changhyun aimed his gun at her. As he triggered his gun, the bullet flew towards her. Suddenly, Haiju blocked the bullet with a shield clone. She asked Changhyun if he really thought she would not have prepared for him. Changhyun thought that it looked like he had underestimated her. So, he showed his mana bomber, an explosive gadget, and decided to apply Plan B. He extended the mana bomber and decided to break off a piece of it. Afterward, he would apply his artificial ether and change its shape. He felt that it was pretty heavy. Suddenly, the blue radiation was released from the gun barrel. He targeted his gun towards Haiju while releasing the blue rays. Haiju pushed back and stopped herself due to the effect of his attack. His teammates asked Changhyun what he had shot, and now they understood it was the mana bomber. Changhyun felt happy and couldn't believe it had worked. The blood dropped onto the ground from Haiju's shoulder. She thought that her wounds were healing quickly thanks to the sanctuary. But she still had to deal with the blue team. She stood on the sanctuary shield while Dojun and Hangyul looked at her. Now, Changhyun realized that there were 2 ways to power up in the Hunters League. The first method was to defeat minions or monsters that spawned in the arena's dungeons. The second method was to defeat his opponents. Suddenly, Changhyun launched a powerful attack on her, striking with such force that she was violently knocked backward. He believed that Haiju's team was nearly finished. At that moment, Chairman Lee descended from the sky. As he came onto the ground, he guessed that Changhyun had done so too. He said that it had been a long time since he had a proper fight. He told Changhyun he was eager to hear what he had to say. Changhyun replied that he did not think there was anything for them to discuss. Juntaek Lee told him not to act that way and said he was impressed with his strategy, adding that the Hunters League now focused more on raw power. He added that in the past, when hunters had to clear towers, strategy was the key to success. At the same time, he gathered energy in his body, released a red aura, and his glowing red eyes stared fiercely at Changhyun. Suddenly, he hurled a large axe, but Changhyun quickly blocked it and fell to the ground on the left side. While gripping the mana rope, he wondered if Juntaek Lee figured out his position from his voice. The presiding officer should be exhausted at that point. Changhyun flew away from the rope and assured that they could overpower Juntaek Lee. On the other side, Dojun and the other teammates rushed toward Juntaek Lee. He swung his sword constantly, but Juntaek Lee dodged it calmly. He launched a powerful attack on Dajun, striking with such force. Meanwhile, Chang Hyun kept firing at him relentlessly, but Juntaek Lee blocked every shot with his protective shield. He realized that this was the difference between an elite hunter and those barely reaching Division 3. He reminded himself that they were doing the best they could, after thinking that Juntaek Lee had attacked his teammate with a large axe. Consequently, Chang Hyun pointed his gun at Juntaek Lee, thinking it seemed like only the two of them were left. Juntaek Lee asked if Chang Hyun was surprised. Chang Hyun said that it was all within his expectations. Juntaek Lee laughed, saying he hoped Chang Hyun had a plan to overcome that as well. Suddenly, he called out to Hanyul, because Hanyul had rushed at him with swords, using his gravity attack. All the swords surged through the air toward Juntaek Lee. With swift precision, he raised his shield and deflected them effortlessly. He jumped and rushed towards both of them. First of all, he swung his axe into Hanyul's chest. As a result, he was eliminated from the match, and Juntaek Lee confirmed that only Chang Hyun remained. While waving his gun, Chang Hyun felt a sense of confusion. The story continued with Chang Hyun, who raised his gun toward Juntaek Lee. He realized that Juntaek Lee was not only a melee fighter, but also a tank, the perfect counter to ranged fighters. He had a huge disadvantage. Suddenly, Juntaek Lee leapt toward him, swinging his blade and declaring that victory was his. He swung his large axe at Chang Hyun's chest. In those circumstances, Chang Hyun smirked. He held the Manhwa bomber and wondered if Juntaek Lee was sure. A large burst of energy or shockwave emanates from the arena. That move made the entire audience roar with excitement. Ara Cho looked visibly confused. Dust swirled through the air, clouding everything around. Chang Hyun and Juntaek Lee were lying unconscious near a cracked crater on the ground. On the other hand, Min-seok Lee stared at that scene in disbelief. Min-seok Lee could not believe how Chang Hyun had done it. He knew confidently that Chang Hyun used the Manhwa bomber to force a tie. The true monster in that match turned out to be that kid. The scene turned to Chang Hyun, who ascended the stairs after the match ended. He thought that if he had dodged his spear and thrown the Manhwa bomber, he would have clinched the win. Afterward, Dajun praised him for his victory and said he deserved to feel a bit happier. But Chang Hyun asked why he should be, pointing out that he had only tied with Juntaek Lee. Hanyul asked Chang Hyun if he hadn't heard. When Chang Hyun asked what he meant, Hanyul dismissed the matter with a smirk. The blue team stood on stage, and Chairman Lee and the judges walked toward them. Juntaek Lee turned his face towards Chang Hyun. Ara Cho said about 100,000 people awaken each year, and almost all of them dream of becoming a hunter at least once. However, being a hunter wasn't easy, even though it had become a sport. Unlike the first-generation hunters who fought in towers, hunters still needed courage, strength, and luck. Only those who possessed all these qualities could truly become a hunter. A contestant from the next generation of hunters had proven themselves to be one today. She called out to Chang Hyun Lee. She congratulated him and said that he had proven himself to be the finest hunter of the competition. Chang Hyun stood on stage under a spotlight, facing a cheering crowd. He felt something strange. Ara Cho gave him a trophy. As he held the trophy, he thought he had held trophies like this countless times in his past life. He confidently raised his trophy to the audience, thinking he hadn't felt this way in a long time. After completing his competition, Chang Hyun's mom, who was initially against becoming a hunter, had a complete change of heart. Her mother said that, although Chang Hyun's father might not admit it, he was always the most excited whenever Chang Hyun did something impressive. In the past, he had to compete in low-division leagues with poor conditions, which made his parents worry, but things were completely different now. The scene turned to someone setting down 2 cups. Chang Hyun picked up his cup. Juntaek Lee asked what Chang Hyun was doing here. Chang Hyun thought that it was the older man. Chang Hyun told him that he won, so he was here to claim the PER. Juntaek Lee told him it wasn't entirely fair to say he had won, reminding him that he used the giants and they both knew the fight ended in a draw. Chang Hyun placed his hand on the table and said he would see for himself, turned to leave, but Juntaek Lee tried to stop him. Juntaek Lee told Chang Hyun he was only joking, added there was no need to be so uptight, and reminded him they were in it together now. But Chang Hyun understood it. Juntaek Lee assured him he would give him PER, saying he was genuinely impressed by his performance in their match. Chang Hyun remained quiet. He extended his hand for a shake and agreed to work with Juntaek Lee. Juntaek Lee shook his hand at him. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun, who stood alone. The Mora's workshop was an internationally renowned business specializing in high-end hunting weapons, also offering comprehensive assessments for hunters. Chang Hyun came out today to place the order for his prize. He asked why he was there, and Dajun replied that he would also be competing in the Division 3 league soon, so he thought he should get himself a custom weapon too. Suddenly, Min-seok Lee walked up to him and raised his hand, and Chang Hyun assumed he would be the one guiding him through the process. He asked Chang Hyun if there was a big difference between using a custom weapon and a standard issue weapon. Chang Hyun said that there was a big difference. A custom weapon was like an extension of who he was. He raised his head upward. He saw a tall Mora's building. The scene shifted to the Mora's building, with closed elevator doors appearing. The woman appeared surprised when she saw Min-seok Lee, Chang Hyun, and Dajun. She hadn't expected all three of them to be there together. Min-seok asked her if they could enter. The woman pointed them to proceed to the workshop in section B3. Chang Hyun knew that the Mora's workshop was divided into sections B to D, with the quality of the weapons following the alphabetical ranking. He nodded, thinking section B wasn't a bad choice. As they entered section B, the scientists were working in a high-tech lab with glowing blue equipment. Someone was typing on the laptop keyboard. Dajun saw them in surprise. Min-seok turned to them and informed them that it was their first time at the workshop for both of them. Dajun agreed, saying he had never had the chance to visit one in person and found it exciting, asked how much the weapons cost, and whether the custom-made ones were the most expensive. Min-seok Lee smirked and told them to come through with the more important points. When creating a custom-made weapon, both of them must first choose a base model, for example, Min-seok's 7-branched sword. Min-seok Lee gripped his sword and assured them that he would use it. He added that he planned to use an ordinary sword as the foundation, and to customize it, they incorporate additional features tailored to their abilities and combat style. Afterward, Min-seok made a rough sketch to explain to both of them that it was a base sword with 6 branches. Dajun and Chang Hyun nodded in agreement. A sword with 7 edges, its curved branches widened the wound when pulled out after striking. They came to the woman, and Min-seok showed his sketch, asking if she could make it like that. Consequently, she made the sword with 6 branches. Dajun could not believe they made that from that rough sketch. Min-seok proudly stated that his drawing was intended only to provide a general idea, and it was up to the workshop to refine it into a finished weapon. He asked them what mattered was knowing what type of weapon suited them and how they intended to use it. Dajun had something on his mind. Chang Hyun thought he was going to create the same weapon he had used in the past, but he was curious what Dajun would come up with. Suddenly, Dajun's eyes remained wide. He was about to grip the sword. Chang Hyun thought that it was a weapon for stabbing. He wondered about the speed boost enchantment. He also wondered if there would be a glowing effect when the speed boost was activated. Min-seok said that the cool factor was important too, and many top-level players value it as well. He turned to Chang Hyun and asked if he had thought about his weapon. Chang Hyun saw a collection of weapons and equipment hanging on the wall. He thought that, since no one in Korea used guns, there was no base model available for firearms. But since he used his arcane weapon transmutation to create his weapon, he picked up the weapon, reasoning that it shouldn't make a difference in the end. Subsequently, he asked both of them if it was right for him to use it while gripping the gadget. Min-seok nodded and told him that he had earned the privilege by being the winner. Consequently, the blue light was released as he grabbed the gadget. It transformed into a powerful weapon, and his system indicated that it was the arcane weapon transmutation. Dajun and the woman were shocked, while Min-seok looked at him with calm composure. They murmured to each other in disbelief that Chang Hyun had done it with such ease. Chang Hyun thought he had experienced similar reactions before, but it still felt awkward. In every country where the Hunters League was played, a branch of the Mora's workshop could be found. The competition within these branches was inevitable, and 2 criteria mainly judged them: the quality of the weapons produced and who wields them. Hyuna Park, head of the Seoul branch of the Mora's workshop, thought that the Korean branch didn't exactly have the best reputation. Korea's performance on the global stage was a total disaster, and the players who had meant to promote their products only tarnished their reputation. She thought that, with Chang Hyun, they might be able to make something happen. Chang Hyun not only won the show, but also proved the potential of new weapons. Hyuna wanted to ensure that she would not let that chance slip away. Afterward, they approached the head of the Mora's workshop, and Hyuna Park thanked Chang Hyun for taking the time to meet with them. Hyuna Park introduced herself and appealed to allow them to get straight to the point. She asked Chang Hyun if he was satisfied with the weapon from Section B. Afterward, Chang Hyun replied that this was what the organizers had promised him, and asked if he even had another choice. She picked up the box and told Chang Hyun that if all he wanted was a mana ingot, they had something pretty special for him. As she opened the box, the mana ingot appeared from it. Chang Hyun was shocked to see that. Hyuna Park said that she would like to make him an offer using that ingot. She happily assured him they would give it to him on an indefinite lease, hoping he'd use it to create his weapon and gain recognition with it. She added that, in exchange, they'd like Chang Hyun to work with them periodically to develop new weapons using his ability, and asked if he agreed. Chang Hyun was satisfied with her, but he had one objection. He then smirked and asked her if it would be right if it became known that he was one of the creators of the weapons. Hyuna Park wondered if Chang Hyun figured out her plan and if he used that ingot to create a weapon. She thought that the public would believe that their branch could not refine top-grade mana ingots. After that, he was going to have him forge more weapons to create a collection made from A+ ingots. Hyuna Park apologized to him, explaining that she had forgotten to mention that Chang Hyun would need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Chang Hyun smirked and said, in that case, he should take his skills directly to the main branch of the workshop. Hyuna Park gritted her teeth. She asked him furiously what he wanted. Chang Hyun wanted a sponsorship, but Hyuna Park objected, asking if they were already sponsoring him by providing him with the weapon. She claimed that their branch could arrange an individual sponsorship for him, and Chang Hyun refused, saying that it was not for him. He shared his thoughts, saying that he was going to join PER and wanted Hyuna Park to become PER's sponsor. Hyuna Park looked at him furiously. She thought that Chang Hyun wanted them to sponsor a Division 3 team that finished last every season. Hyuna Park asked why she had to be PER, and said that if he joined another team, they might be more open to the idea of sponsorship. Chang Hyun laughed and said that it would not happen because he had already signed a contract with them. Hyuna Park was shocked, thinking about what he could do. She said that the sponsorship of PER would not do much to promote or build their brand image. Chang Hyun offered his weapon forging skills exclusively to her branch. Hyuna Park remained quiet at once. She was satisfied and said they would send a representative to PER to go over the sponsorship details then. Both of them shook hands, signifying their agreement. The scene transitioned to Chang Hyun, who stood and looked at the stage from the audience seats. He thought that was about the expected audience size for a Division 3 league. While descending the stairs, he thought that the next match would be PER versus ESP. He smirked, thinking that last place against ninth was doable. He sat in the audience seat as one of the judges announced that, despite their struggles so far, PER still had a good shot against ESP and had to win that match to make a comeback. Unlike Division 1, the matches in Division 2 and 3 were held in virtual reality. Division 1 matches take place inside real dungeons, so the risk of getting injured was a genuine concern. Chang Hyun believed that was not the case in Divisions 2 and 3. He wondered what they were so scared of. Chang Hyun looked at the screen where a guy was running. He was surprised and wondered if they called that a fight. He came to see if there were any hidden talents in PER. Consequently, the judge declared that PER had lost the fight and was forced to retreat, and they had to withdraw. Chang Hyun was stunned when the judge added that the PER closed out the season without a single victory. He wondered how they had ended the season without a single victory. He saw a leaderboard where PER had a score of 0, whereas other teams had multiple scores. Chang Hyun regretted having made a grave mistake by choosing the PER. He wondered if it would have been smarter to join a team with decent prospects and players, then transfer to a Division 1 team later. He motivated himself to the point that he could not give up. He further decided to eliminate as many players as possible, hoping to find at least one good player on the team. Suddenly, he was shocked and wondered what he was seeing. Vertical bar. He saw an ordinary house and couldn't believe that the PER's residence was something so plain. Afterward, Chang Hyun thought that his first team hadn't had proper sponsorship either, so they had slept in an ordinary home like this. He thought it might not be as bad as it seemed after all. They had given her the code earlier. He put the PIN code on the door. As he opened the door, he heard someone telling another that if he hadn't screwed up back then, they wouldn't have lost so badly. The other guy from PER said that all of them were running with their tail between their legs until they got taken out. Jongju stepped between them, urging them to stay calm and assuring them that they could work out the matter. On the other hand, Chang Hyun wasn't surprised that there was tension between the players, given the team's poor performance. At the same time, Jongju saw him. He completely revealed Chang Hyun's identity to their teammates and announced that Chang Hyun was joining their team. The girls from PER looked at him fiercely. One of them, Gilhan Lee, glared at him with anger. Chang Hyun smirked and told them that he had seen their match, and it was pretty good. He mocked that the match was completely useless, and Gilhan Lee glared at him in fury. He gritted his teeth furiously. Afterward, he walked up to him and asked who he thought he was, talking trash to a pro player. Chang Hyun mocked him and asked if he had hurt his feelings. He challenged Gilhan Lee to a fight and declared that if he lost, he'd be removed from the team, but if Gilhan Lee lost, he'd be the one to go. Chang Hyun again mocked him and asked the guy if he was frightened. The scene transitioned to the arena where the four persons stood side by side. Chang Hyun believed that a fresh recruit had walked in and provoked them by saying they sucked. He thought that only 3 people from PER took the bait. Everyone else who shrugged it off clearly lacked the drive. Afterward, he continued speaking to them, saying he hoped they weren't planning to turn off their sensory feedback setting after claiming they would have beaten him up. Gilhan Lee, in a fit of fury, told him not to worry about them and warned that he'd better do it right, or he was done for. Chang Hyun thought that Gilhan Lee was the one who charged in by himself and died in the match. He activated his analysis technique, and his system revealed that Gilhan Lee can charge forward and unleash a powerful shockwave upon impact. His stats were even lower than those of the contestants on the show, and Gilhan Lee had not been putting in the necessary training. His skill was actually pretty good, but he wasn't using it effectively. It was genuinely hard to believe these people had managed to become pro players. Chang Hyun sighed deeply after thinking. The scene turned to the roadside, where Chang Hyun stood holding an ingot weapon. He felt something rapidly. Suddenly, he saw the blast on the building, but he already knew it had to be. His system informed that it was a destructive charge, and he knew that Gilhan Lee had charged in from the get-go. As he attacked, Chang Hyun swiftly dodged it. Gilhan Lee smirked. Chang Hyun knew that Gilhan Lee intended to trap him. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the tiles of the ground. As it blasted, Chang Hyun flew away and thought that the shockwave's range was much larger than he had expected. It was actually a decent skill. Gilhan Lee looked at him with an ugly smile, and Chang Hyun thought this would make him believe he had played right into his hands. Immediately, Gilhan Lee charged at Chang Hyun, convinced he had already won. But in that moment, Chang Hyun smirked, knowing that everything was going exactly according to plan. He fell and targeted Gilhan Lee. Gilhan Lee was shocked. But Chang Hyun Lee stared back at him without a trace of fear. When Gilhan Lee's teammates approached, their eyes remained wide in disbelief at that scene. It was discovered that Chang Hyun was tied to Gilhan Lee with a mono rope and left hanging down. He told them they were late and asked who wanted to go first. He smirked and said that he was hurt quite a lot. But Gilhan Lee's teammates were frightened, their eyes filled with fear. The scene transitioned to the apartment, where both of them prostrated before Chang Hyun, a clear sign of their defeat. Chang Hyun reminded them of their condition, which stipulated that whoever lost had to leave the team, and consoled them, pointing out that they had never agreed to it. Consequently, he firmly instructed them to leave. Both of them were shocked. After that, they went out. The scene shifted to Gilhan Lee, who remained standing, feeling disappointed. Chang Hyun called out to him and questioned whether he hadn't heard what had already been said. He gripped his shoulder and asked if he was not to leave. Gilhan Lee gritted his teeth. He apologized to him. Chang Hyun felt he had successfully brought him to the correct line. Gilhan Lee realized his mistake and told Chang Hyun that he completely acknowledged it, so he appealed to Chang Hyun not to kick him off the team. He assured him that he had a pretty good skill. He revealed that it was his one strong suit. Chang Hyun realized that Gilhan's skill was good. He asked him if he didn't even know how to use it properly, and honestly assured him that he wouldn't listen to Chang Hyun. Gilhan Lee assured him that he would listen and asked Chang Hyun if he would stay if he did. Chang Hyun firmly told Gilhan Lee that he was to heed only his words and no one else's, and then asked if he was truly sure he could commit to that. Gilhan Lee nodded and assured him that he would do it. Chang Hyun couldn't bring himself to believe he would obey him, but truthfully, the entire team was useless, and their recruitment budget was already stretched thin. So, he thought that he might as well set an example with him. Out of the 7 players, he had already dismissed 2. Now it fell to Chang Hyun to find suitable replacements. He sent a message to Haiju to recruit for the PER, but she refused his offer. Haiju had incredible potential, so he wanted to recruit her if he could. Someone sent a message to him from Messenger. He stayed tuned at once. It was revealed that Hanyul had messaged him, saying he'd heard from Haiju and asking Chang Hyun if he was recruiting the players, but what truly surprised Chang Hyun was that Hanyul had taken the initiative to contact him first. Chang Hyun knew that Hanyul was a star player on Seoul Private Academy's Team 1, so he was certain Hanyul would remain loyal to them, although he supposed it was hard not to be impressed after what he pulled off. He messaged him, asking about his academy and LHR, and Hanyul replied that he would have to discuss it with them first. Chang Hyun thought that it seemed like playing well on the show paid off. The message received from Hanyul would be a huge score. While scrolling on his phone, he was suddenly shocked. He thought those guys had also been added from his contact list. The scene transitioned to Chang Hyun, who sat beside the computer, flipping through the page as he wondered what he should do about it. He believed that the most crucial aspect of building a team roster was ensuring synergy between the members' skills. Unfortunately, that was non-existent in that team. Everyone's stats were the bare minimum, and the skill synergy was far from ideal. He came across Yeonju-ji's introduction from PER on the page and wondered if her skill was positional awareness. He thought that Hanyul was more than capable, and with the 2 who reached out to him yesterday, they might have Hanyul able to take the Division 3 leagues by storm. The story continues as Chang Hyun arrives at Juntaek Lee's office, where he asks Juntaek Lee what he thinks of his new team. Juntaek Lee asked if the new team was any good. Chang Hyun smiled and informed that the presence of every exceptional player was thanks to him. Juntaek Lee apologized to him, saying that he had not had the time to manage the team. He remarked that he'd noticed Chang Hyun working hard to find new members and was surprised that he'd secured Seoul's Mora's Workshop as a sponsor. Chang Hyun explained that he'd just done what he had to do to save the team. Juntaek Lee asked him if he thought about the kind of team he wanted to build. Chang Hyun assured him that he had gotten the 2 ideas. He said that the first idea was the one-person army approach, as Juntaek Lee expected. Juntaek Lee said the idea was too predictable and asked Chang Hyun if he knew how easily a team could fail if it relied on just one strategy in the Hunters League. Chang Hyun agreed and decided to tell the second idea. He assured him that the idea was still in development. He told Juntaek Lee that he could think of it as a bomber strategy. Juntaek Lee's eyes remained wide as he heard about the bomber's strategy. However, Juntaek Lee was unaware of the bomber's strategy and decided to leave it in Chang Hyun's hands. He took the document paper to him and cut to the chase. This document confirmed that all team authority would be transferred to Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun agreed and was about to leave, but Juntaek Lee said PER's last match was the final of the season, and there would be a press conference the next day for the Division 3 league. He added that Chang Hyun was now effectively the acting president of the team, so he expected him to participate as one. Chang Hyun wondered about a press conference for the Division 3 league tomorrow. Juntaek Lee assured him that he would attend the conference. The next day, the Division 3 league press conference began with 5 people, including Chang Hyun, and one person was questioning them. Chang Hyun started to feel bored. He introduced himself to the commentator and stated that he had become the acting president of PER the previous day, adding that he would also be joining as a player. The commentator said that Team LTD had finished the season in first place, earning praise for their teamwork and dominance, but there were concerns that many of their players might move to Division 2 next season, and demanded their thoughts. Hyungjun Lee, coach of Division 3 LTD and director of Division 1's LTD, agreed and said it was a fair concern, but assured that if anyone left, they would replace them with players of equal quality. He said they were planning to add several hunters who were seen as rising stars. He wondered about the rising stars and the director. He forced himself to think that this coach was oddly familiar. Consequently, he remembered the director's identity. Hyungjun Lee was the one with whom Chang Hyun had issues in his past life. On the other hand, the commentator thanked the director for his answer. The commentator had also been discussing a new hunter that Team LHR had been training and asked if they expected to see Yeol in the Division 3 league next season. However, the other person told him he couldn't give a clear answer, adding that they were trying, but the market was volatile, so nothing was specific. Chang Hyun wondered if the team Hanyul was supposed to go to. The commentator interviewed Chang Hyun, stating that there was surprising news about PER and that they had heard player Chang Hyun Lee had become the acting president of the team. Chang Hyun revealed his identity again and assured him that he was the new acting president of the PER. The commentator found it surprising that someone so young would be both a player and acting president, and asked if significant changes were coming to the team. Chang Hyun said that PER may have finished the season without a single win, but he assured the commentator that significant changes were coming. The commentator asked if Chang Hyun could give a hint on what he was working on. Chang Hyun said that they would be making some changes to the roster. He would be both playing as a hunter and stepping in as a coach. Besides that, they were changing their strategies, bringing in a new sponsor, and a lot was happening. The commentator said that it seemed like there were a lot of changes on the horizon, and Chang Hyun assured him that his statement wasn't finished. The commentator took permission from him. Chang Hyun said that he had been closely following the Division 3 matches. He added that there was not a single team that stood out. On the other side, Hyungjun Lee was in a fit of fury. Chang Hyun told Hyungjun Lee that he'd better stay on his toes, and added that they were going to take down everyone, especially Hyungjun Lee and Team LTD. It would have been really embarrassing for the top team to lose to the bottom team. Chang Hyun smirked and assured himself that he should do it. He thought that they should have left a big impression, possibly in more ways than one. The scene turned to Chang Hyun, who opened the outside door. He felt amazed when he saw his teammates, especially Dajun. Afterward, he told them to come in. Dajun objected to Chang Hyun that his team's lodging was just an ordinary house. Chang Hyun explained to him that it was normal for a small team, but Dajun didn't understand how he could handle it, and Chang Hyun expected Dajun to reach out to him. But he never thought Jisoo would also. Suddenly, Chang Hyun turned his face to his teammates. Jisoo did not understand what he tried to do, but Chang Hyun assured him it was nothing and thought that he wouldn't complain. Chang Hyun and his teammates come onto the porch. Hangyeol mocked Chang Hyun, saying it was a rookie team, but it was even worse than he had imagined. Jisoo said he only joined because Chang Hyun was on the team, and the only reason he joined was because Chang Hyun said he had helped raise his profile so he could switch teams later. Chang Hyun said he wouldn't have asked them to participate without a plan, and even though the team didn't win last season, they had now trained with a half-new roster. Chang Hyun consoled his teammates, encouraging them to keep their hopes high. His teammates remained quiet at once. The scene shifted to the manager's office. The man shown in the picture was Hangyu Choi, the ESP manager. He thought that it was not that their players lacked skill, but it seemed like they had forgotten how to win. The mobile phone was vibrating continuously. He picked up the phone from the table and saw a message sent to Mr. Choi, who said they had received a scrim request from PER and asked if they should accept. Noting it was the off-season and their players needed rest, he doubted anyone would complain if they declined. Mr. Choi knew the one way to get back into the rhythm of winning was to start winning again. Afterward, he answered a call from Coach Kim, confirmed it was Mr. Choi, and mentioned the scrim with PER. He told the coach, Kim, to go ahead and set up a date. The scene turned to Jinseung Kim, who asked why they were playing a scrim. He assured that they usually did not have any off-season. A guy who stood before him, asking if he heard what PER's new manager said, he was already trash talking the whole league, and Jinseung Kim agreed, saying he talked big about beating LTD, even though they had no chance. The scene transitioned to Jongju Lee, who asked Chang Hyun if he was sure about that. He added that Chang Hyun had only just started getting to know each other, and the new members needed some time to settle in. Chang Hyun said that they did not have enough players for a 7 versus 7 interval scrimmage anyway. He said there was no hope for that team with the current situation. Jongju Lee was shocked to hear that. Chang Hyun confidently said they would lose again. He assured him that their team would come last again, and added that repeated failures lead to helplessness, making them play more passively. However, there was a chance of victory. He said to Jongju Lee that humans always find hope. Chang Hyun wanted to prove it to them, saying that although it was his first time with PER, his presence alone could make a difference to the team. He smirked and decided to show them that they no longer had to be losers. Afterward, Chang Hyun faced the manager of ESP while walking. Hangyu Choi asked him if he had to be the new president or manager of PER. He said he wasn't sure what to call him, but either way, it was fine with him, and then revealed his identity to Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun shook his hand to Hangyu Choi and thought that the manager of ESP spoke like he didn't care, with eyes full of ridicule. He could tell the manager was looking down on them. On the other hand, the judge declared that the match would soon begin, and the entire PER team was ready for action. The president of PER, Chang Hyun-lee, led his teammates and asked if they were prepared. Chang Hyun told his teammates that he would be calling the shots, so they had to listen to him and no one else. He doubted that the teammates of PER would be able to follow them very well. It would be the 5 original PER members, along with him, and 1 new member. He decided to show them they could win even with that lineup and called out to Gil-hen Lee. He explained that Gil-hen Lee would take the vanguard, as he had in past matches, but would never charge in unless told. He would hold his ground, even if a Mana bomber came his way. Chang Hyun turned to Yeonju, assured her she would be by his side, and told her to do her best to stay aligned with him. Suddenly, Dojin raised his hand and called out to Chang Hyun, reminding him of his presence. Chang Hyun told him to stand in front and block anyone who came near, and Dojin asked if he wasn't supposed to fight the enemies. Chang Hyun smirked and told him to wait and see. The scene transitioned to a forest path with a bridge spanning a cliff, and the judge announced that the match had begun. Whereas the manager of ESP was monitoring them through the screen. He thought that since the battle was on a big bridge, there was little room for creativity. It was all about how each team's formation held up, and that's precisely why Hangyu Choi chose that map. PER was ready for the attack, especially Gil-hen Lee, who shielded himself, and Mr. Choi commented that, for a last-minute team, their formation looked quite solid. He said it was probably just on the surface, and they hadn't had much time since their last match, and besides, they were only holding formation because they were standing still. He noticed that Gil-hen Lee looked tough. At the same time, the man beside him asked if he thought Chang Hyun Lee coached him, and Hangyu Choi said they'd have to wait and see. Suddenly, both were shocked to see their ranged fighter wide open. Hangyu Choi felt excited, thinking Chang Hyun had lost track of his own position while managing the others. While the ESP member dodged the attack, Hangyu Choi believed he wouldn't let that chance slip. He jumped at the PER member, twirling his spear. As he attacked Chang Hyun, he jumped up to dodge it. Both of them were stunned to see that. Chang Hyun shot toward the opponent while in the air, and they guessed it was a planned move to bait ESP in. He couldn't believe he had done that. He noticed it was a strategy that used the ranged fighter, the team's key player, as bait. Chang Hyun aimed his gun at the opponent and waited for the attack. On the other hand, the opponent shouted to his teammates to get behind him to avoid being hit. Chang Hyun smirked, and Hangyu Choi believed he was about to fire a Mana bomber. Suddenly, Chang Hyun threw a piece of Mana bomber at the opponent's protective shield. A powerful explosion destroys a bridge in the middle of a forest, caused by Mana bombers. On the leaderboard, PER had a score of 7, while ESP had not scored yet. Hangyu Choi was shocked because he had not expected his loss. The judge then announced that the match was over and PER had won. The dust was surrounded on the bridge. A guy who had been standing beside ESP's manager couldn't believe that PER had won. He was wondering why Chang Hyun left himself wide open, but he really made it work. On the other hand, Chang Hyun put his gun on his shoulder and smiled, and the guy was stunned to see their victory. After that, the players murmured to each other, not believing how long it had been since they last won. On the other side, Chang Hyun was listening to their conversation and felt happy about their victory. Suddenly, Gil-hen Lee asked him how he did it. He still couldn't believe how Chang Hyun had led them to victory. But Chang Hyun asked what mattered most in a fight between formations, and Gil-hen Lee replied that it was obviously keeping the formation together. So he asked him again how he had dismantled the enemy. Gil-hun remained quiet at once. Chang Hyun said to him that he either made them fall apart on their own or just overpowered them. Gil-hun felt awkward and wondered why that scene never crossed his mind. Chang Hyun told him that he had lured the ESP team into switching to an offensive formation, then hit them during the transition. He understood that was why Gil-hun broke away from their formation and exposed himself. Afterward, he asked him if he was surprised by his answer. Suddenly, Hangul interrupted and stated that the correct answer was one that anyone who heard it would agree with. He asked them if they practiced before he joined the team. Chang Hyun explained that he chose a straightforward formation. Hangul understood that it was all part of Chang Hyun's plan, so he asked if they could keep using that strategy, saying that with Dojun and Jisoo, the team would be even stronger and Division 3 should be easy. Chang Hyun noted that while that would be ideal, he knew that even Division 3 wouldn't be easy. They were unsure that ESP had a strong record of wins, and they still found themselves in 9th place at the end of the day. The strategy might work against some of the lower-ranked teams, but it was unlikely to hold up against the better ones. Chang Hyun said that using the same strategy repeatedly would make it less effective. Jisoo told him worriedly that he had joined the PER because he trusted Chang Hyun, and said he hoped Chang Hyun had a better plan. Chang Hyun thought that, unlike the others, Jisoo only joined because he had promised to raise the team's standing. So, Jisoo could later leave with a better offer and more promising career prospects. Afterward, Chang Hyun explained the reason that they had to prepare another strategy. But Jisoo shouted that the team barely had anyone with good skills and asked what other strategy they could even use. Chang Hyun stepped forward and said that skills weren't the only tools they had. Jisoo was surprised to hear that statement. He showed the Manhwa bomber before them. He threw it to Jisoo to catch and said they would use these instead. Chang Hyun said that their team would become experts in Manhwa bombers. The scene transitioned to the president of PER's door. Hangul sat in Chang Hyun's office and was shocked, asking Chang Hyun if he really wanted him to practice using multiple swords at once. Chang Hyun asked him the reason why he did not like his training plan. Hangul said that if he controlled multiple swords at once, he would not be able to control them precisely, and asked him what the point was. Chang Hyun had understood that effectively pressing the enemy using sword telekinesis, controlling multiple swords at once, was not ideal, as it scattered Hangul's focus. He knew that in his previous life, Hangul could maintain at least 7 swords at once, and he could handle up to 3 with advanced sword skills. If Chang Hyun wanted him to improve quickly, he could not leave him in that state. However, Chang Hyun would not say it was pointless, but if Hangul did not do it, then he would not. But Hangul listened to him carefully. It seemed like Hangul joined because he respected Chang Hyun, and that should have made the point clear. At the exact moment, Hangul agreed, saying that he knew he had to do that sooner or later. He asked him how many swords they were talking about. Chang Hyun explained it to him by raising his finger and said it was 7. After hearing that, Hangul looked confused. Chang Hyun smirked and noted that 7 was enough. The scene transitioned at night, where Jisoo was surprised to hear Chang Hyun's statement. Jisoo asked if Chang Hyun wanted him to practice dropping distant objects with precision. Chang Hyun told him that the more accurate he was, the better. Jisoo said his gravity skill was too weak to help in attacking the enemy. Chang Hyun curiously asked if he was thinking about it, saying he could choose whether Jisoo wanted to do it or not. So, he decided to tell Jisoo. However, Chang Hyun pointed at him and said he was going to make him drop bombs using his skill. He assured him that he had made the plan, including the Manhwa bombs. He said he would attach the bombs to Hangul's sword, with Jisoo using his gravity skill at the same time. He assured Jisoo that he would drop the bomb attached to the sword while it was flying. He explained that Jisoo of Hangul would become artillery on the battlefield. Jisoo understood his plan and asked him if he meant the new strategy. Chang Hyun assured him that the new strategy was called the bomber strategy. He told him that Hangul would control multiple swords first, each carrying fragments of the Manhwa bomber. With Jisoo's control, Chang Hyun and his teammates would drop bombs precisely on the enemies, but they still needed one more key piece to complete the strategy. They would not be able to deal significant damage from a distance without knowing the enemy team's location. She wondered where Yeonju Lee had come from. His analysis technique showed him that she could precisely determine the location of nearby adversaries. Afterward, Chang Hyun told her that she would need to use her ability to provide detailed intel on the enemy's location. She told him that it would be too difficult. Chang Hyun motivated her that she was the key to making that strategy work. He assured her if Yeonju Lee did not do her part, Chang Hyun and his teammates would not be able to do anything with the bombs. He asked her if he could count on her. She was so shocked that she quickly turned her head to the right. Chang Hyun wondered what she was blushing about. Chang Hyun had no clue what she was thinking. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun and his teammates, who sat facing a woman who stood before them. A man appealed to PER to get ready. Chang Hyun wondered if it was a season opening shoot. He remembered being loud and hostile at past press conferences and thought he should stay quiet this time. He heard as Mr. Yu spoke about the PER. Mr. Yu criticized Chang Hyun as an inexperienced Nepo baby and claimed that PER looked like a fragile house of cards ready to collapse. A woman listening to him laughed and said that was one way to see it. But she was sure PER had their own perspective, noting they hadn't won any games last season, so they were trying a new approach this time. Chang Hyun admitted he was young. Afterward, he approached Mr. Yu and said that if they beat him, all Mr. Yu would have left was his age and nothing to show for it. Mr. Yu was in a fit of fury and asked why he could do that. Suddenly, the woman stepped between them and remarked that PER's bold provocation, along with their complete team overhaul, made the rivalry between the teams inspiring to watch. Chang Hyun thought they talked big for a team that finished 8th, just barely above them. He assured Mr. Yu that he would show them what they were made of in the first match. The scene transitioned as Chang Hyun held a hook. Hanyul asked him if he was sure about that. Chang Hyun said that the strategies were not something he saved for later. He added that it couldn't be easily countered, even if Chang Hyun and his teammates had shown it in advance. Hanyul agreed with him, but he had something to think about. He guessed Chang Hyun felt that they could easily defeat an 8th-place team just by playing against the opponents. If that were Chang Hyun's plan, Hanyul would be doing most of the heavy lifting. But that was not what that team needed right now. However, Chang Hyun assured him that he was the key to that strategy. Hanyul told him that he would do his best. Chang Hyun agreed and ordered to go. Chang Hyun and his teammates would show them what they had gotten. The system stated that in the Hunters League, the team with the lower ranking gets to choose the arena. Since PER was ranked lower, the decision was in their hands. Chang Hyun's team picked the simplest option, such as the city at arena. Chang Hyun called out to Yeonju, Jisoo, and Hanyul, instructing them to take their positions and reassuring them that they would proceed with the plan. While secretly hiding behind the wall, Chang Hyun peeked out and ordered the remaining members to regroup and pick off enemies if possible, otherwise, to focus on staying alive. On the other hand, Yeonju informed the leader that she was on the 23rd floor of the 7 Stars Electronics building at the eastern edge of the map. She would be waiting in the leftmost office for them. She activated her positional awareness skill, enabling her to pinpoint the location of nearby enemies. She reported the enemies' locations in coordinate form one by one. Chang Hyun told him to watch out for those coordinates. Now, Chang Hyun realized that Yeonju's ability truly shone in large arenas like this one. He located the enemy's rendezvous point 145, 255, 5 and immediately took off running. As he ran, he instructed his system to bring up the map clone. He marked the location on it. His teammates alerted him to their presence, and Chang Hyun gave the signal for the next phase by bombing the arena and bringing down the building. He would snipe anyone who tried to escape. If the opponents tried to dodge Chang Hyun's shots, the entire PER struck them head-on with their formation. Consequently, Chang Hyun asked if they were ready for the strike, and PER responded that they were already in position, just waiting for his order to drop the payload. He appreciated them because he believed that the PER would win. At the same time, he commanded his whole team to get started with the strikes. Suddenly, Hanyul threw 3 swords into the air, where the mana bombers were attached to them. Chang Hyun aimed his gun at them. He fired at them. The mana bombers dropped one by one as he hit them. On the other hand, the entire Team TGD was alerted to the opponent's attack inside the building. Ki-won thought that Mr. Yu had already told all of Team TGD to stay cautious against their opponents in that match. Mr. Yu had even mentioned the opposing team's leader, claiming it was Chang Hyun. He, with curiosity, warned them not to let that make their Team TGD careless. Ki-won doubted they needed a strategy against a rookie like him. He motivated himself to ensure that his team would continue to strive for their best. He decided to use his devastating stride skill when the PER revealed themselves. He was waiting for the opponents to show themselves. Suddenly, the Team TGD saw the mana bombers from the sky. Someone felt that the ceiling was shaking, whereas Ki-won screamed, ordering to deploy the mana shields above. The ceiling was cracked, and the entire players deployed the mana shields for their self-defense. Chang Hyun brought down the building last time, so the boy figured Chang Hyun had pulled a similar stunt again. Chang Hyun had used his ether bullets to get the job done. He must have burned through most of his mana for that. They saw the 3 swords, which stayed in a frozen position. The swords rushed towards them. It seemed that Hanyul was using his sword telekinesis, while the other man noted that PER was watching them from a distance before making a move. As the swords approached, they decided to hold off. Ki-won tried to block the blades, but the swords automatically dodged his attempt. Suddenly, a sword released a mana bomber, and they dropped down. They were in fear of seeing that. A hazardous blast appeared in the apartment. They fell to the ground, and the dust enveloped them everywhere. Ki-won tried to stop himself with his foot. He couldn't believe the sword had exploded. The scene transitioned to Chang Hyun, who stood on the rooftop of the building. He aimed his gun at the enemy and decided to attack. Consequently, he fired at the opponent. Chang Hyun guessed that he did not need to step in. The team TGD could not fight the swords up close, so they planned to use ranged attacks instead, but with Hangul controlling the swords, that was no easy task. Finally, Chang Hyun realized that the game was over, and PER had won. The leaderboard showed PER with 7 points, while Team TGD had not gained any score. The scene instantly cuts to Jinhan Lee, Team LTD's Division 1 manager, his face frozen in shock. He never expected to see a bomber strategy from PER in a Division 3 match. Afterward, he asked the other if it was Chang Hyun who had stirred up trouble in Division 3. The guy figured Chang Hyun wasn't just talking. They praised Chang Hyun as unbelievable, saying they had never seen a player like him before. Jinhan Lee asked if Chang Hyun was not on their recruitment list. It seemed that Chang Hyun already had ties with PER, and Team LTD's manager offered him the best deal in the industry, but he did not even consider it. After that, Jinhan Lee told the man not to dwell on it now and said to ask their Division 2 recruitment team to reach out to Chang Hyun. Afterward, the status window indicated that PER had won. Gilhan Lee felt emotional, unable to believe they had achieved such a big victory. On the other side, Yeonju was amazed by their victory. Chang Hyun informed her to save the celebrations for later and reminded her that they had an interview to attend. He guessed that MVP would be Hangul. After some time, the announcer greeted all their viewers nationwide and announced that they were joined by the MVP of today's winning team for an interview. Afterward, Hangul appeared in front of the commentator, and the commentator expressed his pleasure at meeting him, and Hangul thanked him for the invitation. The commentator told him that PER had finished last season without a single win and asked Hangul to share how PER had prepared for today's match, which led to such a turnaround. Hangul told the commentator that they won because of Chang Hyun. The commentator objected, asking if he meant Mr. Chang Hyun. Hangul said that he only followed his instructions. The commentator spoke that the PER's strategies had been creating quite a buzz, with many comparing it to artillery strikes and guided missiles. Hangul nodded and said that was how Chang Hyun described the bomber strategy. He praised Chang Hyun, saying his plan was flawless from start to finish, that S.Y. Hangul respected him. At the same time, Chang Hyun watched Hangul's interview on the screen, surprised by his statements and wondering why Hangul was talking about him. The commentator asked Hangul how Chang Hyun predicted everything accurately. Meanwhile, Dajun guessed that Hangul was portraying Chang Hyun as a cult leader during the interview. After that, both of them turned their face backward and felt something. Gilhun Lee rushed over, sighed, and said that cult leader suited Mr. Chang Hyun well. Chang Hyun noted that Gilhun Lee referred to him as Mr. Chang Hyun. He had no idea why he was addressing him in that manner. However, Chang Hyun appealed to him to call him by his name because he meant that Gilhun was older than him. Gilhun laughed with disappointment. Chang Hyun believed they must be overjoyed to have finally broken their losing streak. He felt that PER was going to get stronger. He also knew that the champions of Division 3 would be PER. The scene transitioned to Dajun, who was eating the noodles. He looked at Chang Hyun. Dajun asked where Chang Hyun was headed and pointed out that it was a holiday. Chang Hyun replied to him that he was meeting someone and told him not to sit around all day because it was the weekend, and added that his PER was still in the middle of the season. Before he left, he told Dajun that he would meet him later. Afterward, Dajun drank the soup from his noodles. Once he finished, he decided it was time to catch up on his TV shows. Suddenly, the scene turned to the Hunters League Stadium. Min-seok Lee called out to Chang Hyun by pointing at his hand. He showed the stadium tickets to Chang Hyun and insisted that he come right away. But Chang Hyun asked him if they had started letting people in, and Min-seok Lee assured that they could go inside the stadium now. Consequently, both of them reached the stadium, and the audience was roaring. Min-seok Lee asked Chang Hyun if he had attended many matches before. Chang Hyun briefly thought he had lived there in a past life, then said he had participated in it during Division 3, but assured him he was still a pro player. Min-seok agreed and expressed his happiness at having reached this point, but he was worried about Chang Hyun, who had other plans since he was in the middle of the season. Chang Hyun thanked him for the invitation in the stadium and asked Min-seok if there would be a match between Japan and Korea. He asked if it was worth coming in person to watch the match, and Min-seok replied that it was still Korea. Min-seok Lee explained that Japan may be dominant right now, but the Korean national team had some of their best talent from Division 1. However, Chang Hyun was not happy about it either, but that was the reality of Korea at the time. Min-seok Lee informed that Korea's players were not necessarily lacking in abilities or stats. He wanted Chang Hyun to watch the match because he believed he would one day stand on that stage and exact revenge for the judges. Min-seok Lee had a friend on Japan's national team and assured Chang Hyun that they would meet after the match. Chang Hyun nodded. He guessed that Min-seok had high expectations for him. His motive was to pay close attention to where his PER stood right now. Right after, the judge announced that the match was over. Min-seok Lee said the match was over and quickly told him to come along. The leaderboard indicated that the South Korean team had scored 2 points, while the Japanese team had scored 7 points. Chang Hyun was shocked that his country had lost, while Min-seok insisted that he meet his Japanese friend. He thought that Min-seok was pretending to be unfazed. However, he believed that Min-seok was feeling better. At last, Min-seok told him to go together. The scene transitioned to where both of them were waiting for their guest. Suddenly, Min-seok pointed to his Japanese friend to assure their presence. His friend was named Takumi Minamino, the Hunters League Japan's national hunter. They hugged and shared their happiness at seeing each other after a long time had passed. Afterward, Takumi asked him if they should not meet their country's players first. Min-seok told him to forget it, saying their generation was a lost cause, and added that he was placing his hopes on the next match. He introduced his friend in front of Chang Hyun, revealing him as Japan's national hunter, the most iconic and aggressive ranged fighter in the country at the moment. However, Min-seok revealed Chang Hyun's identity to his friend and said that he was a rising talent, and assured his friend that he had many great hopes for Chang Hyun. Both of them shook their hands, and Takumi said that Chang Hyun was the kid and Min-seok couldn't stop raving about. Takumi felt something about Chang Hyun. After that, he asked Min-seok if he could test Chang Hyun. Min-seok was permitted to ask the question and sought the consent of Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun thought about Takumi Minamino, but the name did not ring a bell, and he realized that Takumi did not stay on the national team up to his generation. He used the all-seeing eye technique and felt that his stats must be high. His analysis showed that Takumi could drastically reduce the delay between projectile launch and allow nearly 2 projectiles to be fired simultaneously with each launch. He could hit the same spot twice, which would guarantee the destruction of the targeted area, and he could accelerate rapidly up to 3 times. He mocked it, questioning if that sample was Japan's most iconic and aggressive range dealer, and couldn't believe he had stumbled upon such an opportunity. After a long analysis, Chang Hyun was challenged to clear the test. Takumi told him that he had a lot of spirit. Chang Hyun said that was not the only thing he had gotten. The scene shifted to the leaderboard. The judge told Junhyuk Kang that they had closed the gap. Junhyuk Kang said that they came within a hair's breadth of at least 3 eliminations, and the judge asked how difficult it was to overcome that hair's breadth. The judge shouted and showed favoritism by giving Junhyuk the best treatment early on, warning that it would only bring humiliation and stating that if it continued, they wouldn't send any players to the national team. After speaking his statement, he left. So, Junhyuk turned to Director Lee and said to him that it seemed he had gone to Scout Divisions 2 and 3, and asked if he had found any promising talent in LTD's lower division teams. The Director Lee objected to promising talent. He believed that the PER players were different from the Team LTD players. If Director Lee could pair up Hangul with that kid who had gravity control, he could use them as occasional wildcards even in Division 1. He guessed that even Hangul, the winner of the next generation. The Director Lee did not understand what that country needed at the moment and wondered if someone like Chang Hyun Lee was available. He expected that they were just some kids in Division 3. The scene transitioned to the dimensional area, where Chang Hyun, Takumi, and especially Min-seok Lee were standing. Min-seok Lee knew that Takumi was up to no good again. He caught a glimpse of the past, remembering when the two of them were equals, playing together on the international team. Takumi had been a little overzealous. He called it a test, but in truth, he had simply loved the fight. Min-seok told Takumi to go easy on him, and Takumi assured him that he was aware Chang Hyun was a Division 3 player in the Korean League. Takumi consoled him that he would not push Chang Hyun too hard. Chang Hyun smirked. Takumi asked him what was so funny. The scene transitioned to the night. Takumi teleported into the void arena through a wormhole, surrounded by crackling energy. He wondered why Chang Hyun had picked that arena. He believed it was a unique arena with a wormhole mechanic, full of unpredictable factors and rarely seen in the Hunters League. He wondered if Chang Hyun was trying to throw him by picking an uncommon map. On the other hand, Chang Hyun's shadow appeared at the glowing portal. He thought that it was rare for two ranged fighters to face off in a one-on-one duel. The reason was that the ranged fighters typically stay in the back, focusing on the enemy's front line. Chang Hyun had never lost a duel against another ranged fighter. He used the all-seeing eye technique. He had memorized every wormhole on that map, where they were and where they led, which meant as long as he knew where his opponent was. Suddenly, he fired his gun at the wormhole. The bullet entered it. Right after, it comes from another portal where Takumi stood. He turned his face back and was shocked to see it. Then, he used the speed boost power to reflect the bullet on the left side. The bullet hit the wall, cracking it, and Takumi wondered if Chang Hyun shot him through a wormhole. Takumi had been just a second slower. Takumi guessed that the bullet's trajectory turned a little because of the wormhole's vibration. He had no idea how Chang Hyun had found his location, but it was clear he had taken the shot knowing exactly where he was. He was impressive for Chang Hyun, who was only in Division 3. Takumi held his weapons in both hands and was ready to attack. He fired at the wall constantly. However, once all the walls were down and it came down to just Chang Hyun and Takumi, the game was over. On the other hand, Chang Hyun ran away. He heard a sound. He believed that Takumi was breaking down the wall from a spot the wormholes could not reach. He felt that Takumi was probably breaking down the walls. Afterward, he smirked and thought that Takumi would crush him in a confrontation. The scene shifted to Min-seok Lee, who monitored both of them. Min-seok Lee did not expect Chang Hyun to land the first hit. He wondered how Chang Hyun shot his opponent by using a wormhole. Suddenly, Jin Tae-jin, Korea's national hunter, opened the door and walked towards Min-seok Lee. He called out to him. Min-seok Lee was surprised and assured that today was a bad match. Both of them watched the game on the screen, and Jin Tae-jin asked him if Takumi was not in the game today. He asked who was fighting against Takumi, and Min-seok said it was Chang Hyun, a rising star. But Jin Tae didn't believe it. Jin Tae asked if Min-seok was mentoring Chang Hyun and why he hadn't heard about Chang Hyun, and Min-seok explained that Chang Hyun was a pro hunter who debuted that season in Division 3. Jin Tae was shocked and couldn't believe how Chang Hyun had passed the Division 3. He commented that the match was tough. He asked Min-seok why he hadn't stopped by to see them, saying that many people wanted to see Min-seok. He added that if Min-seok had come by before that match, it could have boosted their team's morale. Suddenly, he came in front of him and asked why he was not answering. Right after that, Min-seok told him curiously that the match was more important than he was. Jin Tae was astonished and asked if he was serious. He glanced at the screen and said that the match was over already. He was shocked to see Takumi unconscious but lying on the ground. It was discovered that Chang Hyun had won the match. On the other hand, Jin Tae and Min-seok kept a close watch on the screen. The story showed a recap of how Takumi was defeated. Takumi fired at the last wall, and it cracked. He thought that the walls had fallen. He believed that Chang Hyun had not lost his drive. He thought Chang Hyun was done, just as Takumi was ready to strike with his slingshot. He fired through the slingshot weapon, and one arrow fell down the wall, while the other was targeting Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun was ready for his attack. He smirked and dodged the arrow easily. Takumi wondered how Chang Hyun dodged it. His ambush failed, but time was still on his side. He decided to destroy the nearby wormhole with his next attack. Chang Hyun fired confidently at the wormhole constantly. The bullets passed out of the wormhole. Takumi could not understand how Chang Hyun attacked with a barrage of shots. The wormhole had altered the trajectories of the bullets, but the entire quantity of bullets comes close to that of Takumi. He thought that he could not avoid that. He used the protective shield clone to avoid the bullets. Suddenly, a crack appeared on his field. Consequently, the shield was broken. The bullets come behind him. Takumi did not believe that was the delayed attack. At last, he fell unconscious on the ground. Someone asked Chang Hyun in his past life what he believed was the key to being a good player. Chang Hyun smirked and told him to be more specific about the experience of winning. Consequently, the system declared Chang Hyun the winner of the match. The scene transitioned to Min-seok, who approached Takumi and asked what had happened. Takumi, his eyes fixed on the screen to see his recent match. He said that Min-seok had set a monster loose, and that was what had happened. Min-seok couldn't believe it and wondered how Chang Hyun had beaten him by skill alone. Takumi didn't know when Chang Hyun would step onto the international stage, but when he did, his fanbase might rival Ethan's. Minseok was stunned after hearing his statement. The scene turned to the hole, where water was emerging. After the victory, Chang Hyun came to his ordinary house and felt something. He thought about yesterday's match, which was interesting. A ranged fighter with enough firepower to destroy walls. Chang Hyun never doubted his victory. He glimpsed his past and thought that things had gotten tough. He did one-on-one ranked matches more than anything else. On the other hand, Takumi was satisfied even though he lost. While thinking, Dajun called out to him. He asked Chang Hyun what he had done the previous day and why he was on the news. He informed him that Japan's top-ranked fighter, Takumi, had expressed high hopes for a Korean player in a recent interview. They looked at the screen, where the newscaster was asking about Chang Hyun if he was currently competing in the Division 3 league. Meanwhile, Chang Hyun informed Dajun that he had attended a match the previous day. Hangyul asked him if he had played Takumi again yesterday, and Dajun asked if Chang Hyun had gotten his autograph. Chang Hyun assured both of them that he went up against Takumi in a one-on-one match and won. Chang Hyun knew that was quite the reaction. He supposed it was only natural, and Takumi's physical stats and skills were far superior to Chang Hyun's. However, when it comes to experience, Chang Hyun had the upper hand. He had played the game long enough to memorize every map down to the smallest detail, and he had no intention of losing. He assumed that if his calculations had been just a little slower, things would have turned out differently. Afterward, Hangyul knew it from the start. He assured Chang Hyun that they had to listen to him, and Chang Hyun wondered if his eyes were always so sparkly. Dajun objected that Chang Hyun should have brought him along if he was meeting Takumi. Chang Hyun said that he would have gone with his sword and beaten Takumi as well. Dajun lightly struck his own head with his fist because he objected to Chang Hyun. At the same time, Chang Hyun thought that Dajun did not stand a chance right now. Suddenly, his system enhanced the power of his all-seeing eyes. He already knew about it because he used it to its limits in his match with Takumi. He had the ability to target the hunter's maximum ability stats and also tracked the trajectory of enemy projectiles. He felt happy because there was no better way to train his teammates. The scene shifted to the PER office. Chang Hyun initiated the conversation with Jongju Lee, informing him that it was part of the team's plan. He asked about how he felt about their current situation. Jongju Lee said that the PER kicked off the season with a win. He shared his thoughts. It was fine to continue as they were, acknowledging that they lacked many strategies but had built a solid win condition. He guessed that PER was stronger than it had been last season, but Chang Hyun disagreed. Chang Hyun said that it was enough. Chang Hyun asked what alternatives they had if their strategy failed and said that if he had to carry the entire team on his own, it would be a guaranteed loss. He shared that the moment the strategy failed, they had exhausted their options, so they needed to either refine it or develop a new strategy. He added that what they needed right now was individual growth for each member. He decided to start with ranked matches. The scene turned to the hall where Chang Hyun stood in front of his teammates. He asked about what they heard from the Jongju. Dajun asked him if they would be training through ranked matches, and Chang Hyun agreed. Dajun objected on his behalf, asking why it would not be better to focus on team-based training. Chang Hyun said that individual growth must come before teamwork, otherwise, there is no point in fighting as a team. Chang Hyun and his entire team would take turns competing, and afterward, he would review the matches with Jongju and encourage them to do their best. The scene transitioned to coach Jongju Lee, who stood behind Chang Hyun. Chang Hyun noticed that many people had come to watch the match. Afterward, he asked about the match between the famous players of Division 1 and 2. At the same time, the match started between Hangul Kim and Minsol Lee. Hangul Kim, a melee tanker, had a ranked score of 4,813. In comparison, Minsol Lee, a mid-ranged fighter, had a ranked score of 4,727. Chang Hyun thought about Hangul Kim, who later became known as the Knight, and Minsol Lee, who earned the title of Chain Bomber. Suddenly, Hangul Kim used his speed boost skill to rush his opponent. Minsol Lee denoted the Mana Bomber using the enhanced firepower skill. She rapidly jumped on the enemy. On the other hand, Chang Hyun knew that she had detonated the Mana Bomber using her skill, turning it into an explosive accelerant. It seemed Hangul's plan was to quickly close the gap using his speed boost to avoid being bombarded by Minsol's Mana Bombers, but Minsol had a considerable edge. Hangul tried to block the enemy's attack. However, his strength began to fade gradually. A big blast occurred, and the judge announced that Minsol Lee had won. According to Changhyun, Minsol dominated the match, even though Hangul was rated higher. If Hangul had dealt with the mana bomber used as an accelerant when he first rushed in, or found even a single chance to get close to Minsol, he might have come out on top. Changhyun thought that the ranked matches were where matchups and combat dynamics were most pronounced. To an untrained eye, it appeared that Minsol dominated the match, but in reality, it was very close. Anything could happen in ranked matches. The scene shifted to Minsol, who was standing at a distance, while Changhyun and Jongju remained focused on the screen. Changhyun turned his face back to see her. Minsol Lee asked which division Changhyun was in, what team he played for, and what his rating was. Changhyun thought about what she had heard him say. It was a close fight. Changhyun replied that he was in Division 3, played for PER, and had a rating of 1000. However, Changhyun did not want to tell her that he was the first person to surpass 8,000 points. He thought that Hangul's match should be coming up soon, so he should also get going. As Changhyun walked, wondering why she was following him, he thought that many hunters had their quirks, so he supposed she was one of the weird ones. He was surprised at once. He saw Yeonju on the screen and figured she was playing at that moment. She prepared to use her archery skills. She took aim at her target to attack the opponent. Changhyun expected that one-on-ones were too difficult for her. The Hunter Union training facility was used by players from all three leagues, and Yeonju was one of the weakest players even within Division 3. Afterward, the scene transitioned to Changhyun, who stood before Yeonju. She asked if he was watching her match. Changhyun asked her fiercely if she did not have much experience with the bow yet. Yeonju nodded, indicating that she had limited experience. Therefore, Changhyun utilized his upgraded all-seeing technique. His analysis system showed him that Yeonju had the ability to precisely determine the location of nearby individuals and could fire in rapid succession. She could temporarily immobilize living targets in the designated area. Changhyun was shocked because he did not expect that, since her rank was also a plus. He decided to teach her how to enchant arrows with mana if she were an ordinary ranged fighter. He would also teach her to recognize escape routes. He believed that everything had changed with these two skills in her arsenal. Changhyun believed Yeonju had more talent with her positional awareness skill than with the bow, and he wanted her to take on more of a support role, someone who stayed even farther back than the ranged fighters. But Yeonju refused, saying that she could not do anything with that skill alone. Changhyun knew that she would be able to immobilize opponents who were not even visible, far from the action. Now, the challenge lies in unlocking it. He assured her that she was already a significant asset to the PER. He knew that Yeonju was like a radar, pinpointing the positions of teammates and opponents, which allowed her teammates to make critical interceptions. He assured her that he didn't mean to say she didn't need to improve. She was shocked by her statement. Yeonju's talents were not suited to being a ranged fighter, but a supporter or a scout instead. But she could not believe it. Changhyun smirked. The scene turned to Yeonju, who came into the Hunter Association's training center and pointed at the wall. She asked about it. Changhyun monitored her through the screen and told her to survive 5 minutes in a dungeon. Yeonju asked him what he wanted her to do, even though Changhyun knew she couldn't hear him. She was shocked to see a group of scorpion-like creatures crawling, and Changhyun realized that the Hunter Association's training center wasn't just about gym equipment or fighting arenas. She ran from the scorpions, and Changhyun thought that the center also housed a specialized training facility, one that was rarely used. It was a dungeon reconnaissance training facility designed for scouts, and there was no better place to unlock Yeonju's ability. Changhyun wanted her to do that all day. However, Changhyun wondered when Minsol Lee would finally stop following him. He thought the hunters were strange. The scene shifted to the screen, which displayed Gilhan Lee's rank score, 1,415. On the other hand, Gilhan Lee walked into the room. He was surprised to see Changhyun and Jongju was standing beside the screen, watching his ranked score. Gilhan Lee felt disappointed, asking Changhyun if he was watching it. Changhyun encouraged him, saying not to stress too much about it, and guessed that Gilhan Lee had the most potential for growth on their team. He praised Gilhan Lee's skill, saying his ability was strong and his physical attributes were solid, but his problem was not knowing when to use his ability and lacking finesse in his movements. Chang Hyun wanted him to concentrate on studying for the time being and suggested watching some other players with a similar style to his. Particularly, Hangil Lee gained 4,813 points. He told Gilhan Lee to ensure he was learning something, adding that he expected both analysis and respect from him in every match. While walking with Jongju, he thought that Hangil and Jisoo's ratings were pretty high, and Dojun's was not bad either. Dojun seemed to want to stand out, so he suggested Dojun make use of his weapon's glowing effect. Now, it was on him to decide how to make it work. He felt something and wondered if Min-sol Lee had finally left. He also questioned why she had been following him in the first place. Min-sol Lee was in high spirits today. She managed to beat Hangil Kim, a difficult opponent due to the unfavorable matchup. Chang Hyun knew something interesting had also happened. On the other hand, Min-sol did not think she had run into Chang Hyun Lee, the Division 3 player who beat Takumi. Mingal followed Chang Hyun around so that he could see him in action. But all Chang Hyun did was stand on the sidelines, coaching his teammates. She thought that Chang Hyun's team was nothing special. She decided she didn't need to worry about him. The scene transitioned to the Mana bombers and the swords that flew in the sky. The announcer pointed out that the PER's bomber strategy was back in play. He asked if any team was capable of overcoming it. On the other side, Yeonju shouted into the Hunter Association's training center. She hid in secret behind the wall, whereas Chang Hyun sat on the sofa, watching her on the screen constantly. According to him, since the league commenced, PER had been on a winning streak. But there was no guarantee that Chang Hyun would continue. PER's first opponent was Team LTD, the first high-ranked team. After that, Jongju told Chang Hyun to focus on training for the LTD match and asked why he was making Yeonju do that. But Chang Hyun wanted to capture a monster or a small minion inside the arena. He hoped it would trigger Yeonju's awakening, but it wasn't something he could say out loud. Therefore, Chang Hyun asked Jongju what Yeonju needed to improve her survivability, and if she could do that, and the coach told her to improve her mobility. Chang Hyun said that mobility was important, but understanding how an enemy thought when attacking was even more crucial. Chang Hyun explained that he was training Yeonju to think like an attacker by having her identify ideal ambush points and plan how to take down an opponent. Jongju was appreciated for his vision. Right after, a big stone giant was about to put his foot on the bomber. But as he put his foot down, the bomb split into 2 pieces instead of exploding. She screamed because her plan had been cut. At the same time, as the stone giant was about to approach her, she realized that it could temporarily immobilize living targets within the designated area. She could not understand what that was. On the other hand, Chang Hyun felt excited because he had already expected it. It seemed like the PER match against LTD was in the bag. The scene turned to the commentator, who announced that PER and LTD were tied for second place in the league standings and decided to interview the managers of both teams. He told Mr. Hyungjun that PER had been taking the season by storm with their new bomber strategy and asked if he and his team were ready to face it. Mr. Hyungjun agreed and said to the commentator that he might be wondering if it was wise to reveal that now. He criticized PER, saying that the team could do nothing about it even if they knew. Team LTD was planning to bring in a new member for the upcoming match. The commentator said that Team LTD rarely switches up their roster and guessed that the fans would be thrilled to see who the new member was. Soon after, he opened the ID of a new LTD member but found nothing interesting and wondered about it. He wondered what LTD's lineup was at that point, so he did not really remember anyone. At the same time, Dojun appeared and asked him if he was watching the video of the new recruit. He thought that Chang Hyun was watching the leaked video. Chang Hyun said that LTD was smarter than that, so they had never let a video for their trump card get out. He pointed to Chang Hyun's phone and wondered what it was. Chang Hyun was surprised to see that. He saw that Yejun Ryu, standing in the 4-dimensional arena, was the new recruit of Team LTD. Suddenly, someone alerted Chang Hyun to come to the match. But Chang Hyun did not expect to meet Yejun Ryu again. Yejun Ryu was the first teammate to join after Chang Hyun, and he had previously been in Team LTD in Division 3. Suppose Chang Hyun had to sum him up in one sentence. Yejun Ryu was a supporter who outshone the fighters. Yejun's S+ tier skill pulse could single-handedly dismantle their entire strategy. The scene transitioned to Chang Hyun, who stood alone beside the building. He contacted his teammates and assured them to use the bomber strategy again. He explained the plan to drop the bombers as soon as 3 or more enemies gathered, adding that PER would try to take out as many as possible before the enemies grouped up. The teammates asked if they were running out of mana bombers. Chang Hyun said that Hangul and Jisoo were not out of bombers because he wanted both of them to join the main squad. Yeonju also asked him about her task. Chang Hyun told her to be on standby. The story continues with the PER, who were inside the building. Yeonju studied the glowing map, using her positional awareness skill to carefully plan her next move. She informed them that opponents were gathering in a building south of the arena and suggested blowing it up now, assuring that the squad of PER could potentially wipe them out. Chang Hyun reminded her of the plan he had mentioned earlier. She remembered to attack before the opponent's group could gather. Afterward, Hangul asked her about the enemy's coordinates, and she reported to him. He nodded to her. At that moment, he threw his swords outside the building, where the mana bombers were attached. The swords flew toward the fleeing opponents. One of them looked at it in shock, because the mana bombers pulled out their swords and fell to the ground. The terrible blast appeared on the ground. Chang Hyun congratulated Hangul, saying that the 2 enemies had been eliminated. The rest of PER were all in the southern building, and they were grouped up as well, so now. Hangul informed Chang Hyun that the opponents were grouped together, so PER could single them out, and insisted on getting the swords anyway. Chang Hyun knew that it was time for an all-out battle. He explained the next step to drop the bombers and have the assault squad move in before the dust from the explosion clears. Chang Hyun already knew Yijun's ability and wondered how he would counter his plan. But his team needed to see it for themselves. Team LTD needed to understand that there was a limit to relying on a single strategy. Suddenly, the new member of Team LTD had appeared inside the building. He raised his hand to the swords. Because of his action, all the swords and mana bombs were destroyed in the air. Dojin did not understand how they exploded, but Chang Hyun already knew about that. He believed Yijun was the one who did it. The scene transitioned to Juntaek Lee. He thought about Yijun Ryu. He was a boy living an ordinary life with his parents in a tower's safe zone. Until one day it all fell apart, and the monsters descended. Juntaek Lee took him in many years ago, when Yijun vowed to seek revenge on the monsters. Yijun dedicated himself to training for vengeance. But before he was ready, all the tower dungeons had already been cleared. Without an outlet for his anger, he began sinking into depression. He left Juntaek Lee and went away. Juntaek Lee had not understood where Yijun had disappeared, but he could not believe he was in Team LTD. He knew Yijun had matched up against Chang Hyun. Juntaek Lee glimpsed his past when Chang Hyun had appealed to him, saying that if he pulled it off, it would mean he had chosen Juntaek Lee, not the other way around. Juntaek knew the match was tough, so it was hard to tell who would win. He smirked, believing it didn't matter to him. Meanwhile, Dojun and Chang Hyun watched the mana bombers explode. Dojun called out to Chang Hyun. But Chang Hyun encouraged him with every small mistake. He reassured him that PER had already eliminated 2 opponents with the bombers, turning the tide to a 7-5 advantage, so sticking to the plan was the best choice. He contacted his teammates. Chang Hyun ordered Yeonju to wait there on standby. Yeonju agreed with him. Right after, Chang Hyun and his teammates come into a building south of the arena, where the squad of Team LTD is ahead. Chang Hyun stayed alert and was prepared to face hurdles. But he did not want that to come down to a head-on fight. Suddenly, Yijun Ryu appeared, and Chang Hyun launched an attack, but Yijun managed to dodge it. In response, Yijun Ryu attacked him, and Chang Hyun blocked it with his protective shield at the same time. Hangul looked confused and thought it was surprisingly tactical for a Division 3 team. Suddenly, Jisoo used a gravity attack, and Yijun Ryu was shocked right away. The enemy's squad tried to avoid it because the rays were too effective. Yijun Ryu understood that Jisoo would do that. He looked like those 2 would be marking him. Suddenly, Yijun Ryu charged at both of them. He leapt into the air, ready to strike. Hangul swung his hand toward him, but Yijun successfully dodged it. After that, he clapped both their hands together and unleashed his pulse technique, a move powerful enough to dismantle their entire strategy. The squad of PER had fallen due to the effect of his pulse technique. At the same time, Yijun came down into the arena. Again, he clapped together. He sent a red wave down the hall, and the squad fell down from the impact of his pulse skill. Yijun glimpsed his past when Juntaek Lee stood before him in the training center. Yi-jun figured that was to be expected. Their bomber strategy was the only thing that made them stand out. Dajun jumped at the opponent teammate to attack, but the opponent dodged it. One of the opponent's squads applied the area bind technique to Dajun. Dajun was bound by a pink rope due to its effect, as the other was ready to attack him. Suddenly, he thrust his sword into Dajun's chest. On the other side, Yi-jun tried to secretly escape from them. He assured that it would be easy. At the same time, Chang Hyun applied the glowing web to the ceiling, which made it easier for him to step onto the web so that he could attack the opponent's squad. As he put his foot on it, Yi-jun was shocked and wondered how these were not scattered randomly. Chang Hyun attacked him with his guns fearlessly, and one enemy fell down, while the other enemy successfully escaped from him. Now, Yi-jun understood that PER was just as skilled as he was. Afterward, the guy rushed them while screaming. Suddenly, Chang Hyun spun through the air and fired at him. Consequently, the enemy was eliminated, and Yi-jun was shocked to see this. Chang Hyun returned to the arena. He hurried over and asked Jisoo if he was alright, and Jisoo replied that he was fine. Chang Hyun asked him if he could move, and Jisoo thanked him for buying them time. He reminded him that 2 enemies were still outside the building and asked if he could handle them. Afterward, Chang Hyun glared at him and told Yi-jun that it was time to finish the match. On the other hand, Juntaek Lee, from PER, saw the match on the screen. While the newscaster remarked that entering enemy territory seemed like a recipe for disaster, Chang Hyun Lee was proving them wrong with his incredible performance, and he turned to his guest to ask for his take on it. The guest did not expect that at all and said that Chang Hyun had impressed them before in scrims and practice games, as well as in the Hunters League. It was Chang Hyun's first time showing such strength in a direct fight, but his opponent was just as strong, having fought off Jisoo, Han, and Hangil Yun top fighters in Division 3. The commentator asked her who she thought would come out on top between the two, and the guest said that Chang Hyun Lee may have taken out 2 members of the team LTD, but that did not mean much in a one-on-one match. Even with Chang Hyun Lee's great mobility, she said that if Yi-jun Ryu could predict his moves, his pulse ability could win easily, and it would come down to a battle of wits. Juntaek Lee nodded to a battle of wits. He believed that the one with more experience would ultimately prevail. At the same time, Juntaek Lee saw on the screen where Chang Hyun stood a far distance before Yi-jun Ryu, and it was the duel between the 2 leaders. He thought Chang Hyun had only recently become a pro and wondered if he had won. Chang Hyun remembered his past achievements, which included being the 3-time International Hunters League champion and 3-time mid-season championship winner. He also achieved 8 MVP awards in total, 4 All-Star Game victories, and 2 wins in other smaller tournaments. He felt proud of these achievements when it came to understanding how to win a match. He did not think there was anyone who could top him. Afterward, Yi-jun stood surrounded by the dust in the arena. Moments later, the dust vanished. He believed that Chang Hyun was a skilled hunter. Yi-jun raised his hand, using his pulse technique, and was curious about how Chang Hyun would handle the situation. Yi-jun unleashed a powerful energy blast, surrounded by red magic circles. The wall had cracked due to the impact of that skill. Chang Hyun's mana shield would not hold up against that. He took a step to remove Yi-jun now. He fired at him constantly. He dodged his attacks by jumping on the glowing nets. Chang Hyun believed that Yi-jun's training with Juntaek Lee had not been for nothing. Yi-jun was gathering mana while avoiding his bullets. It was probably thinking of hitting him with a powerful blow mid-air. Afterward, he called Yeonju to ask her if she was ready for her next step. Yeonju nodded and prepared for her next trick. The air bits give away Yi-jun's move, the instant Yi-jun stops activating his skill. As he dodged continuously, Chang Hyun ordered Yeonju to apply her skill. Before he jumped into the glowing web again, Yeonju made a hole in the ceiling. Yi-jun felt that someone gripped his arm powerfully. According to Chang Hyun, Yi-jun hadn't gathered enough mana for his skill yet. Chang Hyun's legendary sniper reputation would be wasted. Chang Hyun had a clear shot at him. Consequently, the new member of Team LTD had been disqualified, and PER won again. Juntaek Lee could not believe how Yi-jun Ryu, who was a powerful hunter, had lost to Chang Hyun. He watched Yeonju on the screen and was surprised because he had no idea Yeonju used that skill. He believed that Chang Hyun knew how to secure a victory. While he was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from Junho Jo, the operations manager of the Hunter Association. He remarked that it was rare for her to call at that hour and asked if she had watched Yi-jun's match. Junho-jo also saw that match and commented that Chang Hyun was better than Yi-jun, assuring him that his daughter really enjoyed watching the match. Jun-taek knew that Yeonhwa had never shown any interest in lower division leagues. The scene transitioned into the locker room, where Hangyeol wrote something on his phone. He wrote about PER's performance, which had recently won that match. Suddenly, Chang Hyun appeared and slapped him, sharply criticizing him. He objected to Hangyeol's writing and asked if he was really that bored. Afterward, Chang Hyun guessed that Hangyeol would continue writing it based on his silence. At that moment, a man called out to Chang Hyun, informing him that he had been chosen as the MVP and needed to prepare for his interview. Chang Hyun agreed and was preparing for his interview. Right after that, Chang Hyun appeared on stage in front of the commentator, and the commentator said it was a phenomenal match. He asked if Chang Hyun was expecting that victory. Chang Hyun assured him that he already knew about their victory and asked him if he did not remember what he said at the start of the season. He said that there was not a single team that really stood out. It would have been really embarrassing for the top team to lose to the bottom team. The commentator agreed and said that the press conference stirred up quite a buzz. He asked if the viewers could watch the match highlights together and suggested they discuss it. Chang Hyun said the viewers picked that moment as the top highlight, and the commentator asked Chang Hyun what he was thinking at the time and if he had planned the one-on-one fight from the beginning. Chang Hyun wondered if he should tell the truth, knowing it had definitely made things more entertaining. He figured that if he teased Yi-jun, he was probably fuming with frustration right now. Things always got tense whenever they lost. At the exact moment, Chang Hyun assured that he had always prepared for the possibility of a duel, so it was not anything unexpected. However, Chang Hyun had to admit that the opposing team's ace was impressive. After that, the commentator assumed the name of the new member of Team LTD. He then asked if he was Yi-jun, whom Chang Hyun had been talking about. On the other side, Yi-jun Ryu stared at them in a fit of fury because he did not feel good. According to Chang Hyun, Yi-jun was a decent player, but it was a shame he had fallen straight into the trap that he had set. He assured the commentator that it was not his fault. But Chang Hyun realized that this would be Yi-jun's impression of him. Chang Hyun smirked, thinking this was how an interview should be. Right after, the scene transitioned to Chang Hyun, who clapped hands with Hangyeol for his awesome speech. The entire team appreciated him. Dajin asked him about how he held down Yi-jun at the end. He said that the entire team won because of Yeonju. Jisoo told her to speak, saying he had noticed her training with him. He asked her if she had found a way to awaken new skills, but Yeonju did not want to tell him about her skills. Before she could say anything, she decided to call out to Chang Hyun about that situation. Chang Hyun looked confused because he did not understand. He wondered if she was going to finish her sentence. But Chang Hyun was stunned, wondering what was wrong with his teammates as they looked at him with doubt. At last, he realized that he was the only normal person on PER. The scene transitioned to Dajun, who was being interviewed. The commentator mentioned that Dajun had been making waves across various online communities and asked him if he was aware of it. And Dajun replied that everyone had seen how unstoppable his blinding strategy was. Chang Hyun was shocked and wondered if that was his new weapon from the Mora's workshop. Chang Hyun couldn't believe what Dajun had done in the interview, though he had to admit that Dajun had made a big impact in their matches so far. Afterward, the commentator inquired about PER's strong performance that season and asked Dajun what he believed was the reason for their victory, as well as which players were the main driving force behind it. Dajun confidently said it was no secret their strong performance was thanks to the new recruits, himself and Chang Hyun, saying he led from the front while Chang Hyun held the back. On the other hand, Chang Hyun watched his interview carefully. Suddenly, Jun-taek Lee sent a message to Chang Hyun. He opened his inbox and saw a message from Jun-taek Lee, saying he should have some free time in the coming days, suggesting they meet up, and assuring him that a car would be sent to his residence. Chang Hyun did not understand Jun-taek Lee and wondered what he wanted. He thought of Jun-taek Lee as the owner of PER and assumed the chairman was curious about what he and his teammates had planned. He believed that Jun-taek Lee hadn't expected them to perform so well. That said, his PER still had a long road ahead when the chairman looked at the bigger picture of the entire Hunters League. Soon after, Jun-taek Lee sent a car to Chang Hyun's residence, and he got in and headed to meet the chairman. The guard pointed at Chang Hyun and told him the chairman was waiting inside. At the same time, Jun-taek Lee and Junho-ju spoke with each other in the staff room. Suddenly, Chang Hyun called out to the chairman. Juntaek Lee greeted him warmly and said he'd been waiting for him. He glanced at the two guests and wondered who they were. Therefore, Yeonhwa was constantly using her phone. Afterward, Chang Hyun asked about the two guests, and Juntaek Lee revealed Junho's identity to him. Jinho Ju expressed his happiness in front of Chang Hyun, saying that he had enjoyed watching his matches. Chang Hyun wondered who that was next to Jinho. Jinho then revealed his daughter's identity, explaining that she was a player like Chang Hyun but had been in a bit of a slump lately, so he brought her along for a change of scenery. Chang Hyun felt that she did not look too happy for someone here for a change of scenery. Juntaek told Yeonhwa that she might be in Division 1, but since she was the same age as Chang Hyun, he suggested that Chang Hyun try to get along with her. However, Chang Hyun did not recognize her completely, and many questions had arisen in his mind, as if she had retired early or dropped out due to poor performance. Juntaek stated that Yeonhwa was not only the youngest player in Division 1, but also held the record for the youngest debut. He apologized for inviting Chang Hyun over under such circumstances, explaining that he had matters to discuss with Junho, and suggested that Chang Hyun take a walk outside with Yeonhwa. Chang Hyun couldn't understand the chairman's intentions and wondered why he had told him to go for a walk with her. Yeonhwa was also puzzled by his request, though it seemed he was trying to help her build a connection with Chang Hyun. Junho told her daughter to walk outside with Chang Hyun. Right after, the two of them stepped outside the house. Chang Hyun tried to check her stats. He analyzed her with an all-seeing eye. Chang Hyun was surprised by her statistics and thought she was clearly a cut above the players in Division 3. Her skill was both versatile and powerful. His analyzing system revealed that Yeonhwa could utilize mana to control the earth and generate an armor that blocked a single strong attack. The operations manager at the Hunter Association had trained her from a young age. Chang Hyun wondered why she wasn't around when he was active and if she quit because of him. Meanwhile, Juntaek Lee asked Junho Jo why he had brought them together. Junho Jo asked him if he was aware of Yeonhwa's current situation. Juntaek knew that she holds just about every record for being the youngest in the Korean Hunters League. Junho remarked that it may appear that way on paper. He told Juntaek Lee that Yeonhwa believed she could join Korea's Hunter League, grow quickly, and one day reach the top world ranking with a Korean team. However, she came to realize that it was possible. Everyone around her might have called her a genius, but the reality was that excelling in what was essentially a fringe league had been her peak. Juntaek Lee supposed that Yeonhwa had realized her limits. Junho said that was the reason he wanted Yeonhwa to meet Chang Hyun. He couldn't shake the thought after seeing Takumi's interview and added that Chang Hyun might be the one to reignite Yeonhwa's passion. But Juntaek was curious about what Chang Hyun and Yeonhwa were discussing at the moment. On the other hand, Yeonhwa told him that her age had simply made her more sentimental. It was just a natural part of growing older. Chang Hyun asked her if she believed she still had room to grow. Yeonhwa did not understand his question at first. Chang Hyun asked her directly if she had what it takes. Yeonhwa, furious, demanded to know how he knew about her. But Chang Hyun replied with a grin that things weren't going too well for her in Division 1. Yeonhwa decided to leave, feeling that Chang Hyun was wasting her time. Chang Hyun thought that Yeonhwa had quite the attitude that would do for a first impression. Right after, he told Junho about her behavior, and Junho apologized, telling him to reach out if he ever needed anything. Juntaek Lee asked for his opinion on whether he needed to say that, and Chang Hyun assured him that he was trying to build a connection. But Chang Hyun felt awkward, saying he hadn't come to play babysitter, and assured Juntaek that Yeonhwa was just a rich kid who had everything. Juntaek felt disappointed for pairing Chang Hyun with Yeonhwa. He asked how Chang Hyun's matches had been going, but Chang Hyun objected, asking if the chairman hadn't seen their last match. He asked Chang Hyun if he really expected him to keep track of the Division 3 league and suggested that Chang Hyun be the one to watch them instead. Chang Hyun informed Juntaek that there were just 2 matches left, and the odds were in their favor to win. Juntaek was satisfied and acknowledged it, but added that, as they say, staying on top is harder than getting there. He watched the last match in which the Bombers' strategy was strong, but not unbeatable. Now that it had been cracked, Chang Hyun needed to stay on his toes. Juntaek Lee asked Chang Hyun if he knew what he needed to work on next, and Chang Hyun replied that it was a contingency plan for when the Bomber strategy fails. He asked him if that wasn't exactly what the entire team had needed. According to Juntaek, Chang Hyun believed that he could compensate with his skills if things did not work out. But now that the number of mana bombers and Chang Hyun's strength had been revealed, that approach might not work in an unexpected situation. Chang Hyun was a strong player, but if he got stuck by an arena trap or a strong monster, his team would fall apart without their leader. Now, Chang Hyun saw that Juntaek was sharp, just like the chairman had said that he had been taking Division 3 too lightly. But Chang Hyun's goal was to walk a path close to perfect, unlike his previous life, and for that, he needed the chairman's perspective. The perspective of a hunter who lived in an era where losing meant death. Chang Hyun went into that thinking a couple of losses would not threaten their hold on first place, but that was his mistake. He guessed there was a reason Juntaek once stood at the very top. On the other hand, Junho called out to his daughter. He grasped Yeonhwa's shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. But Yeonhwa behaved rudely and asked his father why he was trying to get her involved with Chang Hyun. Junho apologized to her because he had hoped Chang Hyun might inspire her, as he was walking a path much like hers. But Yeonhwa didn't care about any of that and was on her way home. Right after, Yeonhwa got home and muttered to herself that Chang Hyun Lee, the player, manager, and acting president of PER, took a team with 0 wins to first place in Division 3. Even Takumi Minamino called him the most impressive player. She couldn't believe how Chang Hyun had beaten Takumi. But even with the rumors, a Division 3 player catching Takumi's attention was a fact. Afterward, Yeonhwa sighed deeply after hearing the facts about Chang Hyun. She described how she felt now and remembered her past when debuting in Division 3 had been far too easy. The battles were underwhelming, and the players could not even use mana gadgets properly, and advancing to Division 2 took no time at all. But Division 1 was a different story. It was a poor reputation on the global stage that made Yeonhwa overconfident, leading her to think it would be a breeze. Yeonhwa felt like she had hit a wall, frustration overtaking her when suddenly, a mere Division 3 league player asked if she truly had what it takes. That question infuriated her. But what hurt most was that she could not give Chang Hyun an answer. In the end, Chang Hyun was still a Division 3 player, and there was no sure chance he would make it to Division 2, let alone Division 1. Suddenly, her eyes went wide when she heard about Yi-jun, who had just made his debut in Division 3. Afterward, Yi-jun Ryu called her, and Yeonhwa wondered if they had met before, so she decided to check. The scene transitioned to the Hunter Association Training Center. The chairman's words struck a deep chord in Chang Hyun, but nothing required urgent action. The solution was to focus on strengthening each member of PER. Juntaek's words echoed in Chang Hyun's mind, reminding him not to let up on his own training either. Meanwhile, Chang Hyun's team could not seem to win a single ranked match. Jongju noticed a change in Hangyul, who hadn't been at his best lately because his rating had stagnated, assuring Chang Hyun that he should get him some good food to help him bounce back. But Chang Hyun, feeling frustrated, snapped at him, asking how he could call himself a coach if all he offered was good food. Chang Hyun knew that wasn't Hangyul's real issue. In fact, it wasn't even something he would call a problem. His issue was that he found himself trapped in a framework, shaped by his years of studying swordsmanship. Many believe the key differences between sword telekinesis and traditional swordsmanship were its long-ranged capabilities or the use of multiple swords. However, the true strength of sword telekinesis lay in its unrestricted freedom of attack. The endless possibilities that conventional swordplay could never achieve, that overwhelming offensive capability was the very essence of sword telekinesis. But getting past that mindset was not something that could be taught, and Hangyul had to figure it out on his own. The scene shifted where Hangyul called out to Chang Hyun and asked him what he and the coach brought here. Chang Hyun shouted, saying he was here to check on his teammates. However, he told him that it seemed like he had been struggling recently. Chang Hyun knew Hangyul was the most frustrated, but since only skill mattered now that they were pros, he decided to tell him the truth. He explained that the key to sword telekinesis wasn't treating it like traditional swordsmanship, because Chang Hyun wanted Hangyul to let go of everything he knew about swordplay completely. After that, Hangyul told him to wait. He quickly realized that Chang Hyun wanted him to shift his perspective, and Chang Hyun believed Hangyul was smart enough to understand it with just a few words. He rushed out suddenly and assured Chang Hyun that he would try it right away. Chang Hyun told the coach that Hangyul and his opponent were both melee fighters with similar ratings, and if Hangyul dropped his old style and aimed for openings, he would win easily. Suddenly, the match started in the training center. Hangyul threw the swords like a gun at the opponent. The sword flew quickly toward him, but his opponent dodged it successfully. Chang Hyun was stunned and wondered why Hangul was launching the swords one after another. At the same time, the swords fell into the arena. Hangul wanted to be as fast as Chang Hyun's gun. Again, he threw the swords at the opponent. On the other hand, Chang Hyun felt bad because everything wasn't going according to his vision. He had explained to Hangul that he should control the swords with more creativity, rather than shooting them like a gun. The scene transitioned to Yeonhwa, who was talking to Yijun about his debut. She mocked Yijun for thinking Division 1 was easy while getting crushed in Division 3. And Yijun told her to screw off and hang up, if that was all she had to say. Yeonhwa asked him if his opponent was too strong, and Yijun told her that it was still remaining in Division 3, assuring her that he had just been caught off guard because things had taken an unexpected turn. She assured him that she totally believed him and asked him to hang up the call. Before she hung up, Yijun ended the call first, leaving her surprised as she muttered that Hangul was such a sulker. She couldn't believe that Yijun, who had trained with her under the chairman, had lost. She was completely puzzled, but she didn't care who Chang Hyun was. She decided to head to the training center instead of brooding here. Chang Hyun believed that talent takes to become a great Hunters League player. In that field, where potential and limits are clear-cut, lacking talent means falling behind. He wondered if talent was the only thing that truly mattered when it came to reaching the top. There were many people in that world, and just as many had talent, but talent alone wasn't enough unless it was truly exceptional. He wondered if what truly separated the elite from the rest was nothing other than direction. Chang Hyun's all-seeing eye revealed how a skill worked its limitations and its potential, but that wasn't the case for others. It was hard to rise above mediocrity unless Hangul was a prodigy. He couldn't improve without proper guidance. Teams like LTD, which could foster growth across Divisions 1, 2, and 3, were highly valued for that very reason, and that was exactly why Chang Hyun had to take care of Hangul himself. Afterward, Hangul rushed toward his leader with the intention of attacking. But the swords Hangul threw at Chang Hyun suddenly reversed and flew back toward him. He swung his sword at it, and it fell to his right side. Hangul smirked, and another sword came at him. He raised his own sword to freeze the other swords that were flying through the air. Chang Hyun realized that Hangul was starting to understand what he meant. Hangul got it now and asked what Chang Hyun meant by forgetting traditional swordsmanship. Chang Hyun told him to put it to the test in a ranked match, now because he wanted to know what needed improvement. A few hours ago, Yeonhwa was surprised to see Chang Hyun and his team member. She wanted to know why he was here and wondered if he was coaching his teammate. Yeonhwa was going to play some ranked matches to unwind. She might as well check out Chang Hyun's coaching skills. She was surprised to see Hangul, who was using a sloppy technique, just throwing his swords like projectiles. Yeonhwa wondered if Hangul could control them with more precision. According to Yeonhwa, it seemed that Hangul was being scolded, given how poorly he performed despite having such a good ability. She thought that if she were in Hangul's place, she would control each sword independently for a coordinated strike. The system in the training center indicated the match had started. Hangul tried to improve his skill again, believing he could do it according to Chang Hyun's vision. He threw his swords at his opponent. The swords struck him badly, and the opponent was disqualified. Yeonhwa wondered how Hangul improved that much without just one piece of advice. She could not imagine what Chang Hyun could teach him now, other than the fundamentals of swordplay. Subsequently, Chang Hyun and Hangul left together at that time. In the training arena, the system passed the notification that the match had started again. Yeonhwa sensed a change in Hangul. As his sword now struck blind spots with greater precision, he must have refined the finer details of his technique. Now, Chang Hyun went back to his room and felt like he was going to dive into a ranked match. That was a Division 1 Vanguard melee fighter, low-ranked, but still Division 1 nonetheless. Even with 3 swords, Hangul was bound to lose due to the fundamental gap in swordplay. Yeonhwa wondered what his opponent planned. The opponent charged at Hangul and launched a swift attack. Hangul hurled his sword toward the opponent's back, but the opponent swiftly turned and blocked the strike with a protective shield. Yeonhwa felt that there was no angle left for Hangul to attack from anymore. However, Hangul confidently used his swords by twirling his finger and realized that his opponent should have paid him more attention. By twirling his finger, the sword came near the opponent. Consequently, the sword stabbed at him, and Hangul won again. Yeonhwa couldn't believe how Hangul had landed that attack so easily. Hangul noticed something Yeonhwa had overlooked, leading to an incredible result. Yeonhwa wondered how Changhyun had turned a team with 0 wins into the #1 team. The scene transitioned to the virtual arena, where Changhyun stood atop a building's rooftop. Changhyun decided to squeeze in one more round before their big match against RIX, so he hadn't given it much thought. He assured his teammates that they wouldn't use the bomber strategy today instead. His 3 key players would lead the charge while the rest would provide support from the rear. His teammates understood his plan. Changhyun informed that the enemy was in the plaza 300 yards ahead and told his team to get ready. He knew this match was to test Hanyul, and since Dojun would draw attention, Hanyul should not be overwhelmed immediately. Dojun excitedly ran towards, but Changhyun objected to that. Afterward, Dojun put on his glasses and used his lightning burst technique. The rays affected the opponent's eyes, as the radiation was highly effective. Dojun confirmed he had completed the move successfully. Changhyun thought Dojun definitely loved being in the spotlight and wondered if Hanyul and Gilhen had similar shades. Changhyun believed they wouldn't lose, since they had trained hard, and those 3 were among the strongest in Division 3. Suddenly, Dojun attacked them with his lightning burst. One of the opponents became weak from his lightning burst because they did not believe in his plan. However, the opponent had a plan for that situation. They approached Dojun slowly. They also put on their eyeglasses to shield themselves from the lightning bolt. But Dojun could not believe how they did. Changhyun disbelieved in them because they brought their own shades. It seemed like Dojun was in a tough spot now. One of the enemy asked Dojun why he did not try to use his bolt again. But Dojun had no other choice. So he turned and left the battlefield. Hanyul and Gilhen were shocked by his action. Changhyun supposed that was a kill in itself, messing with people, allies, or enemies. Though there were a few surprises along the way, the match ultimately turned into an easy victory. With Dojun gone, the remaining 2 displayed great teamwork, and with the distraction gone, their unpredictable sword telekinesis overwhelmed the opposing melee fighters. At that point, it was no longer swordplay. The only way to evade them was through pure reflexes. Changhyun was worried about Gilhen. Unlike the others he had personally recruited, Gilhen lacked both potential and talent. It seemed the training had helped Gilhen to understand what he needed to do to win. After the PER won against RIX, everything would fall into place for the team. The scene shifted to the RIX team locker room, where all the members of RIX were seated. The team leader wondered how things had come to that, and who would have thought that the PER would become such a force to reckon with. PER was no longer a one-trick squad dependent on their bomber strategy. Unlike in previous seasons, each of PER's players was now a threat on their own. If PER secured first place, only one promotion spot would remain, and RIX would likely have to battle LTD in a decisive tiebreaker. RIX needed to find a way to beat them. Suddenly, Haiju shouted, demanding to know why everyone looked so afraid. She said that Changhyun was not a big deal. The sanctuary would keep them alive from his gunfire, and mana shields on their vitals would protect them from his sniping. The leader believed that if PER had Changhyun, then RIX had Haiju, and it was time to step up as their manager instead of brooding. He made the players realize that Haiju was right, reminding them they didn't have to play by PER's rules. If sharpness was PER's game, then resilience would define RIX, and their leader urged them to start thinking like winners. The scene transitioned to Yeonhwa, who thought about Changhyun. She was not too fazed by Takumi's interview or Yijun's reaction. Yeonhwa knew that Changhyun provided perfect guidance for someone else's skill. She reviewed all his matches, hoping to learn something, but they revealed little about his actual coaching skills. Yeonhwa knew her dad could help if she asked, but after what had happened that day, she couldn't bring herself to reach out. Afterward, Minsol mentioned in a message that there was an interesting kid in Division 3, and Yeonhwa wondered if she was referring to Changhyun. She messaged her to tell her more about Changhyun. Minsol mentioned that she had heard about him through Jungti and suggested Yeonhwa ask him for more details. Though Yeonhwa didn't know him, Minsol reassured her that aside from his occasional obsession with strange things, Jungteek was a good person and offered to ask about him on her behalf, but Yeonhwa wanted to do it herself. Yeonhwa wondered if Jungti knew about Changhyun. If so, then it must be true that Changhyun had beaten Takumi. But Yeonhwa did not care about that and questioned herself about what she truly wanted to know was how Changhyun coaches his players. Afterward, Yeonhwa saw the last match where the judge commented that Chang Hyun-lee charged into enemy territory with his mana bit. Now, a match started between Chang Hyun and Yi Jun-ryu. According to Yeonhwa, the biggest threats to PER were the four members, Chang Hyun, Dajun, Hangul, and Jisoo, and she decided to figure out how to handle them in head-on fights. Yeonhwa said Chang Hyun's guns were strong, but Sanctuary's healing could keep them alive as long as she avoided vital hits, and while mana bombers were a threat, PER didn't have many of those. She knew Hangul was tricky, but since he only had 3 swords, she assumed that if she stuck together and formed a defensive line, she could hold him off. Jisoo's gravity skill wasn't much of a threat despite its wide-range impact, and as for Dajun's bizarre sword, she figured she could counter it by equipping shades. After considering 3 individual strengths, she had a strategy in mind. Seeing it all laid out, she felt it looked doable and planned to break it down one step at a time. It was a small but critical flaw in PER, and Yeonhwa's team was perfectly positioned to exploit it. It was a strategy Chang Hyun couldn't possibly anticipate after all. He had only joined this season and hadn't yet seen the full depth of his opponent's capabilities. Yeonhwa believed that she could win. The scene transitioned to Haiju asking for her leader's opinion. The leader believed that the Sanctuary's incredible healing, recognized as top tier even among higher divisions, was safeguarded by mana shields and melee fighters like a tank, and when Haiju added RIX's secret strategy into the mix. Afterward, the manager told her that it was a solid plan and advised her to proceed with it for their match against PER. Suddenly, the scene transitioned to Dajun, lying on his bed and scrolling through his mobile phone. He thought that was his chance. He came across negative comments on social media, where people were sharing their thoughts about his last action in the match. Dajun felt disappointed, knowing he couldn't change his sword now it had become part of his identity and had served him well up to this point. He felt that the worst part was his own team's reaction. He glimpsed his past when he called Gil-hun Lee and apologized, saying he should have told him to bring shades in advance. But Gil-hun Lee was not expecting that anyway. Now, Dajun was screaming because his intention was not for that. However, Dajun hadn't made any progress while his partners had improved their skills, so he decided to do something. He should have expected his opponents to come prepared with shades as well. He came up with a plan to wear black so opponents couldn't see him through their shades, but quickly regretted it, realizing that wouldn't make him invisible, and decided he needed a better strategy. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, and he wondered if it was possible to become invisible even to shades. He confidently believed he could come up with something. The scene shifted to the PER tactical meeting room. Chang Hyun explained to his partners on the board, assuring them that the RIX employed a tank-style strategy that blended offense and defense, so the first strike to disrupt their formation would be crucial. Hangul asked Chang Hyun whether he was suggesting that his teammates adopt a bomber strategy. Chang Hyun replied that the opponents had likely already prepared countermeasures and assured him they needed to focus on the follow-up after the bombs. Subsequently, Gil-hun asked if he should rush in after the mana bombers' disruption, and Chang Hyun said they'd start with their usual bomber strategy and follow up with the same trio from the UK match. If that had been earlier in the season, changing PER's formation mid-match would have been impossible, but now they were more than capable of pulling it off. So, Chang Hyun decided it was best to have Hangul, Dajun, and Gil-hun lead the charge. After that, Dajun stared at him in shock. Hangul called out to Dajun. The members of PER agreed with Chang Hyun's strategy, but Chang Hyun felt something about Dajun because he had never seen him act that way before. He knew Dajun might be an attention seeker, but his first nickname, Blinding Goblin, must have stung. Chang Hyun then informed them that they had already secured a spot in the promotion stage and advised them to stay focused and keep their heads in the game. He knew that Dajun was not one to be easily shaken, so he would get through it. But might PER not see his blinding sword again that match? The scene transitioned to the virtual arena, where the match between RIX and PER was about to begin. The judge declared that the stage was set for the ultimate showdown in the Division 3 League. PER, led by Chang Hyun Lee, who had been rewriting history since his debut, faced off against RIX, which had been on a winning streak since Haiju's arrival. The newscaster said the match's outcome hinged on whether PER could break through RIX's strong defense, as their success depended on how much damage they could deal in the opening bombardment. The commentator said it was an unstoppable force against an immovable object. then announced the start of the thrilling match between the two teams. While teleporting with a mono rope, Chang Hyun asked Yeonju about the opponents, and she reported that RIX was all converging at the 6 o'clock area, assuring him that PER wouldn't hit any targets before they grouped up. Chang Hyun agreed and told the team to gather between 6 and 7 o'clock, informing Yeonju that the whole team would charge straight in after PER's first bombing run. Chang Hyun thought things would have been easier if it were a Division 1 or 2 match, rather than the same old urban arena PER always plays in. Most people misunderstood because the divisions were labeled by numbers, but the difference between Divisions 1, 2, and 3 was fundamental, and not just a matter of player skill. The biggest difference lies in the arenas themselves, and Division 3 arenas rarely feature monsters or unique mechanics. As a result, matches focused entirely on the player's skills and team fights. In contrast, from Division 2 onward, monster farming and objectives added more depth, letting teams create custom strategies based on the map. Afterward, Chang Hyun arrived at the rooftop of the building, where his partners were already present. He asked Yeonju if the opponents were still in the same spot, and she nodded, suggesting they might be waiting for PER to come to them. RIX's sanctuary skill was built for maximum defense in a static area that was not far from what PER predicted. Chang Hyun told Hangyeol to give a 5-second countdown before deploying the bombers. Subsequently, Hangyeol informed him that the bombers were ready. He hurled the 3 swords into the air, aiming them at the sanctuary shield. Chang Hyun thought something was wrong because the swords were moving too smoothly and wondered why the opponents were doing anything with the bombers heading straight for them. Even if the sanctuary enhances their regeneration, ignoring the bomber in such an open space makes no sense. Yeonju informed that the bombs would be away in 5 seconds. Chang Hyun used his all-seeing technique. He evaluated the enemies carefully. A sudden shock hit him, as if something had gone wrong. He shouted, trying to stop Hangyeol before it was too late. Meanwhile, Yeonju had completed the countdown seconds before the bombs blasted. Subsequently, the bombs were blasted in the sanctuary shield, but the bomber's strength did not have any impact on the shield. PER was always prepared for them, but sometimes one skill could change everything if it worked really well in a specific situation. In those rare moments when RIX appeared, their impact was nothing short of devastating. They stood safely in their place. Chang Hyun analyzed one of them and saw through his system that the guy could freeze everything within 30 feet, making the area completely immune to external forces. His teammates took the permission to continue attacking them, but Chang Hyun stopped at once. He informed that the mana bombers did not go through and decided to change the plan. In exchange for mobility, RIX gained a moment of invincibility, which was what they had up their sleeve, and no wonder they gathered on such an open field. Jisoo asked Chang Hyun about their situation and told him that PER's strategy relied on the opening attack breaking their formation. Chang Hyun said they couldn't fight head-on and decided to fall back and rethink. Suddenly, an arrow came from the opponent's team and struck the building. Many cracks appeared on the building where PER stood on the rooftop. They shook as if an earthquake had struck. The manager of PER realized the arrow had come through the ballista tower's weapon system. He couldn't make sense of it and wondered if RIX had deployed their ballista strategy in this battle. Chang Hyun warned his teammates to stay alert, as the opponents had begun their counterattack, and he ordered them to spread out and hold their positions. Afterward, he told Hangyeol to have the melee squad focus on drawing the ballista's fire and evading their attacks, buying time for the rear squad to reposition and prepare. He told the rest of his teammates to spread out, warning that clumping together would put PER at risk of being wiped out. That was a tough matchup for PER, but Chang Hyun would have handled it on his own if it weren't for Sanctuary. But that would be a valuable experience for the team. The tougher the opponent, the higher the chance the plan might fail. Chang Hyun believed that losing was not part of the agenda. From RIX, Haiju was already confident her strategy would work. From her perspective, everything was going according to plan. Haiju knew PER had 5 mana bombers, and the moment they launched all 5 at the start, she was certain the game was as good as won. Her partners murmured among themselves about Hangyeol, who was panicking as the swords flew toward them. One of them warned the others to stay alert for PER's assault and to keep their goggles on, as the ballista would fire as soon as it was ready. With steady hands, he ran the ballista system, unleashing its firepower on Chang Hyun's team. The terrible attack destroyed a building badly, but the rest of the building was saved. Chang Hyun wondered if the RIX switched to a dispersal tactic on the fly, believing that a decent amount of improvisation was involved, but scrambling rarely leads to success. While a member of PER jumped to another, the ballista locked onto him. Suddenly, the opponent attacked using the system, and the man flew into the air. According to Hyaju, if RIX continued to press the attack, it was only a matter of time before PER's lack of experience began to show. Chang Hyun realized that if his team rushed in like that, they would be eliminated one by one. But if PER charged in headfirst, they would be wiped out as well. Afterward, Dojin contacted him to sit back and enjoy the show, promising he would take care of all the heavy lifting for Chang Hyun in that match. Chang Hyun didn't understand why Dojin spoke that way, but he decided to give him some credit for not backing down. Afterward, he encouraged Dojin to fight the opponents no matter what, saying he trusted him and wanted to see what Dojin was capable of. He immediately jumped up and told Yeonju to stay back and keep protecting them, while the rest of the team charged straight into the enemy line. He assured his teammates to use the top 3 formation. All of PER understood their manager's instructions. While running through the air, Chang Hyun informed his teammates that the moment the next arrow was fired, the entire team would move in, and he ordered them to charge at his signal. Meanwhile, the opponents attacked non-stop, but the whole team managed to dodge everything. First of all, Hangyul came into the enemy line. Chang Hyun understood that it was a destructive charge. He informed them that he was going in now. When he arrived at the enemy's location, he immediately sensed Dojun's absence. Suddenly, someone attacked an enemy by swinging his sword. Chang Hyun was surprised to see that. If someone asked Chang Hyun what makes the Hunter League so great, Chang Hyun would say it's the sheer unpredictability, where no team is ever guaranteed to win or lose, with endless variables shaping the game's flow. Both teams and spectators were left on edge every single match, and right now, what was happening in front of Chang Hyun was the perfect example of that. Chang Hyun wondered about who killed the enemy. One of the RIX members instructed the others to stay together and maintain the formation. Hangyul asked Chang Hyun about someone who killed a member of RIX. A sword appeared out of nowhere, struck the opponent, and vanished again. Chang Hyun was pleased that the anonymous figure was helping PER and ordered them to break the opponent's formation. Gilhin decided to strike while RIX's formation was weak. Afterward, Gilhin rushed to the opponents. The hazardous blast appeared on the protective shield. Chang Hyun used his all-seeing eyes to try to see the invisible man. He soon realized it was Dojun. Chang Hyun was surprised and said that Dojun must have been plotting with that clown during the strategy meeting. Afterward, the judge announced that one of RIX's melee fighters inside the sanctuary had been taken down and demanded to know how it had happened. Dojun confidently attacks the opponent's backside, and the commentator announced that not a single player had noticed Dojun. Dojun was equipped with a mana-powered invisibility cloak that provided him with invisibility, though slight visual distortion from movement could still give him away. However, due to the shades worn to protect against Dojun's sword, the RIX failed to notice the subtle color shifts. In other words, with every member of RIX wearing shades, they were now fighting an enemy they could not see. Suddenly, a video of Dojun's invisible cloak technique was uploaded to social media, leaving viewers shocked and stunned by the comments. The RIX team was in a tough spot, with Dojun Kim right at the heart of their formation, and they could not spare any attention elsewhere. One of the RIX members was surprised to see that scene, while the other insisted on keeping the goggles on just as he taunted them. Dojun suddenly unleashed his lightning burst attack. Right after that, all the members were eliminated except for Hyaju. Hyaju stood in an injured condition. Suddenly, Dojun rushed at her. Subsequently, he leapt high into the air and came crashing down with his attack. He hurled a glowing blue circle at her. Consequently, Hyaju was eliminated. At last, the judge declared that the intense back-and-forth battle between PER and RIX ended in a hard-fought triumph for PER. On the other hand, Chang Hyun looked at Dojun surprisingly because the entire team was about to lose. In hindsight, he thought maybe it was for the best that things hadn't gone according to plan and he assumed he had to do everything himself for that team. But Chang Hyun had already figured out what Dojun was plotting. He couldn't deny that PER won the match because of Dojun, and he praised him. Dojun smirked and welcomed him. Chang Hyun wondered how he could do that. In the PER locker room, the team gathered as Gilhin laughed, saying he thought they were doomed when the bombers failed. Hangul agreed, admitting he didn't think they'd win by charging straight into the enemy's defense. On the other hand, Dajun was quietly making sure of his presence. At the same time, his partners stared at him. Dajun laughed and told them they had won the match because of his setup. After that, Hangul spoke up, asking if he didn't remember blinding the entire team the other day. Dajun was satisfied with him and told him that he would admit that one's on himself. From Gilhan's perspective, Dajun hadn't even given them a heads up about the Mana gadget, and he accused him of just trying to steal the spotlight when things got tense. Dajun asked Gilhan if he hadn't heard the saying that to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive their allies, and assured him that this was how he achieved victory. Whereas Changhyun had lost his mind. Suddenly, someone informed Dajun that he was needed for the post-match interview. Dajun agreed and felt excited because the MVP was on his way. Changhyun decided to cut Dajun some slack because he had earned it today. The commentator told him that the match was a hot topic even before it began, and he asked about his opinions. Dajun said it was overall good and added that the perfect stage for the team's ace was himself. Meanwhile, Hangul and Jisoo mocked Dajun for gritting his teeth. The commentator asked what Dajun liked about it. Dajun supposed that the part where he led his team to victory. Jisoo again mocked Dajun to show his face. Afterward, the commentator said that Dajun's stealth play was definitely one of the biggest talking points of today's match and asked whether that strategy was a collective idea from PER. Dajun clarified to the commentator that the concept was solely his own creation, with no input from the team. The announcer said Hangul, Yun, and Changhyun Lee were the best in PER so far, but everyone was excited to see Dajun's performance later. Now, Changhyun understood that Dajun was exactly the same as he was in the past. The scene transitioned to Yeonhwa, who was also watching Dajun's interview. Yeonhwa wondered if the strategy PER used today was really made by that player. A strategy relying solely on a flashing weapon and the invisible cloak without any special abilities or map mechanics at play. The tactics that were simple yet devastating were rare, even in the Hunters League, and there was no way a Division 3 player could have come up with something like that. Afterward, Jeon Tae-jin sent a message, mentioning that Minseok was mentoring Changhyun because he definitely had talent, and even managed to beat Takumi in a ranked match. He further praised that while Changhyun's abilities were strong, what truly stood out was his sharp insight now. Yeonhwa thought that experience was the one thing she couldn't understand, no matter how brilliant Changhyun was. According to Jeon Tae, Yeonhwa needed real combat experience to perform at a high level in the Hunters League. She claimed that, like her, Changhyun had been trained from a young age. It was the only reasonable conclusion, and it made things simpler. Yeonhwa needed to figure out who Changhyun's mentor was. She could not understand who it could be. She decided to ask the Hunters about Changhyun's mentor till after the season ended, during Hunters Day, when all of them would gather for a celebration. If Yeonhwa went with her father and played it off as an apology for their previous meeting, it should come across naturally. A few days later, at the PER residence, Changhyun and his teammates watched the interview where Myungjun Lee revealed himself as Myungjun Lee and said Team LTD's tactic was trending across online communities. He told Junhyuk Kang that their ace had forced the opponents to put on shades with his blinding sword, then disappeared into thin air using his invisible cloak. Afterward, Junhyuk Kang admitted that the tactic wasn't originally his idea, but it had actually first appeared in the Division 3 League. Hangul informed Dajun that they were talking about his tactic. Changhyun believed that if even Team LTD in the Division 1 League was using that tactic, Dajun could bet other teams would follow soon enough. That could throw an unexpected twist into their promotion match. The scene transitioned to the SMB manager's office, where his contestants stood in front of him. With a deep sigh, the manager felt that something was amiss. The promotion match for Divisions 2 and 3 was just around the corner, and their best players were already preparing to jump ship. Although Division 2 teams rarely lose these matches, falling so far behind in preparation for the new season was a serious problem. Dong showed the viral LTD's yesterday's match, and the manager asked if he planned to use it in the promotion match. Dong revealed that, in an interview, LTD's manager acknowledged adopting the tactic that PER picked up from their upcoming opponent in Division 3. The PER probably stumbled upon it while blindly experimenting, but Dong would not be expected to, because he had seen their videos, and they had pulled off some pretty strange tactics. SMB's manager nodded and said that PER was definitely quite unique. However, he did not see a reason to change things because the SMB would be fine playing as usual, and perhaps it would help their players focus more. He told Dong to go ahead, and Dong stepped out of his room. The leader admitted that PER had made some sharp plays for a Division 3 team, but noted it was only because Division 3 matches focus solely on direct combat. In Division 2, where arena mechanics, farming, and neutral monsters come into play, it was an entirely different game, and they had no clue about any of that. There was a reason why no team had successfully moved up from 3 to 2 in the past 5 years, and he promised himself to focus on keeping their players in line instead of worrying about the match. Afterward, he looked up Chang Hyun Lee's profile in the book. The scene shifted to Chang Hyun, who was worried about the promotion match, with only 2 weeks remaining. Hangyul remarked that 2 weeks seemed plenty and asked if Division 2 teams played 4 matches a week. Chang Hyun concurred, noting that their opponents belonged to Division 2 and advised them to prepare more, as PER was not accustomed to any of the mechanics. He added that the promotion matches were always tough for the lower division teams, but Chang Hyun couldn't recall any lower division team getting promoted in his past life because he himself had climbed the ranks by transferring teams, not through a promotion match. However, Jisoo mentioned that he had a flashing sword like Dojun's, and Dojun smiled, saying he already knew and that Jisoo could have just asked to try it. Dojun could pull it off way better than Hangyul, and that was definitely not how Hangyul used it. But Chang Hyun felt regret, recalling a time when his teammates had shown genuine intelligence. Gilhan told Chang Hyun to think about studying the arenas, while Hangyul told him to stay calm and believed PER would win with hard work. Chang Hyun told them to forget it, assuring them that their remarks would offer no benefit to PER. He told his teammates to come with him and said they'd understand once they saw it themselves. The scene transitioned to the Hunter Union Training Center. For the first time in his life, Chang Hyun stepped into this place. Although people enjoyed it, it wasn't an official league because it had no individual matches, so most players rarely played in a 1 versus all format like that. Jisoo saw the place for the first time too, and Gilhan asked Chang Hyun if their weaknesses were not things like tactics and arena knowledge, and whether PER should work on them. Chang Hyun told him he had understood after going through it, whereas Gilhan looked confused, staring at him. Consequently, they reached the survival lobby. Chang Hyun figured the rules of Hunter survival were simple: begin somewhere random and be the last one alive. As time passes, the playable area shrinks while hidden artifacts scattered around introduce unpredictable elements. The game was mainly about adapting to unknown arenas, random enemies, unexpected items, and neutral monsters. Since memorizing every arena was impossible, PER had to sharpen their ability to adjust on the fly. But the opponents were even worse than Chang Hyun expected. Suddenly, the 2 men from SMB approached Chang Hyun. One of them, named Park, mocked him, saying that SMB was against the Division 3 players. He said PER was just a Division 3 team, and that SMB didn't need to worry because their manager had it handled. Chang Hyun looked at them furiously. Subsequently, he turned toward both individuals and mockingly concurred with Park's statement. Chang Hyun smirked and asked if he really thought PER could beat both of them. Park was in a fit of fury and had recently come to understand that Chang Hyun was the acting president of PER. Park angrily claimed that Chang Hyun was acting like he was invincible just because of a few early wins. He threatened Chang Hyun that his streak would end here, and he would not be getting anywhere near Division 2. Park told him to mark his words, threatening to crush Chang Hyun in the promotion match. Chang Hyun knew the guy was one of the weakest ones on the team, SMB, and talked a lot. At that level, they wouldn't last long in Hunter survival, especially not Yeonju. In the Hunter survival game, Yeonju tried to find something in the tree's hole. Consequently, she found an artifact of a rank. As she climbed down from the tree and stood there, the enemy aimed at her from behind. A thunder bullet stabbed her backside and came out of her chest. Yeonju had been eliminated in the training because she probably never had the experience of being ambushed or caught off guard with her detection ability. From Chang Hyun's view, nothing was certain after Yeonju entered Division 2 artifacts, anomalies, or tough matchups could turn the tide. And beyond that, Yeonju was too weak. Still, it was good to know not everyone was failing miserably. On the other hand, the opponents come to Jisoo from 4 directions. Although Chang Hyun's teammates had a long way to go before they were anywhere near good enough. Chang Hyun thought this was as far as his partners could go, but he knew what to do next. After the game, Hangyul asked how Dojun got knocked out so fast after Changhyun's instruction, and Dojun said he was hit by a sneaky ranged fighter from a distance. Changhyun said it didn't matter if someone was taken out by a sniper or bombers, and told Hangyul not to draw much attention because he was a bit better. Afterward, he said that even staying together wouldn't be easy in Division 2, especially during the promotion match. Changhyun asked if Yeonju could just brief everyone on the enemy's positions, as before. She replied that sometimes she couldn't detect the opponents if they were using artifacts or concealment skills. Hangyul understood that it was a rare issue, but PER wasn't great at one-on-one fights, so they always relied on team strategies. If the team got ambushed before they regrouped, it was game over. So Dojun asked what the plan was, but Changhyun just told him to focus on survival training instead. Changhyun pointed to himself and ordered his partner to take turns trying to survive against him one-on-one, while the rest of them would continue playing Hunter Survival. He assured them that the objective was simple, to be the last one standing, and asked for their consent to participate in the survival game. The scene transitioned to Jongju, who stood beside Juntaek Lee. Jongju asked the chairman if Hunter Survival training would bring any benefit, since he wasn't really convinced. It may sharpen their survival skills, but it was a completely different format compared to the leagues. From Juntaek's perspective, the important part wasn't the finer tactical details, but the fundamentals. However, Juntaek Lee asked what the league's fundamentals were, and Jongju said it was the hunter's skill. Juntaek advised him to go even further back, and Jongju asked about combat ability. He derived that the Hunter League was a game where the players must defeat their opponents, and it boils down to how well they can avoid attacks while lacking their own. Juntaek asked what if the chairman applied the same perspective to Hunter Survival. At the same time, Jongju thought that PER's weakness was the player's lack of skills needed to regroup effectively, as well as the focus on Hunter Survival. He mentioned to Juntaek that it was similar to the situation before regrouping, and Juntaek assured him that Changhyun was teaching his team the right skills in his own way. Even Juntaek had given up on the promotion matches for Division 3. So, he decided to see how Changhyun played out. The scene shifted to Yeonju, who realized that it would be different at this time. She felt disappointed because she was still stuck at the bottom while her partners were doing quite well. She asked himself a question whether she could really improve. Immediately, Changhyun appeared, scaring her. She got scared all of a sudden, but Changhyun gently reassured her that it might have been a bit of an overreaction. Changhyun informed her that it was now her turn, as the others had already completed theirs. Afterward, Yeonju looked at her partners. She thought about her partners, who were in high spirits, but of course, they had great skills and combat abilities, while her teammates whispered among themselves. Suddenly, the scene transitioned to the custom room where Changhyun stood in front of Yeonju. He asked the worst things Yeonju was capable of during the match. Yeonju told him that making mistakes was the worst. Yeonju made so many mistakes during today's practice, and she was sure about Changhyun, who had caught every single mistake. Changhyun explained that it was the fear of making mistakes, and if Yeonju was afraid, she would never try anything at all. He told Yeonju to destroy the artifact if she couldn't get it, and to take someone down with her if she stumbled. Afterward, he told her to avoid making mistakes altogether, and that was why the whole team would keep practicing until then. The one-on-one training was simple. Yeonju had to reach a designated point, while Changhyun had to stop her. Yeonju thought Changhyun was far away from her, but suddenly, Changhyun shot out at her. After that, he assured the lesson one, always plan a safe route to avoid getting sniped when the enemy is far away. She understood that Changhyun used guns, so she decided to be wary of that. Yeonju looked at the map and noticed that Changhyun had made it to the first point, so she decided to use her skill to gauge the timing when the two of them were far apart. Yeonju was prepared for the run. Subsequently, she ran quickly towards the bridge. She was about to reach the bridge. Suddenly, Changhyun appeared in the air and reminded her of Lesson 2 that melee fighters in higher divisions are good at closing gaps, warning her not to let her guard down just because they were far away. Rapidly, Changhyun attacked her by swinging his sword. So, he told her that if a strong opponent was guarding the objective, it'd be better to focus on securing useful tools like artifacts instead of rushing in. Yeonju agreed to his lesson. The training lasted for a long time, and each time Yeonju died, she received a piece of advice that she made a conscious effort to remember. However, it was impossible to overcome Changhyun's movements, which continuously changed to exploit her weakness. Meanwhile, Chang Hyun told her to finish up and keep playing the hunter survival game. But Yeonju could not reach the goal even once, but she wanted to keep trying. The scene shifted to a snowy area, where Yeonju appeared. She thought about the arena, which was completely unfamiliar, and decided to see where everyone was first. She checked the artifact on the arena map, but too many hunters were around it. According to Chang Hyun, there was always a risk that hunters might hide their mana and wait near artifacts, so he advised her not to rush in and to check her surroundings first. So, Yeonju decided to look for a safer artifact. Suddenly, she reached inside the pavilion. She saw the offensive artifact. It had the ability to attack opponents, causing them to die instantly. But Yeonju could not face melee fighters head-on because they were too fast on their feet. On the other hand, one hunter stood calmly, waiting for his prey. He immediately felt something on his feet as blue rays wrapped around his legs. Meanwhile, Yeonju rushed at the hunter. She powerfully attacked him with the artifact. The guy was eliminated, and Yeonju finally killed the first one. On the other hand, Hangyul looked at the leaderboard of the players. He couldn't believe that Yeonju would be among the top 10. The one-on-one training had enabled each member of the PER to adapt to new situations. He knew it so well that it was as if Chang Hyun had handed a cheat sheet to his teammates. Hangyul believed that their captain was so genius.